That's why I'm kindly resolve my issue and show me. I am ready to file upload also to that extent. Okay. And they will accept it. I think superintendent sitting outside or clerk may not accept, but you will have to go to the commissioner. It will happen. But practically, in my case, in my office, we have more than 50, 70, 100 appeals we have filed so far in these years. I have not come across when the order is on portal and I can't file appeal, barring those cases. That situation, perhaps we are lucky to that extent.
Thank you.
Manually, if they are accepting, he has asked what is alternative. I told him manually you do it. Manually also, sometimes they don't accept, go to higher ops. They will take it, sir. There is no issue. Huh? I don't find they behave that, that is not, the idea is not to do it. You can do the highest person, straight go to commissioner cabin if he is not accepting. Yeah, with this, we'll go to the case study number 2. There is Mr. Poor over here, his case was selected for scrutiny, and accordingly, all the process was done. ASMT 1001, SCN has come, it was properly uploaded on the portal. But this guy has not replied in the stipulated time. An order was passed, ex parte upholding all the demand, and order was dated 5th of March. Okay. Now, please remember the date to understand the case studies. Poor was not aware of such proceeding. So neither he filed reply nor is aware order is passed. Okay. That happens with many of the small clients. Okay. So they have all the time to see the WhatsApp, but not the business emails. Okay. So Mr. Poor here thereafter received a recovery notice on 15th of July. So you see, it is after the time of 3 months, because that is a timeline for filing the appeal, and demand was uploaded. And bank was attached for recovery. Luckily, being poor, there was no money in the bank. Okay. The amount cannot be recovered. This is when the poor came to know about such order was passed against him. Okay. Now, the question here comes up is, Mr. Poor has filed the appeal before the commissioner manually thereafter, challenging the demand on 20 July, which is beyond the 3 months time of the date of service of the order. Mr. Poor received a notice for PH. Luckily, he was lucky that appeal was accepted. Okay. And then PH was issued, that is a personal hearing. Okay. Requiring to explain as to why appeal should not be rejected on the ground that it was filed beyond the time limit. So it was not in time. Poor seeks your advice now what to do. Okay. And that is what the issue is, our case study here. Okay. Anybody would like to contribute here something? We should help the poor, correct now? Yes, sir.
The first appellate authority cannot condone the delay, because he can condone the delay up to 30 days only. So even if he want to condone, he cannot condone the same. So in my view, the only remedy is to approach High Court, and the High Court can allow the petition.
Fine. So his view, gentleman, says that the 1 month's delay which can be condoned by the first appellate authority. Beyond that, there is no power in the law. I fully agree with you. And then the alternative available to him is go to the High Court. Okay. I presume because there is no tribunal formed, that's why you're saying High Court, or if tribunal is formed, then?
No. So actually, I have read the judgments. The Supreme Court has settled that the commissioner appeals means in a erstwhile regime, before GST regime.
No, I'm on the, I agree with your first part. The commissioner has no power to waive. Till that, I am with you. But you said thereafter we have to go to High Court for condonation. So it is why High Court, not tribunal? Because tribunal is not formed or constituted?
Because I think the tribunal is the creation of statute.
Okay.
So he has to work within the scheme of the statute.
Okay.
So I think the law does not allow tribunal to condone the delay of filing appeal before the first appellate authority.
Got it. Any other view? Thank you. Anybody else? Fine. So I agree with you partly. So some little expansion on that. By and large, I'm in concurrence what you said. First of all, the appellate authority has power to condone, but the max limit is delay up to 1 month. Beyond that, the power is over. The first up to the first appellate authority, they are called executives. So they are employees of the government. The tribunal and others are the judicial body. That's why we have one technical member also, one judicial member also. Secondly, it's a creation of that thing is fine, but it is constituted under Article 323 of the Constitution. That is one part. And for them, there is a separate tribunal rules are there. C-stat rules are there. Now we will have G-stat rule also coming up over a period. But in tribunal, for separate rules are being there. The whole idea of constituting tribunal was that earlier days, from commission appeal, people used to, I'm talking about at least 4-5 decades back, people used to go directly to High Court, and then High Court was bombarded with the cases. And many a time, disposal where today also it is getting delayed, but that was too much. So that's why one more authority, you must have seen National Tribunal, they were thinking about it, etc. Just to reduce the load, so passing on certain powers, etc. to them. You cannot file writ to the tribunal, I can understand. But the other challenges, etc., you can file in tribunal to that extent. So some of the powers has been this thing, and that's why also it is under Constitution 323A entry is there. So we are first, presently the tribunal is not being functional till date. Assessee has only option to go to High Court because it is not constituted as on today. Okay. So I agree to that extent. Now, delaying filing appeal, there are certain case laws which I'll explain you in the old regime. Now, here is the case of New Delhi sister. This is vis-a-vis the excise law is concerned. Okay. Now, here they have condoned the delay of 51 days, observing that, see, this delay was at the commissioner appeal level. Okay. There also the time limit of 1 month was there. Now, that 251 is beyond 1 month's time, and commissioner is rejected, and this assessee has gone to tribunal for condonation. And that was in view of Section 35 of the Central Excise Act. The commissioner appeal doesn't have the power to condone, I agree, but tribunal has got a power, and that is what is held by tribunal, saying that it is because of the Limitation Act, Section 5 of 1963, which will override the Central Excise Act at that point of time. Why that also I'll say. Let us finish 2 slides because there are contradiction. Then I'll explain that part also. And remanded the matter back to the commissioner to pass the order on the merits. That means they have condoned the delay. Tribunal, which was beyond the capacity of a commissioner of 1 month, that we agree. But tribunal has got power here because of the Limitation Act, Section 5. Okay. It was observed that the Honorable Judicial, it was a single member bench, mind well. So judicial member, that appellant has shown sufficient cause for non-filing appeal beyond the prescribed time. Therefore, it is imperative to condone the delay as per Limitation Act. So, in the old service excise regime, there was timeline given for the first appeal, tribunal appeal, condonation time of 1 month to commissioner. But there's no time limit given for condonation of delay by the tribunal. Tribunal, they have only said this much is the time limit. Beyond that, whatever, if it is late by 1 year or 10 years, it is up to tribunal. You have to apply for COD, but that is for tribunal appeal. Our case is going on is the first appeal. Okay. Now, further we'll see what section says that appeal to appellate tribunal has to be filed within 3 months. Okay. That is normal time. And it can appeal, it can be admitted even beyond that. If the delay is concerned, up to a 1 month's delay is concerned, that can be admitted if sufficient cause is shown. So appellate tribunal is concerned, which is constituted under Article 323B, okay, of the Constitution, and it is separate rules and regulations. See, like you said, it's a part of the GST statute. No, it is constituted under the Constitution, and there are separate. Today, you just go on the website, you got C-stat rules, okay. So like that, we'll have G-stat rule, okay. Can GST Act restrict the power of tribunal? Because they say tribunal can condone only 3 months delay, etc., as the case may be. Now, that is vis-a-vis the appeal which is filed to tribunal beyond that time. Okay. Now, this kind of provision was not there in the earlier service tax regime and excise regime. And that's why the Limitation Act will override the service tax and excise provisions. Now, here the tribunal, the act is saying that tribunal can also condone the delay up to these 3 months. Beyond that, tribunal cannot. No, the question comes is whether act can override the powers which has been given through rules of the tribunal. In my view, yes, act will be supreme. And the tribunal cannot condone. But of course, this need to be tested because this law is not same as what we have in power. I am giving the decision which are all relevant to excise because we have precedent available from there. Here, so no such precedent, but the provision, there is a difference between the provision which I am trying to draw your attention. And if such case comes, but mind well, again, I'm telling you, this is only when there is a delay in filing the appeal before tribunal. In our case, still we are talking about the appeal which is filed at commissioner appeal level. So for that, the earlier case law. Now, in commissioner appeal is concerned, the law has provided that part of it, and there is no such provision available in the GST law whereby tribunal cannot condone the delay of the time period for which delay is happening, filing first commissioner appeal. So again, you will go to Limitation Act, Section 5. And tribunal will continue to condone their delay, not own delay. Looks little, but you read the statute with the old and new statute. This is a major difference which I can find out. So my view goes this way. In our case, you can still go to, but today we are no tribunal. That's why you are going to High Court. So I agree. But if suppose tribunal is there, there is a possibility that we can go and argue. Of course, High Court, there is sure no doubt about it. High Court, the cost and time will be issue in that case. But High Court is a sure correct answer to that extent. But option of tribunal possible is my view. Now, there is a section 112 of the GST. Any person aggrieved by the order of first appeal authority shall prefer an appeal within 3 months. So you got 3 months time to file before tribunal. There is no tribunal is not yet constituted. So till it is not constituted, there is a Maharashtra trade circular which is valid only for Maharashtra. Similar trade circulars are there in various other states also. Okay, which says that whenever you got an order from first appeal authority and you are aggrieved by that order, okay, the two things will happen. After the timeline of 3 months, recovery will start. So that's why they have prescribed one annexure 1, which you have to file with the jurisdiction office saying that I am intending to file appeal, I am going to challenge this. So please don't initiate the recovery proceeding. Recovery, because tribunal is not constituted, I will file the day tribunal will be constituted. So therefore, what will happen? Recovery will not happen. So this annexure 1 filing is a must. In my view, as on today, it is not possible to upload on the portal. That is what is my thing. If someone of you knows about it, we are filing physically as on today over there. But if portal allows, please do it on the portal also. Yes, sir. No, I'm sorry. No, if recovery is not started, you are lucky. You should be thankful to God to that extent. But then 15 days have lapsed, then whatever is earlier, better to not to be last. You can do it. See, this is just to prevent you from the pain of recovery. See, they will straight attach your bank account and they will recover the money if you are not poor. Okay. So to overcome that, this intimation is there. Then what will happen? Suppose they take the money, you cannot blame them. Na? See, I cannot read your mind. That's why you intimate me that I am interested or I am intending to file the appeal. So I'll come to know that bhaiya mere ko nahi recover karna hai. I can recover only 20%, which is the pre-deposit required for additional for the tribunal. But up to 3 months, they will not do anything. There is no power. See, first 3 months, so they can't do. But thereafter, they will immediately, if they do it, because they are not aware of what is there in your mind. So amount is due. Yeah. See, if you have not received any notice, intimation or attachment and you have filed annexure 1, even simple letter, annexure 1 is a prescribed ideal way. But if you get a letter also, they do it. They will never do recovery. They can ask for that 20% amount pre-deposit because in any case, that is mandatory. Now there also we are telling that don't recover from us because the portal asks us to make payment of that amount at the time of filing appeal. So if I pay now DRC 03, that is not considered by the portal. So again, you will have a difficulty. So we tell them in writing ki we are ready to pay 20%, provided you give it us in writing. You see, 1 or 2 cases, it has happened in our case. There was a call and thereafter we have to go personally. And we said, look, we have got a money in the bank. We want to file. There is no tribunal, this, that. But you give me in writing that these 20 will be accepted. Writing is not given. We have put up this thing in writing. We are ready to pay. There is no issue. You tell me in which form, where, etc. Give me in writing. So the writing mein nahi de sakte. So then we can't do anything. When I say you remove 20%, you remove at your own 20%, so that tomorrow I can make you accountable that this is my pre-deposit. Okay. So I think they are so far. I have not come across you. Every person may have a different experience. So we could able to. As on today, we have not paid single pre-deposit of all the appeals which are pending yet to be filed, but we have filed this. And in one case, one of our client, I think they came to us later on. So after 7 months, he has filed this election. So it was lucky. Sometimes, you break the signal, there is no RTO. So like that. Okay. Sir, try to understand. This is an administrative circular. Try to understand. So administrative circular, what am I expecting? Am I creating any liability on you? I am giving a procedure. So like that, if you recollect the from old regime to new regime for builders, there was annexure 10 was notified in the month of March 19. And some deadline was that which scheme you want to opt for it. Now you say it is not binding on me. Arre bhaiya, law mein nahi likha hai, but they are giving you this admin. What you want to do, I just tell me. Now you say I will challenge this. I think you will not get relief in the court. It's administrative, no? So, ah, so they are trying to say just intimate. And sir, you in this country, you have freedom to challenge anything and everything. That's fine. It is up to you to see how much cost and time you are wasting. Yeah, with this any issue? Yes, sir. Yes. No, there is no question of non-payment. See, first of all, as on today, you have opted for that. I'll go for tribunal. Bus thereafter. Ah. No, they have attached the bank account. Then you have gone to High Court is okay. Simple intimation. Sir, that I agree. See, I'll tell you, it's up to you how, because like you are ignorant, judges are also ignorant of the portal. Forget portal about law also, because they are handling so far excise and service tax matters. Okay. Now, that's why I told you what you should do is concerned. See, there may be various, you have this experience, somebody will have other. I am telling you what you should do is you intimate that this is dispute and we are going to file appeal. Then you also mention if such kind of letter comes, you say, okay, we want to pay 20%. Also mention that currently when you file first appeal, the payment by DRC 03 is not accepted by the portal. And they want us, the portal requires us to pay deposit at the time of filing appeal. Going by that same analogy, when we'll file GST appeal, that time we'll have to pay pre-deposit at that time. You want us to pay now. We don't mind paying. Show us the mode or modalities, how to make payment in which form. And the same should be treated as this thing. On receiving this intimation, we'll pay the amount, or you can withdraw 20% as pre-deposit from our account. No, but they block 20%. Fine, no, that is okay, no. So that means it is lying in your bank account, doesn't give you any interest, but government has not taken, they want safety, that tum bhag nahi jayega, wo paisa bharega. So 20% is in cash ledger, okay, na? So, madam, that is so that I think you got, then there is no need to go to High Court. 20%, otherwise also due, no, had tribunal was there. So you pay and keep that money, because that appropriation happens later on. I think you are on a better footing than what we had, because we were not getting solution. In your case, you got a solution ki cash ledger mein. Now there is no attachment. So I think you are, in my view, you are on a better footing. And then utilizing in the return, that is something. See, every money which you deposit in cash ledger, whatever, it is your money. As and when you want, you get refund also. Now there, these 20% you have deposited with a view to treat this as a pre-deposit over a period of time. And you are intimating to government that this is the money as a pre-deposit. As and when appeal is filed, I'll appropriate. Now you have no right to use it to that extent. I think if you use it, that shows your intention is not to use for that, but you to clear the current liability. To that extent, you are violating. I think then you be ready for all the other consequences which will follow. Yes, before that, nothing can happen. No, then it is invalid. Absolutely. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. They are like that. We have other issues, but I think this is not a time. Otherwise, I would have shared the other matter which are reported decisions for our own cases, which was they exercise the power which was not there in the law, and it has been done on over enthusiasm or whatever I mean to say. But the courts have taken a proper recourse to that extent. So up to 3 months, they can't do anything. Now coming back to the yeah. No, it is not your appeal. That's one part of it. You are only respondent there. Okay, so your job is to just appear for hearing as and when it comes. And the condonation hearing, you may not be called because your condonation you are not seeking, neither you are applied for it. Yeah, so you get the copy of order, no, they have condoned. Okay. See, there are two things, if you want the order of this thing, because in the old service tax regime, etc., in this condonation is concerned, service tax, there was no separate hearing by the Commissioner of Appeals, and it used to be in the normal course. Okay. In tribunal, there was a COD application, etc., and there you also be present, etc. So we come to know what is the argument going on. Here it was happening in simultaneous, and Commissioner Appeal condonation takes only 1 minute, according to me, those days. By and large, they were condoning. By and large, I have not come across a single case in my lifetime it was not condoned by Commissioner. In the old regime. In the new regime, there is one exceptional case has come up, that's okay. But otherwise, no. So, I'll tell you, you want to know why it is condoned. Perhaps you can ask for the copy of order and all, but how it will help you, sir?
Refund review order has to be passed within 5 months. So 6 months is provided in the 107. 30 days limit is given in circular 322. Okay, so they have passed in 6 months, and then appeal has been filed. So our counter reply was first off that order is null and void because it has been passed after 6 months. So what he has said is that I allowed another 30 days to pass the order and come for the appeal.
So in your view, you feel that the COD, that condonation done by the commissioner is not in purview or in consonance with the law. Your only recourse available is to challenge that against at the higher forum. Today it's a high court. Otherwise you cannot be seen. Other concern is why COD proceeding you are not part of it. I think it is not your proceedings. Your proceeding grievance is of the department, application was also of the department, and there is no provision that the counterpart, because there is no allegation against you. It is between. See, you are affected by that order.
Reduced.
Hey, refund will be reduced only after giving opportunity of being heard. That provision is there to you. Whenever new demand is created or refund is rejected, you are affected party. You have only one request. PH will be given to you for sure. That is a principle of natural justice, and you can be present, give written submission. Beyond that, you can't do it.
I'll just clarify this. So what exactly has happened is he is allowed to complete the refund review in 5 months. He has completed in 6 months. So our first contention was that you cannot admit the appeal.
Yes, yes.
Order is null and void.
So sir, I fully agreed that the timeline was over for review. So you are not happy. You had a grievance with the order first. So only recourse in my view is that a challenge that at the higher forum once he has passed the order. You say that order is concerned, you cannot pass because it was null and void. The appeal itself was correct. Yes, you can do, but otherwise beyond that you can't do. You go to the higher forum to the rest. Now with this, we have only about 15 minutes, and I have more. Okay. So we have more than that slides. I have no issue. Now some slides are procedural part. Perhaps if you are not interested, then I'll run through fast. But if some procedure will take it in 5 minutes. That is what is available. I am sure you may be better than me as far as the portal is concerned. On the portal, this is how you have to file the appeal. User service application type, authority and new application. These are you go to the portal. First is select the order. So you will have either of these kind of orders against which you are filing the appeal. Select the ideal one. This is the first step. The second step is reference number, ARN, etc. has been given. When date of filing is concerned, if it is in time, there is no issue. But if the time is lapsed, suppose you have gone beyond that, then there is a tab which is saying that date of communication of the order, okay, which pops up and which you can edit also. You can edit, which auto pop-up is that this portion you can edit. And that's how some snapshots I have taken. This kind of snapshot you will get it. Let me tell you honestly, I don't see the portal and I don't know what is portal, honestly. But this my junior or the other team member, they have done. So I'm just reproducing little knowledge, whatever I'm having on the portal, I'm sharing. Then they select the category, etc. This is an exhaustive list. I personally believe either you will be good at portal or you may be good at law. Good at both will be super genius, okay, in today's GST is concerned. This is an exhaustive list with a provision for reason as others. So what happened? The category under which you had a dispute. So there are various categories which is listed over there. And if you feel that I am not fitting into anyone, then there is others. And sometimes you feel I have 6, 7 categories. You can mark as many. It's not that you have to select the one. Okay. So these are the categories. Sorry. These are the categories. Okay. The last one is 16 residuary. So if you don't fit and if you are doubtful, either, so you can mark more, no problem. It is only selecting, it only determines what is the kind of the dispute which you are covering about it. So nothing to worry more on that. The period of disputes, of course, no doubt on it. Payment of demand under order and the pre-deposit. This is very important part of it because it affects your cash flow. The amount demand under dispute. So here, what is the disputed amount which will be from the order? You will get tax, interest, penalties, etc. So breakup will be there. You have to be very careful while punching the disputed amount of tax, interest, and penalty, fees, etc. It should not get interchanged. Otherwise, your pre-deposit will also change and cash flow will be affected to that extent. Now, amount of whichever demand is created, it will auto-populate when the order is uploaded on the portal. So when you are on a portal, it auto-populates. Okay. Now, how much you are admitting is very important because some are disputed, some you don't want to dispute. If there are 6 items and 2 you don't want to dispute, so it become undisputed and other 4 disputed. So undisputed, you have to pay fully. So for that, you can file DRC 03 or you can use through this saying that undisputed, there is no issue. And for balance only you are contesting. The portal does not consider payment admitted dues by DRC 03 as of today. Actually, this is not as per the law, but this is portal. Okay. So, you know, cart is hired to bullock. Okay. To that extent. Hence, make payment or admitted due only at the time of filing appeal. See, even sometimes what happens, my order I received today for 1 crore rupees tax. Okay. Now I want to file appeal, but I have 3 months time. But my client says that out of 1 crore, 40 lakhs I am admitting. Okay. So my interest but 18%. And I have got money available in fixed deposit or my OD interest is 12%. So why not pay today? So you in hurry pay DRC 03 today, saving interest. Then appeal will be a problem. When you file appeal after 2 months, that time when you have to select now pre-deposit, it will not take DRC 03 40 lakhs. So it will say 1 crore, 1 crore. On 1 crore, you pay 10%, 10 lakhs. Actually, it is on 60 lakh, 10% comes. That is a practical difficulty. Now, we faced in one case, you go to department, pillar to post, nothing happens. At the end of the day, we end up paying more. Okay. So this is not law, but this is what the portal is. Okay. So you have to align it properly. So on the day you are ready with appeal, on that point of time only you pay that pre-deposit, disputed, undisputed, everything. Fine. This is on the practical front. So red portion, that's what I have written it. Okay. Now, this is how the table will appear. Disputed amount, amount under dispute, demand created, admitted, how much. I think the figures breakup you have to give it in this. Now, details of amount paid, admitted amount, and the pre-deposit. What is pre-deposit? 10% of the total tax amount. It's only tax, not the interest, penalty, fees. Okay. So that is very important. No pre-deposit required in case appeal is filed only for contesting interest and penalty. Suppose there is no tax demand, but there is only interest, or sometimes there is only penalty. Okay, then there is no pre-deposit required, mind well, because the law says it is only a 10% of the disputed tax liability, nothing of interest. In the erstwhile law, there's a different situation. Okay, now unrealized cash ITC, utilized cash or ITC. Pre-deposit is concerned, there was an issue earlier whether it can be made from ITC or it has to be paid in cash. We have a decision coming up from for Jyoti Construction of Orissa High Court saying that even you can make pre-deposit from the utilization of ITC balance. Okay, till that there was an issue. Consequently, the law was amended, section 41, and it is effective from 1st of October 22. Unfortunately, this could have been done retrospective amendment because when you are amending consequence to court, there is no harm, and many laws, many times sections are retrospectively amended. But here, up to 30th September, take support of Orissa High Court. Post that, thereof your section 41 also. So you can pay through ITC utilization also. For discharging the liability, if it is on account of RCM, reverse charge, you cannot utilize ITC. That has to be go by cash only when you are challenging that. So there is no question of ITC utilization. And a very peculiar thing, which I fail to understand why, if you have dispute on IGST, now suppose I am in Maharashtra and you have 10 states where you have a supply from here. Everywhere you have paid some IGST. Okay, and suppose there is a rate dispute. We have paid 5% and they want 12% on that item. So you have 7% dispute liability is there. Now you want to pay pre-deposit. What the portal requires is for each state, you have to find out place of supply and make pre-deposit. So suppose you have supply of 12 states. 12 state ka kitna liability hai? So suppose 1,20,000. Then every state 10,000. So you make 10,000 ka 10%, 10%, 10% pre-deposit. So Gujarat, Chennai, whatever, Tamil Nadu. Now many times client also doesn't, and this getting information is big challenge. But let me tell you honestly, wherever possible we are trying. If not possible, we are putting others IGST. Okay, as on today, there is no damage, but this is not as per the portal. Huh? Law doesn't require you. Portal requires you. So I am just telling you, if it is possible, please do it. Many times it is not possible. At least you have paid the amount. IGST is good to that extent. But I should draw your attention that appeal memo requires that based on pace of supply. Okay, and this is how it will appear on the portal. Fine. So you can either pay by cash or utilization of ITC. Fine, this is also clear. Now thereafter you upload APL 01 appeal memo supporting document. So what it says that the size of the file should be 5 MB. So you compress it to the extent possible. This is only for appeal memo 1. Okay. And then you will have a lot of supportings along with it, attachment, document, contract, etc. That total should go to 20 MB, but of size of 5 MB, 4 times. You can make 4 folders of 5 MB. Like that, to the extent you have to compress. That is one part. Then verification is concerned, you have to verify and file the appeal, digital affix, whatever, and you get provisional acknowledgement. That is ARN. Okay. That provisional acknowledgement is concerned, you need to submit physically copy thereof to the jurisdiction office, and thereby they will give you a final acknowledgement, and that final acknowledgement you have to file within 7 days. Okay. And that will be your appeal filing is over to that extent. Now between these two, what is the date of filing will be a question. Many times that 7 days have lapsed. I have filed on portal today, and for whatever reason, I could not do after for 10 days, 15 days, month also. As on today, we are not facing any issue. Let me tell you one part of it. The law also says that in Maharashtra, I am talking about, that there is no physical copy to be filed in the, as per this thing, there is no commissioner circular. So I am not supposed to submit physical copy, one part of it. I have submitted a soft copy, it is uploaded and provisional attachment, this has come. The whole idea of getting final acknowledgement is concerned, many times commissioner also may not be aware of the appeal is filed, because so many people are filing appeal on that. And that's perhaps the reason, as and when one person goes, he will come to know and he update the register and he generate. That doesn't mean your appeal was not filed till that day. It was already filed on the day when you uploaded this thing. But on practical side is concerned, all this will be at the end of the day will be harassment to you and it will be cost to you. Better you file and submit it. In some cases, we have seen, we have filed after 20 days also. There is not much of the issues coming up, but try to avoid. Better to be on the right side of the procedure. This is all more of a procedure is concerned. Submission of certified copies. Beyond that, there is a rule 108.3 which says that certified copy of order should be submitted within 7 days. Now, rule says only order. Now, actually, I don't understand. Order is there on portal and said again certified copy. But then rule says what we do on the other side, I have written in red. It is advisable to file entire hard copies. Okay. Only some Xerox cost. But then 2 copies, etc., including everything you submit. Although law doesn't. Because I don't understand the logic when the portal pay order hai to why you want certified copy. It is uploaded by the department. Same thing, hard copy you want. It doesn't, I cannot digest it. But let us do it on this thing. Today, we are in the stage where from physical mode to electronic mode, there's a transition is happening. And this will not happen in 10 days. It may take 10 years also. Okay. Technology. And then it has to be understood by both. Okay. So that's why on practical side this. Date of file appeal will be the date of provisional acknowledgement if the certified copy is filed within 7 days. That is what the circular says. Date of filing certified copies if furnished after 7 days, or the care to be taken, because thereafter what will happen? They say it will be on that day. I think which is not correct. Court may not agree. But circular says like that. And here this circular may not be binding on us. What do you say like that, Sensor? But I will still tell you, don't come into all these clutches. Okay, we are interested in justice. Okay. Last is APL2 will be generated by authorized officer. This will be generated by authorized officer only once you submit the physical copy of it to the portal, etc. last 3 to 4 minutes, and you get a final acknowledgement. You are done with the appeal. Filing of appeal against order not uploaded on the portal. I have stated when it is not uploaded, you have no choice, but you have to go physically only, everything, and you will get physical APL 02 there and there, they generate it. Pre-deposit in this case, you have no choice but to file in DRC 03. But in that, please mention this in DRC 03 that the reason for payment, it is others. You have to mention why you are made this. And you make filing of appeal, it is for with reserving our right to claim the refund of the same is appeal if decided in my favor. Means I should get refund of pre-deposit because it will bear interest also, this amount. Okay, so you must mention so that your intention is being conveyed to the authorities. Other points, the hard copy to be filed in duplicate with all the annexures. These are all practical, friend. Copy of OIO to be certified by adjudicating authority or the lawyer, public notary, etc. Chartered accountants, in some of the commissioner appeal, they are not accepting, some are accepting. Tribunal accept, but commissioner appeal doesn't accept. So, but anyway, so lawyer, public notary is fine. Self-certified by the officers is fine. CA, it is depend upon your luck. Okay. Each page has to be signed. I got one order rejected saying that you are not filed all the signature on every page of appeal. Although there is no place for signing, it is at the end, but still. So we now want to sign, chalo, okay, sign every page. I am just saying that practical part, nothing is mentioned in the law or circular. The next part is court fee, 1 rupee each is required on this part. And proper indexing, please give one of the commissioner, this clerk, dispatch clerks, first see where is your index. Show me the index. The rest all is fine. So index pehla chahiye usko. So theek hai, we have to give that, numbering, etc. Whatever they want. So it's all depend upon the films and wines of the officers. Now, next, last, this thing is the general mistakes. I'll not say mistakes, it's omissions to that extent by the consultant as the case may. First of all, you need to identify what is the allegation. I have seen many a time in show cause, the allegation says that you are providing OIDR service and that's why you are liable to GST, etc., etc. I have seen the reply say that I am not intermediary, I am not this, or I am intermediary, something of that kind. You are supposed to say you are either OIDR, hai ki nahi ho bol do. Because when I am telling you, you are providing AIDR service, I am alleging you, and I say you are liable to pay tax. Your role is only to say either it is AIDR, hai ki nahi bolo. If it is hai, so then you see, follow the law. If it is not there, justify. Why you write something else? This is not a university exam that you fill the pages. Okay. So that is very careful. This is a common mistake we come across. The writing the reply is easier than understanding the question. Let me tell you. You should spend maximum time in reading show cause notice. There will be definitely less time you will spend on writing reply. Because provision by and large, once you are in the appeal, your provisions are known to you. Case laws you will find nowadays with so much search engines. You get it. But more important, what is allegation? People don't know. I am asking your name, you tell me father's name, something of that kind. The next is legal provision not cited in support. Now, I have seen many times it is taken as granted. I am providing transport service, you are liable to pay under reverse charge. Where is the provision? See, everybody know it is there in the statute. Where you have written? Which notification, which section? Okay, you don't take it right. Even judges are concerned, no, whether they are, you are supposed to write. If you are not writing, don't take it granted, it is known to you. Fine. Then failure to identify technical error SCN level. Okay. Now what happens? I have seen that suppose in Maharashtra, you as an entity of multiple registration, 7 registration, it is allowed. You take 7 registration. Show cause notice come on registration number 1. And he is alleging to, this much turnover, you are not paid tax or whatever. I have seen reply and say, these are my other 7 registration. I have paid this for this, this for. I am not concerned with that. You are giving holistic entire Maharashtra turnover, all those things. It makes appeal bulky and senseless. And what happens is, more you give, less is read. You give 30 pages, no, he will not spend 3 minutes also. But if you give 3 minutes, no, he will spend 30 minutes, the reader. Because when you are concerned, if you ask me to give this lecture in 90 minutes, I have to prepare for 90 hours or something. But if you give me, sir, tum kitna bhi din bol sakta hai, koi sunne wala nahi hai to chalega. Then I can speak on and on, that's all, without preparation. So the next is no documentary evidence provided in support. They say I am providing manpower service. Or where is the agreement? Where is contract? Where is purchase order? Something of that. You are providing manpower. How other person will know? So you have to convey. And only documents speak. Oral evidence is evidence, but it is not a evidence which are, because oral things are concerned, is not supported by proper evidential proof. Documentary evidence are always signed and it is coming from, like in audit, we say third party evidence. So this is something of that kind. Then next is providing short, brief reply instead of detailed explanation. People want to make it sure they understood कि officer को मालूम है मेरा business क्या है. I am doing tailoring. अरे but how we will know at that point of time, etc. So he said, I have taken registration, but the commissioner appeal is not the one concerned with registration. So you please grieve. This is my brief. This is what is my nature of business. This is the place from where I am doing. It takes some extra time to draft, but this is relevant because I should know about your business. Then only I will know your transaction. Then all communication should be acknowledgement. I have seen in audit also, we balance sheet, yellow balance sheet, order yellow. But give it in writing. Tomorrow after 1 year, say, you have never given me this. So what is the proof? So kindly get acknowledgement. Here also, all the additional submissions which you are making in the appeal, you upload on the portal, ensure you give physical copy so that you are acknowledged by I have given. Okay. The next is save the proof of date of communication. The order you receive in cover, postal cover. You read 1 or 2 decisions of service tax regime very recently of the tribunal in last 6 months. The judges have asked prove that you have received delivery on this date and he has to produce the cover and certificate from post office. Because beyond 3 months, no, you even don't get that RPID information on the post office. So you have to go to postmaster and all those pains. So please preserve the cover. Verify the DIN number. If DIN is not there, that is the first mistake. Every document without DIN is invalid document. There is a circular in old regime, new regime also. It has to bear a DIN. If it is not there, the first thing we write, we are filing the appeal without prejudice that this document is not valid. It doesn't contain DIN. Without prejudice, I am making this submission. So that is my first, you are answering to a notice which is not valid in the law. The few important decisions, whether it is relevant or no, I don't know, but you can, it is old regime. There is no bar in the act or rule for passing consolidated order. Means you have got 2-3 show cause notice, they can pass one order. I have not seen this happening in GST. In service tax regime, it was happening. For 2-3 show cause notice, they can club for different period, etc., and they can pass one order. And secondly, about the when the order is given different numbers, like say order number 01 to 03, that means it is to be treated as 3 numbers. There are 3 orders. Although the contents are same, period is same, but it is to be read as 3. So you will have to file 3 appeals. But if for 3 show cause notice only 01 order is given, that means 1 order. This is a decision of voice paper of Mumbai Tribunal in the old regime. Few opportunities for chartered accountant beyond advisory. You can do it because we have knowledge of statute as well as accounting that gives us edge for reading the balance sheet and understanding the transactions. Your debit, credit, etc. We understand. So it will help. We can help them in identifying eligible ITC because purpose, accounting head, etc. better known to us as compared to the other professionals. We can help them in drafting the contracts properly. The ERP systems for capture, because now today's day everything is voluminous, capturing the data in particular format. There are different ERP. So we can tell this is the output, these are which should be generated. We can help client to that and tell, and you can do training sessions for the client. Training requires in various, not in interpretation of the accounting and the fetching the data in the system, getting the output. All those trainings we can give. This is what is a part and advisory. Integration, we can help them. About the compliance, all of you perhaps will be better than me, but we can ask them, we can help them in the filing of the returns and various other forms are concerned. Today, 2A, 2B and 3B mismatch, biggest challenge, how to do it within 180 days. All those things are concerned. You need to break your head. And with so many bills, 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs, 5 lakhs invoices, it's very difficult, but we'll have to do it. Otherwise, at the time of audit, you'll have to give the details to the department. Health checkup, periodical, most important. You should should impress upon and tell the client this is most important value addition because 18% is the interest for, it's a big damage with bank is financing at the rate of 10, 12, 13% today. But you pay 18% for a mistake which you committed. So it will save on your cost. If you give value addition, I'm sure people will pay you for that. There may be reversal issues of ITC for various accounts. If you do late, it doesn't come free. It is 18% cost to you. Refund claim verification, many times people are getting short refund, they don't verify also. Refund they get without interest. Sometimes interest itself you are not claimed. And thereafter you said, interest, refund mila wo hi bahut hai. Like that, if it is the case, then it is fine. The rate of output is concerned is very important, especially those who are dealing with the goods. It is very important, and periodical compliance. And the last is the transaction structuring, which fits in the law, which is in consonance with the other law, which is applicable to you have FEMA, corporate law, international taxation, and how GST, because this is cross-border transaction and GST is concerned, because rate by and large on all services 18%. And goods also, so many goods are falling in 12 and 18%. And many companies, GP is not that much. Okay, so wrong structuring can end up into a negative figures, perhaps. So that you can. Friends, I tried my best within that time. I am sorry for overshooting by 5 minutes. Any issues, if time permit, it's okay. But thank you very much for all of you to patience hearing. Thanks. Yes, sir. I'll-
So section 107 allows to file appeal against decisions. Decision word is also used. So what is the meaning of decision? What are the examples which we can take care of decision? Where we can file the appeals against the decisions?
See, normally, what are the causes basically will come. Like in High Court, we say there has to be cause of action, otherwise you will not go to court. So in your case, there has to be some grievance. Grievance can be on various accounts. Now, perhaps suppose your registration number is also cancelled, your refund is rejected, or your demand is being created. Any such thing happens to you. By and large, they issue you show cause notice. Whenever the amounts sought to be, there is a damage of financial damage. If there is a procedural lapse, there may be intimation. Like you are not filed return for 6 months, 3 months. Law says that after 6 months, they can suo to do it. But generally, I have seen that they give an intimation to you. Your number will cancel, you are not filed the returns.
Against block of ITC.
Block of ITC.
Yeah.
Block of ITC is concerned, just they cannot block it. They have to intimate what for they are blocking. See, if they have blocked without your knowledge and without intimating to you, if it happens, let us take on a practical. First of all, there is no provision in the law, they cannot do it. See, I cannot recover from you anything unless it is due. So I have to tell you what is due. See, I am blocking your ITC. That means, and blocking means I am not allowing you to utilize. Okay. So why I am not utilized, I should convey you. See, either you are eligible or you are not eligible. If you are not eligible, there is no question of blocking. I will tell you reverse only. Barabar hai?
But in some cases, suppose my supplier RC is cancelled from
Fine. So I tell you, no, there can be various reasons, no. So that I will convey you, no. See, if some ITC blocking is damaged to you, your fund is affected. So I have to tell you, this 4 supplier, this much amount, you will not utilize. Then you will ask me, otherwise I will tell you suo moto because they have not filed the returns or whatever. They are defaulter or hawala transaction, whatever. So thereafter, recourse against you. So you take recourse, you prove, you get confirmation from them, show that they have made the payment. If nothing can happen, sometimes it is not happen. It is practically not possible, etc. Then you have no choice but to go to court of law. And in that case, only High Court. Because the cause of action has come, this is a document. You first write to department saying that there is nothing of this kind. These are evidence, bank payment, bills, delivery, e-way bill. Jo bhi kuch evidence hai, you give it. And still, they will not open, I know. I give them 10, 15, 20 days time. And thereafter, you mention there also, now I am moving to court of law. And you go to court. That is the only option. Yes, sir.
Tribunal not formed till date. Okay. Suppose I got an order today for which I want to litigate at tribunal level. So till the time the tribunal not forms, my interest will be continue on that demand.
Yeah. Yes.
Or it will be.
Yes.
That's not fair.
Because if you lose in tribunal, that amount was due to government at that point of time.
Yeah.
So you have used the government's money. So interest is mandatory for 18%.
No. If tribunal was formed and I allow.
Sir, even if tribunal is formed, not formed, that's all is fine. The matter is not been decided till that you use my money, no?
Yeah.
See, if you don't want to, you have a burden of interest, you are worried, pay 100% and give it. I will claim everything back. I will pay you interest 5-6%, whatever is provided in the law. Thank you very much.
Friends, Rajiv Luthia, I would say that he is a indirect tax guru. He has solution for all the problems as far as GST or indirect tax is concerned. And you will agree with me that he has covered the how to draft the appeal. He has explained us okay, how to draft the appeal. He has also explained us what are the procedural flaws usually which we commit, normal mistakes. He has also explained us the case laws with the case studies, and he has also explained us the opportunities which a chartered accountant has as far as drafting is concerned. Okay. So with this, I'm 100% sure that whatever he has explained us today, it is surely going to help us in our day-to-day practice. So I would request you all to join me to present him a hearty vote of thanks by huge round of applause. Now we have a tea break. We will be assembling back by 11:45. Tea is served outside. So we will be assembling back at 11:45.
आ जाओ ना, ठीक है, हो गया, अभी सेकंड सेशन चालू करना है इसलिए। हाँ नहीं, हाँ, नहीं 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 नहीं, इंट्रोडक्शन दे रहे हो लोग, आप सिर्फ चालू करो, मतलब पेमेंट तो दे दो, निकल जाओ। थामते है क्या? चाहिए होता पता नहीं डाला अभी तक, तो यहाँ पे लोगों को है फंक्शनलिटी है, यूज नहीं कर रहा हूँ बस, वही चेक करा था डिस्प्ले आता है। फोटो निकालते हो ये फोटो आता है, तो बी दबा के ब्लू आ गया। विनय मिश्रा, विनय मिश्रा, हाँ विनय मिश्रा। अगर ऐसा कुछ प्रॉब्लम होता है ऑलवेज कॉन्टेक्ट विनय मिश्रा। हाँ विनय मिश्रा है, ऊपर है, लेकिन अभी ये दूसरा है, तो देखो फाइन ना, कट वेट नहीं हो रहा है। Yeah, I've just clicked B. Okay. No problem, absolutely.
So welcome back from a tea break, and I think you all must be fresh for our second and the last session for the day. For our okay, yeah. So it's before lunch we have this last session. You will get a refreshment after this session too. For our this session we have with us a speaker Nihalchand Jain. He is a fellow member of ICAI and has completed his graduation and LLB from Mumbai University. He has more than 7 years of professional experience working with global range of global public and private organizations. He has an experience in different fields of work, including business and operational risk advisory, setting up standard operating procedures, the major being the largest indirect tax reform of the country, the GST. Most commonly, it's GST, and the views of Nihalchand sir on GST law, concept, etc. can be viewed on his YouTube channel, CA Nihalchand Jain. He also visits ICI CP Study Circle at Bhiwandi, Borivali, Bhayandar, Worli, Jai Coach Lane, Dahisar, Andheri, Osiwara. He is also invited as a guest speaker at various government organizations like Indian Audit and Accounts Department of Regional Training Institute, Mumbai, CNG, and the SGST Department, Maharashtra, to speak on government officials. He is also invited as guest faculty at various academic institutes like ICAI, Nirmala College, Thakur College, etc. With this brief introduction, I request everyone to give a round of applause and also request our Region Council member, CA Rudesh Pankhania, to present a memento to our speaker.
Participants, I extreme apologies that yesterday you had to shift to the 5th floor. I think we realized that there was a little discomfort on the 5th floor, room number 1, because of the structure of the room. We're extremely apologetic to that because of the multiple sessions that's going on. I hope everything is fine here today. Thank you so much, and hope you're having a good learning time. I'm sure Nihal bhai is here. This session is once again, we were just discussing, in fact, you say, so generally he's always there. So we're like, if we have any GST issue, we know one person to contact is Nihal. So he was just saying today that he's going to have a little different topic than otherwise in GST. That is the fast reading of the GST case laws. So I'm sure you're going to have an amazing learning time. Thank you so much, Nihal bhai, over to you.
Hello. Screen. Will it be like this only? Lights. Chalo. Hello everybody. Good morning. Myself Nihal. Khair, sabko malum hai. The topic today is a bit different because we would not be discussing any legal aspects over here. Let me be very clear about it from the word go. No laws would be discussed, just how to read things a bit faster. Let me tell you, the techniques that we would be discussing around are simply that things जो अपने को स्कूल में सिखाया था, and जैसे जैसे अपन बड़े होते जाते हैं, we feel that we have grown a lot out of our shoes, तो अपन भूल जाते हैं. And the moment we forget all of these things, कुछ ऐसी बड़ी सी चीज आ जाती है that we are supposed to read it in say 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours of our time. And what we end up doing is, अपन सबका खिचड़ी बना देते हैं, but same point of time we don't reach to any conclusion. At a lot of times, even when I read, होता है, पढ़ तो लिया, conclusion क्या? वो conclusion नहीं पहुंच पाते because of either of the two reasons. Either we read very fast or we read very slow. So या तो बहुत ज्यादा फास्ट पढ़ोगे तो भी आपका दिमाग उतना प्रोसेस नहीं कर पाता, और जब आप बहुत ज्यादा स्लो पढ़ते हो तब प्रॉब्लम क्या होती है, आपने एक वर्ड पढ़ा, सेकंड वर्ड पे गए, वापस पहले 2 वर्ड्स पढ़ रहे हो, फिर तीसरा वर्ड पढ़ रहे हो, अपने को रियलाइज नहीं होता, बट आवर ब्रेन डज दैट. सो हियर वी वुड बी रीडिंग हाउ टू रीड दिस थिंग्स फास्टर. ओके, case laws है. Now please appreciate one thing before you even open that first page of a case law. Law से thorough हो. If yes, welcome to the case laws. If no, please पहले law पे एकदम, it should be like even if somebody is waking you up at 2 a.m. in the morning and asking you 73 fraud के केस में apply होगा क्या? If you are supposed to think at that point of time, na, case laws can wait. See, because ultimately understand one thing, case laws क्या है? Judicial pronouncements है. Now judicial pronouncements are based on law. अगर law नहीं पता तो case law जानकर वैसे भी क्या ही कर लोगे? Because no matter which level are you litigating, no matter which level are you representing, case law के दम पे matter favor में नहीं आता. You need a strong legal understanding supported by a case law. I don't say nahi padne ka, but if your law is weak, there is no point in going to a case law. With this brief about my topic, welcome to the session. I hope jitna colorful ye welcome hai, utna hi colorful aaj ka session bhi hoga. Disclaimers theek hai. Now this is something that I always end up across. Q, Nihal, on an average, at least 2 queries are received on WhatsApp. ये मैटर है, कोई केस लॉ भेजो. 16(4) का वायोलेशन हो गया. अच्छा, व्हाट इज 16(4)? आफ्टर द स्पेसिफाइड टाइम लिमिट आपने आईटीसी अवेल किया. निहाल, केस लॉ है क्या इन फेवर ऑफ टैक्स पेयर? आंसर इज यस एंड नो. इफ यस, तो कौन सा लेवल का केस लॉ भेजू मैं आपको? हाई कोर्ट का भेजू कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट का भेजू? हाई कोर्ट सुप्रीम कोर्ट इज अ बिट लेवल अहेड. एडवांस रूलिंग है क्या? कुछ है? पता नहीं. एडवांस रूलिंग के अगेंस्ट यू कैन गो एंड अपील. इज देयर एनीथिंग दैट इज देयर? पता नहीं. ट्रिब्यूनल देयर? वी डोंट नो द आंसर. इस प्री जीएसटी डिसीजन और प्री जीएसटी रिजिम का डिसीजन वैलिड नो? Are they valid now? Just to be a little bit sarcastic, अपन litigation course कर रहे हैं. Pre-GST के decisions, are they valid now? Yes. In principle, absolutely yes. तो क्या ये चीज हो सकती है कि आपको GST में तो वो डिसीजन पे या वो रूलिंग पर कुछ डिसीजन नहीं आया है, but you have a favorable decision in service court, service tax. Can you use it? Yes. इसका क्लासिक एग्जांपल है द केस लॉ ऑफ अराइज इंडिया, which we will see at a later point of stage. क्या था उसमें? As cartoon as it might feel, but the statement is very true that with great power comes great responsibility. Now, what is the power given to you to quote a judgment? Can you go wrong over here? No. If you are not confident, अगर आपको लगता है that it can fall back to you, please don't quote. On an average of 20 appeals that I file, in 18 of them I don't quote them. For a very simple reason, legally रास्ता available है. दो में भी कोट क्यों करना पड़ता है? Because there were 2 opinions that were given, both by different high courts. So if I quote one, I know what will come from the other party. Again, बार बार एक ही चीज बोलूंगा, पहले लॉ क्लियर कर लो, मतलब get the basics of the law crystal clear in your head, then come to a case law. Anyways, what is the power given to you to quote a judgment? What is the greater responsibility that you will have? To understand the quotableness of that judgment. Whether can you actually quote that? जैसे एक क्लासिक लैंडमार्क जजमेंट डीवाई बेथल, सबने सुना होगा. स्टूडेंट्स ने भी सुना रहता है ये जजमेंट, प्रोफेशनल्स ने भी सुना रहता है ये जजमेंट. व्हाई? बिकॉज इट एस्टैब्लिशेस अ प्रिंसिपल दैट अगर द रेसिपिएंट हैज पेड टू द सप्लायर, and the supplier does not pays it to the government, ITC cannot be denied. This is a standard judgment that is there. However, the dispute is in invoice, whether the supplier has issued a proper invoice or not. What is the dispute? Jैसे e-invoicing is applicable to your client. The client does not issue an e-invoice. That is the case. Can you quote DY Bethel? No. So to understand the quotableness of this judgment, you will have to ensure that whatever is the judgment that you are reading, you read it in full. Again, I'm just trying to brief you about what is coming around. So please note, just because मैंने आपको कोई केस लॉ दे दिया, does not mean आंख बंद करके वो कोट कर देने का, नहीं होता वैसा. Why? Because to my judgment it might be applicable. To you, maybe with abundance of your experience, I am a youngster. So with your experience, you might be feeling a case that this is not applicable only. क्यों? क्योंकि ठीक है, bottom line is it is in the favor of taxpayer. But when I read the judgment, I understand there are a lot of things written in the judgment that might go against the same taxpayer as well. So if that is a particular kind of a case law that you are trying to quote, please understand, if it is quotable, then only quote. So what is a case law? Case law or judicial pronouncements is the law which is made by the courts. It is not a parliament passed law. It is a decision that is given by a court. Now, please note, when I say that it is a decision by a court, two views are possible. Two different courts can give contrary opinions. Supreme Court का decision valid to an extent, yes. फिर भी there is a larger bench which may give out a different opinion as well. So what is a case law first? It is a law which is being made by the courts and decided by judges. To keep it more simple, it is a law based on judges in earlier legal process. See, अपना पहला तो case होगा नहीं, because if it's a very first case, then that might get turned into a landmark case. So on an assumption कि अपना case is not the first case on that matter, जो पुराना decision था, that is what case law will be. And third, meaning to keeping it more simpler, that case law is a law that is based on judicial decisions rather than law based on constitutions, statutes or regulations. Tell me one thing very honestly. Case law hai. Can the court misread a provision? Yes. So what will overrule? The statute will overrule or the case law will overrule? The statute will overrule. Can the government in the next budget or on the very next day come out with a retrospective amendment to law? We have seen it in the past, right? एक government का decision आया, एक judicial decision आया, in the very next budget, the law is changed in totality. What will override or what will rule then? Please note, constitution, statutes, regulations, they will always override the things, not your judicial pronouncements. That is the reason whenever it is told to me that you are supposed to quote a judgment, you need to do a 360-degree analysis of past, current, and I don't say the future, but then yes, at a lot of times, law notify hota hai, law is being changed, but that notification or that effectiveness is also missing. So at a lot of times, शायद future भी देखना पड़े आपको. However, whatever that I am discussing now, it is not just applicable to GST. Huh? So, the topic is how to read case laws faster relating to GST, but case laws ही है, कोई भी act में पढ़ लो. Two important things that you should always know before trying to do anything about case laws. जो आप case law quote करने की try कर रहे हो, whether that discusses question of law or that discusses question of fact. Why? Because आपका जो tribunal level का judgment होगा, is that permitted to discuss question of fact? Yes. High Court, Supreme Court will only discuss law. Tribunal तो ये discuss कर सकता है ना? So if you are quoting a tribunal judgment, please ensure that the facts are same. I am very stringent on the use of the word same because जब आप similar बोलते हो, आप मेरे को बोलते हो 19-20 मैटर है चला लो. Now as an officer कोई चला भी लेगा और कोई शायद रिजेक्ट भी कर देगा. That is on the wishes and whims and fancies of the officer. So what is question of law? अच्छा, one more thing. मैं one way नहीं बोल पाऊंगा because वो मेरे अंदर कुछ है that I cannot just keep on talking one way. So I'll please request the audience to be a little responsive. Sir, बोर हो रहा है क्या? So what is question of law? Okay, चलो अपन GST पे रुकते. Section 16(4) सबको मालूम है? It specifies the time limit to avail के take ITC. Avail ITC के take ITC. Avail ITC. Section 16(4) पढ़ोगे तो बोलता है to take. आप Section 16(1) रीड करोगे, 2 रीड करोगे तो वो बार-बार avail करता है किसी के पास बैरेक? अगर हो तो खोल के देख लेना. Section 16(4) will tell you to take ITC. अब take का मीनिंग क्या? बुक्स में लेने का. तो अगर मैंने 16(4) की कंडीशंस मेरे बुक में अकाउंटिंग कर दिया that yes I have taken that ITC in my books और मैंने पोर्टल पर नहीं अपलोड किया, it is fine as per 16(4). बट जब आप 16(1), 16(2) रीड करते हो, they are telling about availment and availment का the meaning that I understand is पोर्टल पे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक क्रेडिट लेजर में क्रेडिट होना चाहिए. क्वेश्चन ऑफ फैक्ट हुआ ना, लॉ तो हुआ नहीं. So what is question of law then? It interprets or rather it requires an interpretation of a statute. दो मीनिंग अगर पॉसिबल है तो it will always be question of law. Question of law जो है ना वो हमेशा ना रूल्स से आंसर होगा, एक्ट से आंसर होगा. If it is a strict provision, आपको लिटरल इंटरप्रिटेशन तो मालूम ही होगा क्या होता है. What is literal interpretation? Read it as it is. Don't apply your mind. Question of law will always be answered by fixed rules of law. Answered by judges, it is also called as point of law and it cannot be converted. मतलब question of law will never be converted to question of fact. Question of fact can be आपको goods मिला या नहीं मिला. Question of law will be whether it is a suppression या it is not a suppression. So question of law is what is suppression of facts? Is it defined under this act? Yes, it is defined. That it is a thing that you are supposed to disclose but you did not disclose. It's simple suppression of facts. Misstatement, place of supply. ये सब आपके क्वेश्चन ऑफ लॉ ही होने वाला है. क्वेश्चन ऑफ फैक्ट क्या होएगा? निहाल डिलीवरी किधर ली गुड्स की? आप बिग बाजार जाते हो? You go to DMart? Where do you take delivery of the goods? You take a trolley, you go to the counter and you take at the counter. एक DMart रेडी का भी कॉन्सेप्ट है. वहां पर डिलीवरी किधर लेते हो? उनके रेडीमेड सेंटर्स पे. अब मेरे को बात बताओ. Say you are at the Maharashtra and Gujarat border. You are at the border of Maharashtra and Gujarat. वहां पर एक डीमार्ट है और जो डीमार्ट रेडी का स्टोर है that is in say Gujarat and we are in Maharashtra. Assume. So what will be the place of supply in that case? आपने डिलीवरी ली है रेडी सेंटर से. आपने ऑनलाइन बुक किया ऑर्डर. You go to the delivery center, that is the DMart ready store, and you take delivery in that store. So अगर आपको ऐसा क्वेश्चन है तो it is a question of Law or fact? Law. It's a question of fact. क्यों? क्योंकि जहां पर आपने डिलीवरी ली, that will determine your place of supply. That is also one of the statement that I will make. कि जो क्वेश्चन ऑफ फैक्ट है ना, वो आप कन्वर्ट कर सकते हो क्वेश्चन ऑफ लॉ में, उल्टा नहीं होएगा. Am I clear? कैसे कन्वर्ट कर सकते हो? डीमार्ट रेडी का स्टोर है एंड देयर इज अ डिस्प्यूटेड बॉर्डर जोन. इसका एग्जांपल आई कैन टेक महाराष्ट्र एंड कर्नाटका. आई बिलीव Belgaum. Somebody will say Belgaum is in Maharashtra. Somebody will say Belgaum is in Karnataka. So ये सब अगर disputes है, so this question of fact might get converted to उल्टा होगा. Who can issue judgments? All of them. Supreme Court, High Court, Tribunal. Formed yet? No. Commissioner appeals का judgment, is it quotable? Is it in public domain? Is commissioner appeals का judgment available in public domain? Very simple question. नहीं, मैंने आपसे शेयर कर दिया, वो अलग बात रह गई, वो छोड़ दो. So if that is the case, you may use it. But if something that is not available on public domain, I have limitations whether it is usable or it is not usable. ठीक है? Advance ruling, appellate authority and other acts. Other act का judgment, why are we discussing in this act? क्योंकि आप legal jurisprudence draw कर सकते हो वहां से. At a lot of times, अच्छा, sir basic question पूछूं? How many of us read case laws? Okay. So people whosoever reading it, you will know a lot of times you will find के आप discuss तो GST Act कर रहे हो, अचानक से you will get a reference to the Income Tax Act, and उसका कुछ provisions वहां पर या कुछ legal jurisprudence उधर quote किया होता है. So you might as well refer to the other acts available for both pre-GST as well as post-GST. Pre-GST में ट्रिब्यूनल थी क्या? थी. Start. Let us discuss the availability. Supreme Court का available in public domain? Yes. High Courts? Tribunal के decisions? Commissioner appeals? Generally they are only with the parties involved. Advance ruling क्या? Yes. Any other appellate authorities? Yes. Other acts? Yes. Other act के लिए भी again the same history will repeat itself. Bindingness. Supreme Court का decision is binding on? Can the officer say मेरे को नहीं follow करना? बोलता है वो अलग बात है. बोल सकता है क्या? नहीं. हाई कोर्ट किस पे बाइंडिंग होता है? हाई कोर्ट का डिसीजन everybody in the same state or everybody across the country? Okay. Somebody was also telling. Yes, sir.
Two different judgments on the same subject, one is contrary, one no. So if it is binding on the same state authority.
Okay.
Okay.
Mhm.
Let us assume if the Maharashtra judgment is in favor of the assessee and Gujarat is in against the assessee, then Maharashtra authority needs to follow the Maharashtra judgment.
Perfect.
If there is only one judgment of any state, it is binding on the entire country.
Okay. What if you are a taxpayer of Karnataka?
It
And
is,
there are two judgments, एक महाराष्ट्र का एक गुजरात का.
Then the Karnataka authorities decide depending on the case.
At least that is what my interpretation is, that as well. If you are of the same state and if there are two judgments available, एक आपके state का एक दूसरे state का, आपके state का judgment will prevail. Favorable, non-favorable छोड़ दो. We are not discussing that even. But if एक ही high court का judgment available है, तो then जब तक contrary नहीं आ जाता, it is binding on everybody. Tribunal के लिए तो सेम लॉजिक अप्लाई नहीं होगा ना मैम. इनकम टैक्स में भी सेम क्वेश्चंस है. jurisdictions are everyone. Again, it will all boil down to how are you presenting the case. If you are strong enough to satisfy के सर देखो ये फैक्ट था, ये फैक्ट है, ये चीज थी, सेम चीज हो रही है, तो चाहे ट्रिब्यूनल पे हो, हाई कोर्ट का हो, सुप्रीम कोर्ट का हो, बाइंडिंग तो होगा. कमिश्नर अपील्स, parties involved, advance ruling, it is binding only on the parties involved. And appellate authorities and other acts is all the same jurisprudence. Now tell me one thing. Say you are a department's officer. आपको एक मैटर में कंफ्यूजन था. क्या था? कंफ्यूजन. एक एडवांस रूलिंग आई that is in your favor. Can that be imposed on me? If you say me no, then you are implying कि एडवांस रूलिंग की परसुएसिव वैल्यू भी नहीं होती है. That is what I was coming to. That a lot of times what will happen, आप एक पर्टिकुलर स्टैंड पे बहुत क्लियर थे, कुछ कॉन्ट्ररी एडवांस रूलिंग है. आई एम नॉट इवन गोइंग टू जजमेंट्स, एडवांस रूलिंग है वो. यू फील यार ये स्टेट में ये ऑफिसर ने तो ऐसा जजमेंट दिया है, व्हाट अबाउट मी? एंड देन यू स्टार्ट अप्लाइंग दैट लॉजिक टू योर प्रिंसिपल्स एज वेल. Please note, advance ruling की है ना, at the max that you can say that it has a persuasive value. उसके ऊपर the bindingness is not there. The officer, if he is a very smart one, will use the logic but will not quote the judgment. If the judgment is quoted, you have your protections ready. But if the judgment is not quoted, then please note आपका भी logic strong होना चाहिए वहां पर to negate it. Am I clear? What is the difference between a case law and a landmark case law? चलो, let me take it otherwise. मोहित मिनरल्स में क्या हुआ था? ओशियन फ्रीट. क्यों मोहित मिनरल्स का नाम सबको याद है? ओके. डीवाई बेथल का नाम सबको याद ही होगा. क्यों याद है? मतलब ऐसा तो है नहीं ना कि वो डीवाई बेथल पहला जजमेंट आया था ऑन दैट मैटर. क्यों? क्योंकि उसका सिमिलर मैटर अराइज इंडिया है. बट इफ आई से अराइज इंडिया यू विल नॉट रिमेंबर. डीवाई बेथल बराबर याद आएगा. मैटर तो दोनों ने सेम ही डिस्कस किया था. कोई सर्विस टैक्स वाले अगर होंगे ना तो दे विल रिमेंबर अराइज इंडिया वेरी वेल. डीवाई बेथल शायद नहीं भी याद होगा. See the difference between a landmark case and a different case is आप सब पीड़ित थे. That is what I believe you also said. You are all tired because of an issue. But जैसा चल रहा था चला रहे थे. Somebody got irritated. He approached higher authorities. And then that higher authorities read law in a way that neither the department could think of nor you could think of. So जब एक रीडिंग से तीसरा इंटरप्रिटेशन आता है ना, such judgments are landmark judgments. अब ओशन फ्रेट पर टैक्स लगेगा नहीं लगेगा. नाउ डिड यू इवन गिव इट अ थॉट के सीआईएफ के लिए अलग प्रिंसिपल्स हो सकता है, एफओबी के लिए अलग हो सकता है? इफ यस, गुड इनफ. मेजॉरिटीइज्म में नहीं दिया होगा. तो मैटर तो एक ही है ना, आपने फ्रेट ही पे किया, वेदर यू डिड इट ऑन सीआईएफ वैल्यू और एफओबी वैल्यू, ठीक है, फ्रेट ही तो पे हुआ ना. तो अगर तीसरा मीनिंग आया है कहीं से और वो सहारा लिया गया है आपके केस लॉ का, then that is surely a landmark case law. Distinguishes a new principle that refines a prior principle, thus departing from prior practices without violating the rules of the statute, establishing a test or measurable standard for future applications as well. Components of a judgment. ठीक है, reference to an order or sub order. Facts are always of two kinds. एक disputed and second is undisputed. Nihal is delivering a lecture. Is it a disputed fact? No. Nihal is delivering a lecture in Mizoram. Now is it disputed? Yes. क्यों? ऑनलाइन भी तो हो सकता था ना, बट फिर भी you can dispute one thing. Arguments of the applicant. अभी है ना, we have a very bad habit, at least I have this very bad habit. I'll read only one part of the arguments, which is done by the taxpayer. If it's in favor of the taxpayer, and if it's in favor of the department, I'll read only the arguments made by the department. No, this is wrong. Even if though I do it, but फिर भी गलती करता हूँ. क्यों? Because later we'll understand के ये ऐसा आधा अधूरा नहीं पढ़े जाती चीज. So if you are also following me or if I am following all of you, so please note दोनों side के arguments read करो, so that you will understand why the particular judgment was given. Analysis of the bench judgment and finally the conclusion. Some important terms to understand. Res judicata. It says that a matter has been adjudicated by a competent court and thus may not be persuaded further by the same parties. एक कोई भी आप अगर लीगल मूवी देखोगे, you will find a very famous line. Now I rest my case. ये लो. Please rest your cases. Obiter dicta. Now this is a passing comment. अब जैसे अपन डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं, some of you might be feeling sleepy. ये क्या पका रहा है सुबह सुबह? So I pass a फुद्दू सा joke over here. That is nothing but come to the legal aspect of it. It is an expression of opinion that is uttered in the court. एक जब अपन कुछ चीज लिखते हैं, तो we also start to give out examples for that. जैसे in one of the cases that was at Sestat, the previous regime, I had to compare a manpower service with an auditor's service. Manpower का service with an auditor service, wherein I was arguing with the bench के सर अगर आप मैंने आदमी भेजा and that is treated as a manpower, तो सर कल से जब मेरे इंटर्न्स आएंगे आप बोलोगे निहाल ये मैनपावर चल रहा है, ऑडिटिंग नहीं चालू है. Now it might sound ये क्या कंक्लूजन या आर्ग्यूमेंट है, बट देन दैट इज व्हाट इट इज कि आपको कभी कभी ऐसे आर्ग्यूमेंट्स भी करना पड़ेगा. इफ यू हियर जजमेंट्स, you know at a lot of time you will see that a judge will keep passing comments in between. Now those passing comments are not written anywhere but passed to explain either it in a better way or to deal with it in a better way. Please note they are not essential to the decision, therefore they are not legally binding. And therefore, they are merely an incidental remark. This is one thing that you need to understand, because this is the basis of the judgment. Last month, Commissioner Appeals, we made an error. Okay. Now, what was the error made? Refund application was made. In that, you are supposed to update your shipping bill and then put up a refund application, so that आपका shipping bill and जो customs का data है, that is matched and the refund is processed. Simple procedure. Now my client in a hurry, what he did, shipping bill update किया नहीं, refund application डाल दिया. Circular 126 बहुत clear है that the officer is supposed to match it. Match होगा? Detail नहीं है, match कहाँ से होएगा? Not match. Officer at the first level rejected that refund. अब क्या करने का? Go to appeal. While going to that appeal, we were asked, अब जाके amend करके दिखाओ हमको. Is that possible? No. क्यों? क्योंकि instructions to form GSTR 1 that says you that once you have filed a refund application, that same invoice number cannot be amended. Stuck? जो सर्कुलर ने फंसाया वही सर्कुलर ने वे आउट दिया. सर्कुलर 126 बाइंडेड अस, इट ओनली गिव अ वे आउट दैट ठीक है, आपने अगर इनवॉइस अपलोड नहीं किया डिटेल्स, the officer can still go ahead and very well verify from the physical copies whether everything is appearing same or not. Now this was the sole ground that we relied on. कि सर हमने शिपिंग बिल तो अपलोड नहीं किया पोर्टल पे, बट आप वेरीफाई तो कर ही सकते थे ना. Now because you did not verify it, you refunded my refund. Sorry, you rejected my refund. What was the deciding factor for us? Sir, you did not verify. Had you verified, you would have come to that conclusion. Invoice number is same, everything is same. Sir, you did not verify was nothing but reasons for decision for us. So what is this ratio, deci, ND? It is nothing but literally means reason for deciding. You will not believe, I cannot take the name of the commissioner. He asked us literally, तू खाली कौन से point पे अटका है ना, तू मेरे को circular में उसको highlight करके दे दे, मैं तेरा refund pass कर देता हूँ. This is what the commissioner told us on our face. सिर्फ कहाँ पर अटका है, कहाँ पर लिखा है, तू मेरे को guide कर दे. So please keep your reasons very handy and conclude that as well. अभी आते हैं finally on the main topic, how to read things faster. First things first, please read it in completeness, because I still remember one of the very senior advocates passing a statement like this. Everybody is happy about Mohit Minerals, right? Sir, landmark judgment, ye judgment, wo judgment. He's like, if you read the order fully, you will understand कि उन्होंने बहुत सी चीजें ना in the favor of government settle कर दी. Now we'll understand that only if we read it fully. Otherwise, question पढ़ा और नीचे का judgment पढ़ा, that I also do, but I do it only for advanced rulings. क्यों? क्योंकि वो applicability नहीं है ना, binding नहीं है मेरे पे. Please read it in full. Don't be dependent only on the head note. The primary duty of the court is to uphold the laws in force. कोर्ट्स का काम सिर्फ जजमेंट, जो एक्ट है ना उसका जजमेंट देना होता है, वो नया लॉ नहीं बनाते. One needs to understand the importance of chronology of events. You know, at a lot of times we get this WhatsApp forward. आप chronology समझिए. वो मीम के हिसाब से भी ठीक है और केस लॉ के हिसाब से भी ठीक है. Keep the underlying law handy. Not to boast about myself, but even after delivering over 500 seminars and taking as many CA final, CS, etc. batches, अभी भी अगर कोई केस लॉ पढ़ना होएगा ना, बेयर एक्ट टेबल पे रहेगा मेरे, फॉर अ वेरी सिंपल अंडरस्टैंडिंग. ठीक है, मेरा मीनिंग अब तक ये था, आज शायद कुछ लॉ अमेंड होगा, इट कैन चेंज एज वेल. सो प्लीज, इवन इफ यू आर रीडिंग अप अ केस लॉ, अपना एक कॉपी ऑफ द बेयर एक्ट, कीप इट ऑन योर टेबल एंड देन रीड इट. बी क्लियर विद द प्रिंसिपल्स एंड प्रोविजंस ऑफ द एक्ट. ठीक है, वन नीड्स टू अंडरस्टैंड the references of the case law relied upon by both the parties. ये कब समझ में आएगा? when you read the arguments by the opposite party. One needs to understand the arguments of both sides in order to explain the facts, and the operative part is nothing but the conclusive part of the judgment. ठीक है. How to read anything faster is prioritize your reading schedules to help you improve your speed reading. How many of us read 1 hour a day daily? How many pages do we read? See, when I asked how many of us read 1 hour a day daily, hardly 10 से 12 लोगों के हाथ खड़े हुए थे. And then we expect, जब time आएगा ना, I'll perform. कुछ नहीं होता है. If you are habituated to reading, you can merge those words and then move ahead. But reading का habit ही नहीं है. And you are like fast पढ़ो. Then at the start of the session that I said, कुछ conclusion पे पहुंच ही नहीं पाए. क्यों? दिमाग को प्रोसेस किधर करवाया आपने? Make it a habit to read things. 1 घंटा minimum. Take a break, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. Once you have read for 15 minutes, 30 minutes, रुक जाओ 5-10 मिनट, वापस स्टार्ट करो. अब बहुत से लोग है ना, आई डोंट नो, लाइट बचाने के चक्कर में दे डोंट रीड इन अ वेल लिट एनवायरनमेंट. सूरज की रोशनी आ रही है ना, पढ़ लेते हैं. प्लीज यूज द इलेक्ट्रिसिटी एंड अच्छे से कोई एनवायरनमेंट में बैठो जहां पर यू आर हैविंग पीस. बहुत से लोग ऐसे पढ़ते हैं. सम पीपल रीड लाइक दिस. कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. If you feel that you keep it near, you will be able to read it faster. No, it's a myth. Reading is eye's job. Even if I'm reading like this, I'll read at the same speed. I read like this, I may not even see letters. Focus on keywords. अच्छा, if you want to just read करने के लिए भी करना है, ये please ध्यान रख लेना. Read the first sentence and the last sentence of a paragraph to quickly skim a section of text for relevant information. अपने को बचपन में सिखाया जाता था, whenever you start something, please ensure that you are setting the theme, and whenever you end something, please ensure that the theme is ended or the theme is finished. So if you read the first and the last sentence, you will understand now what it is all about. So अगर काम का है तो पढ़ो. जैसे at a lot of times you will read it in judgment. The references is drawn to section 7(1) of the CGST Act. Now 7(1) कोट हुआ होएगा. And finally यहाँ पर you will understand that क्या था, ABC, importation of services. So now that के खत्म हो गया. तो फर्स्ट और लास्ट भी अगर पढ़ लोगे तो भी you will get a nick के पैराग्राफ में लिखा क्या होएगा. Small techniques are there. बहुत छोटे techniques है. And let me tell you, after applying all of these techniques, yesterday I was able to read 2 judgments, one of 9 sides, one of 55 sides in 30 minutes time. And when coming from my home to here, I was able to read another judgment of 153 sides in 1 hour's time. होता है. बट उसके लिए ऑब्वियसली लॉ क्लियर होना चाहिए. वो अंडरलाइन पढ़ने के लिए लेट अस अंडरस्टैंड दिस टेक्निक्स एज वेल. टॉक टू योरसेल्फ लेस एंड अवॉइड साउंडिंग ईच वर्ड. अ लॉट ऑफ अस, बहुत आदत होती है ना, बोल के पढ़ूंगा ना याद हो जाएगा. हाँ, हो जाएगा, बट स्पीड आपके पास में, आई एम श्योर किसी के पास में इतना टाइम नहीं है. क्योंकि if there is a case that comes to you which is for hearing in say 7 days ahead time, आप क्या करोगे? एक एक वर्ड फाइल की तो पढ़ोगे नहीं ना, यू विल हैव टू रीड इट क्विकली। और उसमें अगर आपकी ऐसे पढ़ने की आदत है कि एक एक वर्ड आप स्पेल आउट कर रहे हो खुद को, आई डोंट से कि नहीं होगा, बट एक बार पढ़ लोगे, और एक बार पढ़ के कौन रिप्रेजेंटेशन दे पाएगा? एटलीस्ट आई बीइंग अ यंगस्टर आई कैन नॉट गिव, यू आर ऑल एक्सपीरियंस्ड पीपल, यू में, आई बीइंग अ यंगस्टर मेरे से नहीं होता। सो कैसे अवॉइड करने का? इफ यू कीप योर माउथ ऑक्यूपाइड, फॉर श्योर आप रीड नहीं कर पाओगे। सेकेंड, फिंगर अगेंस्ट योर लिप्स। आई सेड स्टार्ट में ही, जो स्कूल में सिखाया था ना वापस वही सीखने वाले हैं। टैप योर फुट और हैंड, पॉइंट टू वर्ड्स दैट यू आर रीडिंग। यू नो स्कूल में अपने को ऐसे ही सिखाया जाता था ना रीड करने को। दिस इज हाउ वी वर टॉट टू रीड इन स्कूल, राइट? सेम चीज प्लीज फॉलो करो। लिसनिंग टू म्यूजिक एंड नॉट सॉन्ग्स। गाना नहीं सुनने का, म्यूजिक सुनने का। डिफरेंस है दोनों का, मालूम ना? And please don't listen to that hard rock music as well. Otherwise, instead of peace, you might go to some another zone. Cover your things with an index card. That is another technique that people follow. Cards aate hain, you know, if you have read the first line, hide it. If you have read the second line, फिर से hide it. So that you know what you want to read. And ये paper है, ठीक है? I am sure ma'am also did the same thing when she was reading my introduction today. How, ma'am, if you don't mind, can I point it out with your permission? In this introduction, it is reading that I am pursuing LLB from Mumbai University. Ma'am skipped it and made me an advocate already. Ma'am, abhi tak 2.5 साल बाकी है. So, why this happens? Because 3 लाइन है, एक लाइन स्किप हुआ, अगर नहीं ढका उसको ना, आगे पीछे हो जाएगा जंबलिंग अप। सो ऑल दिस आर टेक्निक्स ओनली ना, बिकॉज बहुत सी बार यही होता है अपने साथ में भी। वी आर रीडिंग समथिंग, अचानक से कुछ दूसरा दिखता है, एंड देन वी आर लाइक ये शायद पढ़ लिया था मैंने, एंड देन वी कम बैक अगेन। मैम प्लीज डोंट टेक अदरवाइज। सो इफ यू वांट, यू कैन ऑल्सो प्लेस योर हैंड्स लाइक दिस, टिपिकली शॉर्ट. Use an index card, point card. This way you can train yourself not to look at the previous sentences. If your eyes jump several words or lines back again, you need to rest. ऐसा नहीं है पढ़ने बैठे तो पूरा GST एक्ट पढ़ लिया एक दिन में, नहीं 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 पढ़ने का अपने को, आराम से. Hand pacing technique is one more simple techniques that will, for example, if I have to count, I'll always count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Same way I will read like this only. Again, a technique most of us learned it during our school days. But again, as I say, when we grow older, we grow out of our shoes as well. So, भूल गए. Move your eyes as you read. Don't move your head. Move your, पढ़ना आँख से है ना. I've seen people read like this. Head नहीं, keep your head still and move your eyes. As and when you read, when reading, your eyes should move, stopping on same words and skipping words. However, you can only comprehend when you are reading with your eyes moving. Learning to move your eyes can help you read faster. So try at one line at a time. एक लाइन ट्राई करो रीड करके. शुरुआत में ना आपको ऐसा लगेगा कि आंखें झल रही है, आंखें दुख रही है आपकी. Please note it is because we have accustomed ourselves to read in a manner कि अपना सर हिलता है. थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा, then you will get used to it. हाँ, और अगर फिर भी नहीं होता है तो प्लीज मुझे गाली दे देना, बट डॉक्टर के पास चले जाना कि क्या हो रहा है आंखों में. जोक, ऑल जोक्स आर फॉलिंग फ्लैट टुडे. कुछ नहीं हो सकता आज में. ट्राई दिस एक्सरसाइज. सिंपल एक्सरसाइज इज राइट अ लेटर X ऑन व्हाटएवर वर्ड दैट यू वांट टू रीड. ये है ना, हम जब व्हेन आई वाज एन ऑडिट स्टूडेंट इन 2015, उस टाइम पे आवर फैकल्टीज यूज्ड टू टेल अस दिस थिंग. ऑडिट है ना, उसमें आपको कुछ टिपिकल वर्ड्स लिखने पड़ेंगे. सो हाउ डू यू रीड दैट वर्ड्स? वो वर्ड पे आकर ऐसा एक्स वाई स्टार ड्रॉ समथिंग so that your eyes are reading that in a sentence. Same चीज है. Please apply them a little bit. Research show that you can only read 8 letters to the right of your eye and 4 to the left, which is approximately 2 or 3 words at a time. In other words, you can notice letters 9 to 15 spaces to the right, but cannot comprehend them. Set a faster reading pace before working on comprehension. आपको फास्ट रीड करना है ना, तो पहले सिर्फ फास्ट रीड करो. जैसे a lot of times when I used to work out in gyms as well, तो my trainer always used to tell me, तू खाली खाने पर फोकस कर, बॉडी में कैसा वर्कआउट होएगा वो छोड़ दे, खाली खाने पर फोकस कर तू. सेम वे, प्लीज फोकस ओनली ऑन रीडिंग. Comprehension will happen. See, for in 1 hour's 30 minutes time, I cannot tell you or teach you, you know, कैसा फास्ट भी पढ़ने का और कैसा दिमाग में प्रोसेस भी करने का. But at least I can tell you how to read. And see, I am sure if your law is clear, comprehension will take place in mind. वापस क्या क्लियर होना चाहिए? कोई नहीं बोल रहा, सब सो गए लगता है. No jokes are working today. Your law should be clear. Time your speed. If you are very much focused on things के नहीं, मेरे को मेरा analysis समझना है, that how fast am I reading? There are tools available. You can count them as well. But still, I don't recommend all of it because act law, case law पढ़ेंगे finally जाके. So comprehension is as important as reading it faster. सेट ऑब्टेनेबल गोल्स. मुझे एक दिन में डेल कार्नेगी की 555 पेज की बुक रीड करनी है, नॉट पॉसिबल. या मुझे एक दिन में जीएसटी एक्ट, जीएसटी रूल्स, जीएसटी फॉर्म्स, जीएसटी एडवांस रूलिंग जजमेंट सब रीड करना है, नॉट पॉसिबल. एक दिन में पूरा एक्ट भी रीड नहीं होगा, एटलीस्ट मैं तो नहीं पढ़ सकता. सो इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल. सो डू व्हाट इज इन योर रीच. है ना, सबका रीच अलग अलग हो सकता है, दैट आई एग्री, बट देन यू नो योरसेल्फ बेटर देन व्हाट आई डू. रीड द बिगिनिंग एंड एंड ऑफ अ सेक्शन, दैट इज व्हाट आई ऑलवेज टेल. अगर थीम समझना है टू व्हाट यू आर रीडिंग, फर्स्ट पार्ट एंड लास्ट पार्ट पढ़ लो, तभी जाकर वो चीज समझ में आने वाली है. अब कुछ पीपल आर लाइक, निहाल सेक्शन 16 1 2 3 4 क्या पढ़ने का? सेक्शन जो स्टार्टिंग होता है वहां से लेकर सीधा सेक्शन 4 का एंड पढ़ू क्या? नहीं. इफ यू आर रीडिंग सब सेक्शन 1, प्लीज नोट 1 का स्टार्ट पढ़ोगे और 1 का एंड पढ़ोगे. 2 पढ़ोगे तो 2 का स्टार्ट और 2 का एंड पढ़ोगे. Am I clear? Circle important words throughout the text. Now this is what I personally follow as well. हाँ, थोड़ा सा रीडिंग हिट लेता है, but then when you try to comprehend things, it helps. For example, at a lot of our sections, they always start with notwithstanding anything. So when I read section 17.5, I know मेरा section 16.1 और 18.1 is not applicable on them. क्यों? क्योंकि वो notwithstanding से start हुआ है. But I also know section 16.2, 3, 4 पे कोई prohibition नहीं है. क्यों? बिकॉज नॉटविथस्टैंडिंग एनीथिंग इन 16.1 एंड 18.1 लिखा है ना. हेलो, आर वी क्लियर? यूज अ पेन और अ हाइलाइटर टू अंडरलाइन एंड सर्कल कीवर्ड्स. नाउ प्लीज पे सम क्लोज अटेंशन टू वर्ड्स दैट आर रिपीटेड सेवरल टाइम्स. व्हाई? क्योंकि जब आप अपना जीएसटी एक्ट पढ़ते हो ना, यू विल फाइंड एट अ लॉट ऑफ प्लेस on the recommendations of the council, the central government may on the recommendations of the council, may on the recommendations of the council. तो you should know ना कि क्या चीज गवर्नमेंट खुद कर सकती है, क्या चीज recommendations of the council से होगी, क्या चीज by notification आएगी. जैसे if somebody tells me, अच्छा, can somebody answer my very simple question? exemptions, are they a part of act or not? सर आप करते हो ना आईडीटी में प्रैक्टिस, फिर कोई नहीं जवाब देता तो मैं आपके पास आता हूँ. Agreed, but that is not my question. Are they part of the act? No. They come from notifications. अगर आपको exemption amend करना है तो you don't have to sit and amend the act. Notification amend कर लिया, खत्म हो गया काम. Am I making sense? तो आपको मालूम होना चाहिए ना कि क्या चीज कहां से मिलने वाली है. वो कैसे मालूम पड़ेगा? When you use this all of schedules, are schedules part of act? Yes. So अगर कुछ schedule को amend करना है तो you will have to go to parliament and get it processed from there. Notification के लिए जाना पड़ेगा क्या? इसीलिए exemptions को notification में रखा है. Just out of the topic हो गया, but then just legal backing to that. Words that you don't recognize. For example, if you are reading a tweet from Shashi Tharoor, I am sure 90% of the words would be the things that we don't. So act में भी आएगा ऐसा कुछ ना कुछ धमाकेदार. क्या आ गया? अब एक्ट पढ़ना है तो पता तो होना चाहिए क्या आ गया. तो you'll have to understand that meaning as well. How to read faster? Again, techniques, pay attention to pictures and diagrams. See, as a professional, I will not like or prefer to read anything other than bare acts. But a lot of us are like bare act boring होता है, pictures नहीं है, diagrams नहीं है, colorful नहीं है, X, Y, Z, and we read an author's book. I do not say don't read it, but अगर आप पढ़ रहे हो, and if there are any diagrams and pictures in that, please pay very attention to arrow कहाँ से start हुआ है और arrow कहाँ पर आके end हुआ है. Because a lot of times जानबूझ के तो कोई गलती करता नहीं है, but because of an error कुछ arrow इधर उधर हो गया तो पूरा अर्थ का अनर्थ हो जाता है. Just a suggestion. Pay close attention to pictures and diagrams. बार बार read the first sentence of each paragraph if you are confused. क्यों होता है ना, पढ़ रहे भूल गए किधर है. अगर आपने फर्स्ट लाइन और लास्ट लाइन पढ़ी है और अगर उस बात को 2 मिनट ही हुए तो आपको याद आ जाएगा कि ये ऑलरेडी पढ़ा है या नहीं पढ़ा है. रिजॉर्ट टू स्किमिंग. स्किमिंग बेसिकली मीन्स कि आप है ना मर्ज कर देते हो टेक्स्ट को. You are reading things and then you club them and you read it, move ahead. So resort to skimming when a vague understanding is needed. Though this is something that should not take place in law, that आप कुछ भी समझ के आ गए और आप कुछ भी आकर प्रेजेंट कर रहे हो. Let me give you a very real life example for that. How many of us go to department? Almost everybody. ऑफिसर की लॉ की अंडरस्टैंडिंग कैसी है? They make their own laws and understand them. That is basically a vague understanding. क्यों? 2019, I was encountering a service tax audit. 2019 में. अब वो ऑफिसर यहां से गया जीएसटी ऑडिट में. अब वो क्या इंटरप्रेट कर पाएगा या क्या पढ़ पाएगा वो? अब जो पढ़ेगा वही समझेगा, और टाइम तो आपने बहुत दे दिया उसको पढ़ने का. वो जितना भी टाइम बचा उसमें उसने लॉ पढ़ा और लॉ पढ़ के आपको एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग दी. एक्ट में ऐसा लिखा है, इसका मीनिंग ये होता है. छोड़ो, जीएसटीआर 9 सबने भरा है, ऑफिसर पे तो जाते ही नहीं. अपन खुद पे एग्जांपल लेता हूँ, बहुत आसान रहता है. जीएसटीआर 9 सबने भरा है, Table number, I believe 13 and 14. Current year's things done in the next year disclose करना होता है. हाँ? Read the heading of that form. क्या मीनिंग आता है वो पढ़ के? पिछले साल का करना क्या है, इस साल का अगले साल में. ये सब एग्जांपल्स है ऑफ वेग अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ द प्रोविजंस. समरी ऑफ हाउ टू रीड फास्टर, बिकॉज जो आगे का आधा घंटा रहेगा उसमें आई विल नॉट बी डिलीवरिंग एनीथिंग. आई विल कीप आस्किंग यू क्वेश्चंस, बम्बार्ड. क्योंकि आप सब तो केस लॉस पढ़ के आए हो, मैंने तो नहीं पढ़े, आप लोग तो पढ़ के आए हो. सो समरी ऑफ हाउ टू रीड फास्टर. रिक्वेस्ट, हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट, हाथ जोड़ के विनंती फ्रॉम माय यंगर ब्रदर टू ऑल ऑफ यू ऑल. पढ़ना है केस लॉ तो प्लीज पूरा पढ़ना, वरना मत पढ़ो. बिकॉज हाफ नॉलेज इज मोर डेंजरस देन हैविंग नो नॉलेज एट ऑल. आधा अधूरा एक तरफा कहानी नहीं सुन के जाने का किधर भी. सो रीड ऑलवेज देम इन फुल, डोंट सब वोकलाइज, लिसन टू म्यूजिक. ब्रैकेट स्पेसिफिक बोल रहा है, नॉट सॉन्ग्स. एंड म्यूजिक ऑल्सो जो आपके दिमाग को शांत करे while reading. Follow the finger or pen while reading. Avoid visual regressions. Identify group of words. Read the first and the last line. Go faster than you think is possible. Now that does not mean that you develop a vague understanding. पहले स्लो ही स्टार्ट करना होता है. जब अपन सबको लगे ना that now I am okay reading 1 hour a day, फिर स्पीड अप करना होता है. Because I am sure if any of us have any time in life gone to a gym, पहले दिन आपसे डेडलिफ्ट नहीं करवाई थी किसी ने, या पहले दिन आपको 15-15 किलो के डंबल्स उठा कर काम करने को नहीं बोला था. Am I clear? Important judgments for whose discussion? Audience's discussion. अच्छा, is the session clear till now? वापस कंपोनेंट्स ऑफ अ जजमेंट. आई नो स्लाइड का रिपीटेशन है, बट देन इट इज रिक्वायर्ड. रेफरेंस टू ऑर्डर, फैक्ट्स ऑफ द केस, आर्ग्यूमेंट्स ऑफ द एप्लीकेंट, आर्ग्यूमेंट्स ऑफ द respondent, analysis of the bench or judgment, and finally conclusion of the bench. So what is our bad habit? We'll read this. आगे का सब राम भरोसे. समझ आया तो भी ठीक, नहीं आया तो फाइनली मेरे को मालूम है कौन से पैराग्राफ में कंक्लूजन लिखा है, मैं वो कोट करके आ जाऊंगा. लाइक अ बॉस वॉकिंग आउट ऑफ द ऑफिस. उसके आगे क्या होता है सबको मालूम, बट लेट अस नॉट गेट इनटू दैट. Commercial Steel Limited, it's a judgment by the Supreme Court. This does not discuss GST. तो काय को डिस्कशन कर रहे निहाल? It is because at a lot of times ना क्लाइंट आएगा आपके पास में, चलो रिट एप्लीकेशन फाइल करते हैं. क्या करने, डायरेक्ट हमको हाई कोर्ट के पास ही जाना है. आई डोंट वांट टू डील विद डिपार्टमेंटल ऑफिसर्स, आई डायरेक्टली वांट टू गो टू द कोर्ट ऑफ लॉज. कैन यू गो? आंसर इज नो. writ आप तब अप्लाई कर सकते हो when you don't have an alternative remedy in hand. ओके चलो इस पे अपन आते हैं. आई डिस्कस अ केस विथ यू, ठीक है, बिकॉज इट इज फॉर योर डिस्कशन सर. आप जा रहे थे मुंबई से गुजरात से अहमदाबाद, आप जा रहे थे, आपने महाराष्ट्र का बॉर्डर क्रॉस किया, आपको वडोदरा पे एक्सप्रेस वे पकड़ना था, बट यू मिस्ड दैट लेन बिकॉज ऑफ रेनफॉल, कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्क, XYZ रीजन. आप वो हाईवे चूक गए. बिकॉज ऑफ दैट यू हैड टू चेंज योर रूट्स. योर गुड्स वर इंटरसेप्टेड इन बिटवीन. नाउ द डिपार्टमेंट इज कंटेंडिंग दैट आपको अहमदाबाद जाना ही नहीं था. आप कैजुअल टैक्सेबल पर्सन हो, यू हैव गॉट योर गुड्स हियर, you do not want to pay CGST and SGST, therefore Now I'll levy a penalty on you. I'll levy a penalty on you. Ye facts of the case, sir. Is the department's contention right? Are the facts clear? The मेरा communication बराबर होगा. Is the department's contention right? Yes, no. अच्छा, आपको मालूम अभी you can also hear the live proceedings of courts. Live proceedings of courts अभी आप भी सुन सकते हो YouTube पे जाके. कभी है ना एक बार सुनना, मजा आएगा बहुत. Why? Because I was hearing one of the judges and the matter was similar only. So the judges passed a remark. वो रास्ता भूल गया, उसका 100 रीजंस हो सकता है. बारिश ज्यादा हो रही थी, रास्ता टूटा हुआ था. इट कैन बी XYZ रीजन. उसने गूगल पे चेक किया, एक्सप्रेस वे फुल दिखा रहा था, दूसरा रास्ता शॉर्ट बता रहा था. तो जस्ट बिकॉज उसने वे डाइवर्ट किया, that does not means that he is trying to defraud you or not charge C+S. So is the contention of the department right? अभी भी कोई नहीं जवाब दे रहा सर. भूख लगी? Yes. अच्छा, it's almost one. The contention of the department right? अरे see, you know बहुत सी ठीक है, I got कुछ 2-3 लोगों ने no बोला है. Thank you for waking up. Commissioner Appeals was, we were arguing, me and the Commissioner Appeals were arguing. Hardcore argument चालू है. Out of nowhere that Commissioner Appeals says, मैं क्या भगवान है क्या? सर ये किधर से आया? मैं क्या जज समझ के रखा है क्या मेरे को हाई कोर्ट सुप्रीम कोर्ट का? मैं बोला सर बोलना क्या चाह रहे हो? जो सर्कुलर में लिखा है मैं वही मानूंगा, उसके अलावा मेरे को कुछ नहीं मानना. Do you feel I am somebody like this? जो इतना ब्लंट आंसर देगा आप लोगों को? नहीं समझ रही पब्लिक, आउट कंटेक्स्ट हो रहा है, छोड़ो. अरे tell me, is the contention right? No, the contention is not appropriate. So if the contention is not appropriate and an negative order was passed, what you should have done? आपको नोटिस तो सर्व हुआ ना? हाँ हुआ, क्योंकि आप उसने आपका गुड्स इंटरसेप्ट किया, आपके ट्रक ड्राइवर को रोका, उसको समझाया, और ड्राइवर को क्या समझा नहीं समझा छोड़ दो, बट उसने अपना काम किया. सो वर यू सर्व्ड अप्रोप्रिएट नोटिसेस? यस. नेगेटिव ऑर्डर पास आया? यस. सो व्हाट यू शुड हैव डन? यू शुड हैव गॉन टू 107 एंड फाइल्ड एन अपील. कुछ क्लाइंट्स जोश में होते हैं, सीधा बोलते हैं निहाल, आर्टिकल 226 ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन हैज गिवन अ पावर टू एवरी सिटीजन टू फाइल अ writ. चलो writ फाइल करने. ऑल्टरनेटिव रेमेडी अवेलेबल? अवेलेबल. आपको ऑप्ट किया आपने? नहीं. कुछ प्रॉब्लम? मेरी क्या आपकी? आप डिपार्टमेंट हो तो डिपार्टमेंट तो यही बोलेगा ना, अपील थी ना, अपील करनी चाहिए थी. यू डायरेक्टली वेंट टू द writ. ठीक है. द ऑनरेबल हाई कोर्ट ऑल्सो गिव अ फेवर इन the taxpayers department favor. बराबर है. So what if an alternative remedy was available? So the amount involved, if it was huge, what will the department do? Will it keep quiet? Yes, sir. Correct. So what will the department do? It will argue for non-maintainability of writ. Department went to Supreme Court and said, ठीक है, the writ is there, High Court gave a favorable judgment, सब ठीक है मान लिया, but writ maintainable नहीं है. So when you say that the writ is not maintainable, is the decision maintainable? Of course not. So this judgment discusses कि आप कब writ डायरेक्टली अप्लाई कर सकते हो. GST जजमेंट है, yes. जो अपन ने फैक्ट्स डिस्कस किए वर द सेम फैक्ट्स ऑफ दिस केस एज वेल, yes. That is some south का region है, so I cannot pronounce the name right, so I took some another example. So what it is telling, that in para 11 the existence of an alternative remedy is not an absolute bar to maintainability of writ. What is this line signify? ठीक है, ऑल्टरनेटिव रेमेडी था आपके पास में, बट अगर आपने ऑप्ट नहीं किया तो दैट डज नॉट मीन कि आपका writ हर एक सिचुएशन में हम रिजेक्ट करेंगे. आपका writ कब मेंटेनेबल है, दैट इज अ ब्रीच ऑफ अ फंडामेंटल राइट. फंडामेंटल राइट मीनिंग right given in the constitution. Sir, example, right to do business, violation of principles of natural justice. Everybody in the litigation favorite words, my natural justice is violated. अरे भाई कैसे, वो नहीं पता लेकिन नेचुरल जस्टिस इज. अब ये जो अपन ने जस्ट केस लो जो डिस्कस किया, वर योर नेचुरल जस्टिस वायोलेटेड? नो. क्यों? सामने वाले ने मेरे को नोटिस दिया, ही गेव मी एन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू प्रेजेंट माय केस, आई वेंट, आई डिड नॉट वेंट, दैट इज माय प्रॉब्लम. उसने तो अपना काम इज्जत से किया ना, so he is properly following principles of natural justice. But if not, you may directly approach the high court. An excess of jurisdiction. अब इसका मीनिंग क्या है? Happened with one of my clients only. I purchased a goods, say XYZ का goods मैंने खरीदा. Purchase look sales ले लेता हूँ. Sales would be easier for us to understand. I sold goods to sir. सर के वहां पर रेड पड़ी है. किसके इधर रेड पड़ी है? सर के वहां पर. सर इज इन साउथ मुंबई, आई एम इन नॉर्थ मुंबई, तो जुरिस्डिक्शन तो सेम हो नहीं सकता हमारा. रेड पड़ी सर के वहां पर. सर का ऑफिसर कॉल्स मी कि तूने इतना टैक्स डिपॉजिट नहीं किया है. हु इज कॉलिंग मी? सर का ऑफिसर. जुरिस्डिक्शन का है क्या मेरे? नो. So ideally what that fellow should have done, he should have written it to my jurisdictional officer कि भाई तेरे टैक्स पेयर ने having GST and has sold goods to my taxpayer and he has not deposited the tax. So if an excess of jurisdiction is being carried out, you can directly approach the High Court. And last, a challenge to the virus of the statute or delegated legislation. Whether it is ultra virus the constitution or ultra virus the statute, if that is a question, directly please go to the High Court only. जैसे नहीं दूंगा एग्जांपल, आप ही देंगे मेरे. अच्छा, whether you practice in GST or you practice in any law, please note ये principle same रहने वाले हैं, because this does not discusses your GST principles, it discusses your constitution. So अगर कोई client आता है in aggression, चलो दिल्ली, that is चलो to the High Court directly. If you are satisfied that this is violated or the circumstances is one of them, only then suggest that writ file करो. Otherwise, please ask the taxpayer to follow proper route. सफारी रिट्रीट्स क्या हुआ था इसमें? हाँ बोलो बोलो.
So whether I can move to court to get a judgment in my favor और वो इधर फॉल होगा नहीं होगा, क्योंकि ट्रिब्यूनल हो सकता है कि 5 years तक भी नहीं आए.
मैम ऐसा मत बोलो.
नहीं मतलब एज एन इफ अ ह्यूज अमाउंट इज इन्वॉल्व्ड एंड आई एम रिसीविंग, एक मेरे 1 साल का असेसमेंट हुआ, नोटिस आया मुझे प्री डिपॉजिट जमा करना है, अब वो सिमिलर नोटिस मेरे पास 5 साल के लिए आ रहे हैं, तो मैं एंटायर अमाउंट
फंडामेंटल राइट ही वायोलेट हो गया ना फिर तो. राइट टू कैरी ऑन प्रोफेशन और बिजनेस इज अ फंडामेंटल राइट गिवन अंडर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन. सो इफ दैट इज वायोलेटेड, जाओ सीधा.
ओके.
Safari retreats. What happened in this? Section 17, 5, D. D. Odisha High Court says, अच्छा कितने लोगों को facts of the matter पता है? चलो, let us come to that only now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. सर के हाथ में माइक दो ना. Sir, बोलो, what are the facts?
So that Safari Retreats has developed a mall in which he has installed some lifts and all that, on which he has, and that mall he has rented out. And what he has, whatever the capital consumptions, he has used like machinery and lifts, on which he has taken the ITC, which credit was in dispute.
Okay. The matter of the fact is, as he also said it out properly, मैंने mall बनाया. The mall is not for my use, not for sale, not for own account, nor sale, nor intended for sale. Section 17(5)(d) जब अपन रीड करते हैं, वो बोलता है that it should be either for your own account or sale or intention for sale. The advocates argued, मैं कंडीशन ही फॉलो नहीं कर रहा, मैं का कंडीशन फुलफिल कर रहा हूं. Subsequently, जब वो मॉल बनेगा, I'll give you rent. Sorry, I'll charge rent. I'll again give you GST. Bottom crux, I am not following the provisions, or I don't fall within the purview of provision of section 17(5)(d). Subsequent use, the courts also say, subsequent use क्या करने वाला क्या नहीं करने वाला मेरा लुकआउट नहीं है. My lookout is तुम 17(5)(d) में फॉल करते हो या नहीं करते हो. It is a restrictive part of the act, or it is a what to say, restrictive or the other part of the act. I just forgot the word. Sorry. ITC नहीं लेना. Section 17(5)(d) is blocked credits. So block credit is obviously restrictive. Anything that is restrictive, आप literally read करोगे या liberally? Read तो literally होना चाहिए. So जब आप literal law का interpretation करोगे, and if I don't follow these conditions, तो मेरे को ITC तो मिल जाना चाहिए from that logic. But the amount involved over here is, I believe, 38 crores 84 lakhs का something word amount. So the department has gone to the Supreme Court, and it is still not settled. आज आएगा कल आएगा. ये केस इज अ टिपिकल एग्जांपल ऑफ तारीख पे तारीख जो हो रहा है जीएसटी में. दिस इज माय फेवरेट जजमेंट. व्हाई? बिकॉज बिफोर डीवाई बेथल यही एक सहारा था हमारा. अराइज इंडिया लिमिटेड, दिल्ली वैट का जजमेंट है. दिस इज अ प्री जीएसटी जजमेंट विच होल्ड good equally today as well. What happened in this judgment? The courts identified कि दो टाइप के बायर्स हो सकते हैं, एक जेन्युइन और एक फेक. एक जेन्युइन और एक फेक. Can you treat both of them on the same lines? Principles of natural justice will tell you no. क्यों? क्योंकि एक मर्डरर है और एक सिटीजन ऑफ कंट्री है, नॉर्मल सिटीजन ऑफ कंट्री. आप दोनों को एक जैसा कैसे देख सकते हो? Can you do that? No. So this judgment again concluded only one thing, that if you have paid money to your supplier and your supplier does not deposit it with the government, किसने डिपॉजिट नहीं किया? विद द गवर्नमेंट. तुम्हारा क्रेडिट तो ब्लॉक नहीं होएगा. However, there is also a word of caution with this judgment, and that same word of caution I believe was repeated in Devai Bethel as well. first attempt to catch somebody will be to the supplier or the fraud person. But अगर तुमने जहां पर ITC लिया है, तुम वहां पर हो ही नहीं, you are absent from that place. In that case, you are also under a suspicion. So अगर आप बोलते हो आप clean हो, तो you should be found at the place where you are supposed to be found. मतलब प्रिंसिपल प्लेस ऑफ बिजनेस पे आप मिलने चाहिए हो. अगर नहीं मिल रहे तो आप भी शक के घेरे में आते. दैट डज नॉट मीन आप चोर हो, बट आप शक के घेरे में आते हो. Want a passing tip from my side to avoid this situation? नहीं चाहिए ये तो, चलो बच गए. In order to avoid such situations, आपका जो भी प्लेस ऑफ बिजनेस है ना अंडर दिस एक्ट, प्लीज उसको अपडेट कर देना. सर उससे क्या होएगा? उससे क्या होएगा? That the department will know that ठीक है आप इससे पहले यहाँ पर बिजनेस कर रहे थे and now you are doing business from here. इस केस में क्या हुआ था? Anybody dealing in construction sector? Nobody having construction sector का clients? People who are dealing in construction sector will know that जो land का benefit है, that is at a fixed 1/3 value. आपका लैंड भले ही 2 करोड़ का हो, कंस्ट्रक्शन कॉस्ट 5 करोड़ की हो, गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट बाय नोटिफिकेशन इज लाइक नहीं, हम आपको 1/3 ही देंगे. दिस वाज चैलेंज्ड. फॉर्चुनेटली इट फेल इन द टैक्स पेयर्स. अब ये पूरा का पूरा आप मेरे को एनालिसिस करके देने वाले हो. सर 5 मिनट का टाइम है, 5 मिनट में हो जाएगा. आई विल नॉट एक्सीड द टाइम. बोलो. अरे मोहित मिनरल्स नाम से तो सब खुश हो गए थे. सर कितने लोगों ने जजमेंट पढ़ा है और कितने लोगों को ये इम्पैक्ट करता है? इम्पैक्ट करता है, फिर भी नहीं पढ़ना है हमको. विल अटेंड अ सीपी, कुछ कोई ना कोई स्टडी सर्कल में तो लैंडमार्क जजमेंट आएगा, हम बैठेंगे, हम स्पीकर का सुन लेंगे एंड हम कंक्लूड कर लेंगे हाँ बोल रहा है बराबर ही होएगा. नॉट एन अप्रोप्रिएट स्ट्रैटेजी टू फॉलो, डोंट टेक मी अदरवाइज. बट देन चलो. अच्छा, कैन somebody give me a brief of this judgment? क्या फैक्ट था and what was concluded? Yes sir.
Assessee were importers, they imported goods and they paid the IGST on import of goods. The department challenged that the freight component, which is paid to the foreign shipping lines, which is included in the price of the product, there's a notification. Oh yeah, that number I don't remember.
सर नंबर छोड़ दो, कंसेप्चुअली क्लैरिटी काफी होती है, नंबर मिल जाता है.
Because of that notification, they were asked to pay the price under, under RCM, they are asked to pay the IGST on the amount paid or the value of the imported, the freight amount included in the price of the product. That rate is also given in that circular, the notification, on deemed basis. And they were asked to pay the IGST on under reverse charge mechanism on import of services. This was the matter. The went up to the first they filed a writ petition in Gujarat High Court, where the Gujarat High Court concurred that this is against the rule itself was struck down, that it is not in line with it override its ultra virus.
Because the same transactions were subjected to tax
Double
twice.
taxation, double taxation.
Perfect.
And I think it's same has been held as by Supreme Court.
Yes, but then there is a difference between the both of them. The Supreme Court is saying अगर CIF value है तो बाहर रखो, but अगर FOB value है तो confirm RCM लगाएंगे.
But sir, then in FOB also the value, because in customs they include the FOB value and then the IGST is paid.
Sir, now that is again subject to another dispute कि actual value है या deemed value आ रहा है, तो वो Customs Act का dispute आ जाएगा फिर. Because the Customs Act is clear कि if the actual value is available, take the actual value, include that in calculations. If the actual value is not available, then go to that percentage. I believe 1% या 1.5% जो भी है वो odd amount. So if that is not there and if it is FOB, for sure आप importation of service तो कर ही रहे हो. CIF value में double इसके लिए लग रहा था because एक time पे जब आप value पे IGST दोगे.
But sir, service is rendered to my supplier, not to me. And GST doesn't apply to the foreign country.
That is another argument for some other day. I know that you can do the impossible. So please read this case laws faster, better. And if there is any help that is required from my side, please feel free to contact me either on the mobile number, WhatsApp, email ID, or any of the social medias that you are on. If there are any questions, I would be happy to take them.
About the place of additional place of business. While we
Additional principal place of bola.
whatever the place of business.
Hey, there is a difference between principal and
No,
additional.
I understand. My query is little different from the topic you covered. I have a client which has 2,000 branches in a state, a particular state from where he makes a supply. But on a portal, there is a limitation for adding n number of branches. Let us say we can add 100,000. But we are not able to add 2,000 branches, and it is not humanly possible to add 2,000 branches because there is no offline utility available.
Let's not forget add impossibility. The
No,
law cannot compel you to do something that is not in your control.
So how to deal with this situation? Because department anytime may come and deny me the ITC on the invoices which are issued on the branches which are not added as a place of business or
That is what I
additional.
am telling you, sir. The law cannot compel you to do something that is impossible.
But
बोर्ड
so-
पे आप पोर्टल पे 200 ब्रांचेस 2000 ब्रांचेस ऐड तो कर नहीं सकते. तो जब आप ऐड ही नहीं कर सकते तो मैं कंप्लाई कैसे करूं? One of the audit cases that I have handled personally, हमारा सिर्फ 2 प्लेस ऑफ बिजनेस था. 2 था, 2000 में नहीं 2 था. एक ऐड किया एक नहीं ऐड किया. The officer was denying us credit on the grounds के वहां से सप्लाई नहीं हो रहा है. The easiest way was simply amend the certificate and prove it. We did not even do that. We are like, here are outward supplies, here are inward supplies. The only clerical error that I have done is I have not amended the place of business. Apply a general penalty on me and leave it. That is what happened.
No, then if he applies general penalty of 50,000.
So there is a difference in the matter, no? And general penalties it may go up to 50,000. It is not saying a flat 25 apply hoga. Penalty is always discretionary.
Intimate with the letter to the jurisdiction.
But then sir, सबका jurisdiction भी तो अलग होगा ना?
Service tax, the last 3 digits only for the different registration. So one cannot add more than 999. If there are 1,000 branches, you can intimate with the simple letter, a list of
So there is a difference. When you go to the previous law, वहाँ पर centralized registration was permitted. So you only had one jurisdictional officer. Here, there would be multiple. तो आप कितनों को इन्फॉर्म करोगे?
No, no, but centralized, but those who want to do decentralized registration, still, but the decentralized registration is possible to the extent of 3 digits only, 999 only. Those who want to maintain decentralized registration in earlier era, but the last SD 001,
99.
so they can go maximum up to SD 999 only. So in that scenario, they have issued one circular that you can intimate the list.
Nothing as of there exists in this law at least. So वो है नहीं.
I mean, but on the same logic.
Yeah,
if
on the
one
same
can
lo-
voluntarily
logically you
intimate to
can,
the
yes,
department, yeah.
follow, ask them to follow the past and do it. Without a doubt.
And I'm not satisfied with the ruling, whether I am bound to follow it because I have taken or I have some other option
You are bound to follow it.
if I take it.
Yes.
Then I cannot go to court or that remedy is not available to me.
Your satisfaction is not dependent on law, no? Law is what it is. Now, if you are not happy with it, you could have challenged it. So either challenge it, and if you are not even happy with that challenge ka naya result, go to the court of laws.
And one more query, this is not regarding this is something else. Suppose in some inquiry, department says ki you have to pay on certain service under RCM from 2017-18 onwards.
हमको तो मैन पावर का नोटिस आया हुआ है 17-18 से आरसीएम पे पे करो.
हाँ अभी मेरा I have this for post office service.
हाँ.
Okay. वैसे मेरे ओपिनियन में नहीं है उस पर, बट दे आर सेइंग कि आप आरसीएम में पे कर लो और आप आईटीसी ले लो. बट 17-18 का इफ आई मेक द पेमेंट दिस ईयर, can I take the ITC?
Now there are two schools of thoughts running on it. One school of thought says जिस टाइम पे पे होगा उस टाइम पे मिलेगा, considering revenue neutrality. One school of thought says नहीं 16/4 तो तब भी मारेगा ही मारेगा आपको.
Okay. So what is
So-
your opinion?
I leave it to you, madam. If you can justify it, take it.
Okay.
But if you आप पोजीशन में ही नहीं हो जस्टिफाई करने के, तो मैं तो कुछ भी बोल दूंगा. If you pass on the matter to me, we'll think.
Okay.
Just kidding. However, that argument of revenue neutrality might also not work in this act at least. Because जब आप invoicing rules read करते हो, they ask you to do self-invoicing in case of RCM. So that section might be a hindrance if you consider that revenue neutrality का argument. And plus, आपका time of supply will be previous dates. Interest penalty का क्या करोगे?
Thank you.
Most welcome. Any more queries? हाँ.
For import of goods.
16/4 का time limit for importation of goods मतलब ITC लेने के लिए?
Yeah, the time limit to avail the ITC, because for import of goods, we avail on the basis of bill of entry. So in one of the cases, if we have availed the import of goods ka import, say after the time limit of 16/4, the officer is saying that you cannot avail.
16/4 versus 16/2, what will override what?
16/2 will over.
16/2, if you say that it will override 16/4, तो confirm आपके पास में document है, on basis on that document you can claim. But if you say नहीं 16/4 will override, तो वापस आपको 16/2 की condition satisfy करनी पड़ेगी. And वहां पर आपके पास में invoice as a proof is bill of entry. So then you are stuck over there. Done. Thank you so much.
Friends, Nihal Bhai has taken us with how to read the judgments fast. He has explained us the techniques of reading the judgment. And I think we all will be benefited with it. So I would request you all to present him a hearty vote of thanks by a huge round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. We will be having a lunch break. We'll be assembling back by 2:15.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back from our lunch break. So the next session we have on summons in GST and networking by another than CA Jignesh Kansara, sir. To formally introduce him is practicing chartered accountant since 2002. Presently, he is a member of Indirect Tax Committee of BCAS for financial year 2021 to 22-23. Presently member of Law and Representation Committee of GST PM, past member of IDT Committee of WIRC, and has authorized book titled GST Refunds Law Procedure Practice, published by GST PAM. And he is a visiting faculty at NASIN, Central Government Training Institute for training officers belonging to Center Cadre. So I request everyone to give a huge round of applause to welcome our speaker. And also request CA Nitin Bhuta, who is also our next speaker, to present a memento to our speaker, CA Jignesh Kansara, sir. I request Jignesh sir to take over the podium.
Good afternoon. Post lunch. Viral bhai, these empty seats are really empty or they have gone out? They or you have told them that I'm going to come. That's why they have already gone to home. Huh? Acha. So these are really empty seats, correct? Good to see many friends. In fact, many seniors are also here. The topic given to me today is summons and networking in litigation. I will first cover summons and then I will touch base networking. प्रोजेक्ट पर इफेक्ट नहीं हो रहा, वहां जा रहा है, वहां दिख रहा है. You can see that. Somehow it is not coming here. It will come, will take time. Friends, let's make this session interactive. That's the only way we can learn GST. Thank you. Anyone out here who has never heard term called summons? किसी ने summons के बारे में सुना नहीं रहेगा, ऐसा कोई है? So explain me in your layman's language, what is summons? Summons क्या होता है? Yeah, please. Okay. To enforce attendance. For the purpose of statement of recording of statement. Okay. To collect records. Yes. Personal appearance. Yes, sir. So we have a Supreme Court ruling almost in 1878. It was in the context of Customs Sea Act. Supreme Court has told ordinary meaning of word summon is to demand presence of, call upon a person to appear. Literal meaning of term summons, किसी को बुलाना. Now friends, anti-evasion authorities, they start their proceedings with summons. And if you see in GST Act, there is only one section, or in fact two sections, devoted to summons. Section 70 is relevant here. It is on your screen. Hardly 6 sentence. But believe me, friends, every phrase has meaning. We can discuss this section for 3 hours. The proper officer under this act, means CGST Act or SGST Act, shall have power to summon any person. Till now, 2 important terms: proper officer, any person. Can CA be summoned? I have just filed some returns of my client. Can I be summoned? Act is very clear. Any person. Whose attendance he considers necessary. Reason to believe, reason to doubt, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है. He should feel necessary. Either to give evidence or to produce a document or thing. So who can issue summon? Proper officer. Who can be summoned? Any person. For what? These all 3 terms are there. In any inquiry. In fact, unless summons are issued, there is no inquiry. If you remember, in SVLDRS 2019, there was a FAQ issued by CBIC that unless summons are issued, proceedings, it is presumed that proceedings has not started. The moment summons are issued, inquiry has started. Now, term inquiry is also not defined. In the same manner as provided in the case of civil code under the provision of Code of Civil Procedure 1908. Friends, in the same manner, in the case of civil code, under the provision of Code of Civil Procedure 1908. Subsection 2. Every inquiry referred to in subsection 1 shall be deemed to be a judicial proceedings within the meaning of section 193 and 228 of IPC. So this small section refers to 2 enactment. First enactment, Code of Civil Procedure. And it doesn't refer to single section of Code of Civil Procedure. It refers to entire enactment. Whereas in case of IPC, reference is made to only 2 sections. Section 193 and 228 of IPC. अभी हमने कभी नहीं, हम लोग ने तो ये शायद पढ़ा भी नहीं रहेगा. As a CA, we don't refer all this enactment. But जो summons का origin है, in fact, every authority under any enactment has power to summon. आप कोई भी एक्ट उठा के देख लो, आपको ये पावर मिलेगा. Wordings might be different, but summons is one of the important tool in the hands of department to collect details. to collect documents to prevent evasion. और ये पावर सब में है. एक्साइज में भी ये पावर था अंडर सेक्शन 14 ऑफ सेंट्रल एक्साइज एक्ट. अंडर कस्टम्स सेक्शन 108. Almost similarly worded है, almost. However, if you refer to section 14 subsection 2 of Central Excise Act, it reads, I have scored out this provision. All person so summoned shall be bound to attend either in person or by an authorized agent, as such officer may direct, and all persons so summoned shall be bound to state the truth upon any subject respecting which they are examined, or make statement and to produce such documents and other things as may be required. This subsection 2 was there in Central Excise Act. Similar provision we have in Customs Act, but such provision is not there in GST law. Do you think it is accidental omission? Or this was not required? What do you think? ये गलती से मिस्टेक हुआ है कि ये इंटेंशनल ओमिशन है कि जरूरत ही नहीं है. बिकॉज in same manner as written in Civil Procedure Code. That's why this subsection was otherwise also not required. But this does not mean कि मुझे अटेंड नहीं करना है या मुझे कुछ भी बोलना है. Because Civil Procedure Code itself says that person summoned should state truth. Otherwise, consequences will follow. Now, friends, who can issue summon? Proper officer. Who is proper officer? This term is defined. If you see section 291, it says proper officer in relation to any function to be performed under this act means commissioner or the officer of central tax or state tax as the case may be, who is assigned that function by the commissioner in the board. So commissioner or person authorized in this behalf is a proper officer. And for this we have circular number 3, wherein it is mentioned that superintendent is proper officer. In fact, we have notification number 14, which says SIO, Senior Intelligence Officer in case of DGGI, or Senior Officer, Superintendent in GST audit is also proper officer. That's why if you see all your SOCO's notice in audit, who issues this SOCO's notice? Audit team. Because they are also proper officer. In case of DGGI, it is always issued by SIO, Senior Intelligence Officer. We had a dispute on this, whether DGGI can issue summons. And this matter went to Gujarat High Court in case of Yaso Industries Limited. Now, writ petitioner was arguing that authority should flow by way of notification under section 167, whereas board has issued circular number 3. Is it proper or there are flaws? If you ask me honestly, this is an issue. Even today I believe it is an issue. By issuing circular, board cannot assign authority to any departmental officer. In section 167 is very clear. But somehow, Gujarat High Court has taken a view that DGGI is empowered to issue summons. We had seen canon. We have seen judgment of canon. Even that judgment was referred. However, still court has taken a view that DGGI officer can issue summons. Let's see whether this issue gets settled at higher court. Now, let us come back and I will be referring to this slide again and again. मेरे लिए तो यही स्लाइड है, बाकी सब तो एक्सेसरीज है. मेरे लिए मुझे इसी को देखना है. Proper officer, now we know who is proper officer. He can issue summon to any person. Any means what? Anyone? Let's park this query for the time being. X says any person, but we have to interpret this term any person. For what purpose? It is very clearly mentioned, there is no dispute. However, such summons should be issued in the same manner as mentioned in Civil Procedure Code. So what does Civil Procedure Code says? So we have chapter 5 of CPC, which talks about issue and service of summons. So in case of courts, summons is also a routine feature, very routine. Section 1 I am ignoring because it has got no relevance to our case. I will straight away jump to subsection 2. So in court, we have something called defendant. Defendant means person who is defending the litigation. Plaintiff versus defendant. So defendant to whom summon has been issued under sub-rule 1 may appear either in person or by a pleader, by an advocate, duly instructed and able to answer all material questions relating to the suit, or by a pleader accompanied by some person able to answer all the questions. So as per Civil Procedure Code, who can appear on summons? Person himself, or his advocate, or any other person who can answer all the queries. This is what Civil Procedure Code says. And why we are referring to this? Because Act itself refers to Civil Procedure Code. Further, subsection 3 says, where the court sees reason to require personal presence of defendant, the summons shall order him to appear in person in the court on the day therein specified. It means court has right, has power to ensure presence of defendant. Similarly, subsection 2 says court can ensure presence of even plaintiff, that is complainant. So these powers are given under CPC. The most important part, subsection 4. No party to be ordered to appear in persons unless resident within certain limits. So this section is very important. Before this, we all know DGGI has all India jurisdiction. Do you agree? Your enforcement authority in Mazgaon, they have all Maharashtra jurisdiction. What about anti-evasion? Anti-evasion authorities? They have restricted jurisdiction. And for this jurisdiction, every commissionerate has issued trade notice on 1st July 2017. So pin code wise restriction kiya hua hai. So Mumbai East or Mumbai West or Mumbai South, Mumbai Central, we have different commissionerate. An anti-evasion authority cannot issue summon beyond their jurisdiction. And that restriction flows from subsection 4. No party to be ordered to appear in person unless resident within certain limits. I will not go into limits. But DGGI, Delhi can summon me, even though I am resident of Mumbai. So question arises, whether Gujarat State Authority, I'm saying Gujarat State Authority, can issue summon to me if I am resident of Mumbai. And all these questions are very much relevant. Once you surrender, once you start submitting, then you cannot raise issue of jurisdiction. बाद में कोर्ट मानेगा नहीं. Please appreciate, all your rights you should enforce at ground zero. Once you surrender, and then if you raise all this issue, it doesn't hold good. So again, I'm parking this query. I'm repeating this query if somebody want to reply. Otherwise, we can take it forward. Whether Gujarat State Authority can issue summon to person who is resident of Maharashtra. Yes, no? No. Let's see. Let's see. Slide number 1, once again. Subsection 2. Every such inquiry referred to in subsection 1 shall be deemed to be a judicial proceedings within the meaning of section 193 and 228 of IPC. So now we will jump to IPC. What does these two sections of IPC narrates? Section 193 of IPC says punishment for false evidence. Whoever intentionally gives false evidence. Intentionally. Mens rea is relevant here. In any stage of judicial proceedings or fabricates false evidence for the purpose of being used in any stage of judicial proceedings shall be punished. या तो मैं जानबूझ के गलत दे रहा हूं या मैं डॉक्यूमेंट फैब्रिकेट कर रहा हूं. And document also includes electronic records. Your teledata is also a record. If I'm fabricating all these things, then I am liable for punishment under section 193 of IPC with imprisonment of either description for a term which may extend to 7 years and shall also liable to fine. I'm posing here. And whoever intentionally gives or fabricates false evidence in any other case. First one related to judicial proceedings. Second relates to any other case. Shall be punished with imprisonment of either term which may be extended to 3 years and shall also be liable to fine. It means, अगर हमने summon पे, if we are submitting wrong information, false information, or if we are falsifying documents, we are liable for punishment, including imprisonment. Section 228 of IPC says intentional insult or interruption to the public servant sitting in judicial proceedings. Whoever intentionally offers any insult or causes any interruption to any public servant, including your proper officer, is a public servant. While such public servant is sitting in any stage of judicial proceedings, shall be punished with a simple imprisonment for a term which may extend to 6 months or with fine which may extend to 1,000 rupees or with both. And if we are interfering with his work, then we are also liable for punishment. This section starts with term whoever. जो कोई भी काम में दखलंदाजी करेगा उसको पेनल्टी लगेगी, including imprisonment. That's what 228 says. So if you ask me honestly, these two are not a big deterrent. Unless and until intentions are proved, these two sections cannot be used. Do you agree? Prove करना किसको करना पड़ेगा? Department. Right. अब एक केस स्टडी लेते हैं. सर एक केस स्टडी लेते हैं. X और Y. X ने एक्सेप्ट कर लिया बिफोर अथॉरिटी कि Y हैज गिवन मी ओनली पेपर बिल. Y ने मुझे गुड्स दिया नहीं था, खाली पेपर बिल दिया था. X ने एक्सेप्ट किया, स्टेटमेंट दे दिया. Whether that statement can be used against X? X ने बोल दिया कि मैंने कुछ गुड्स लिए नहीं थे, मैंने खाली पेपर बिल लिए हुए. Whether that statement can be used against Mr. X? Yes, no? Whether that statement can be used against Mr. Y? X तो ठीक ही है, खुद ही बोला हुआ है. Y के लिए क्या? What is your view on this? Okay. Okay. Sir, that is subsequent. Whether that statement can be used against Mr. Y can be used after giving this. Okay. So friends, for this we have section 136 of GST Act. Generally हम ये provisions को generally refer नहीं करते. But again this is copied from CPC. ये पूरा copy हुआ है section. Section 136 heading reads relevancy of statement under certain circumstances. यानी जो statement आपने दिया है उसका relevance क्या है? A statement made and signed by a person on appearance in response to any summons issued under section 70 during the course of any inquiry or proceedings under this act shall be relevant for the purpose of proving in any prosecution for an offense under this act the truth of facts which it contains. Qualified by for the purpose of proving in any prosecution. यानी जो स्टेटमेंट दिया हुआ है वो यूज कर सकते हैं फॉर द पर्पस ऑफ प्रोसिक्यूशन. इनफैक्ट समन्स का इंटेंशन क्या है? लेट्स इग्नोर डेफिनेशन हियर. समन्स का इंटेंशन क्या है? गैदर एविडेंस और आई वुड से इंक्रिमिनेटिंग एविडेंस. अब 136A और B ये बहुत रिलेवेंट है. लेट अस रीड 136A. ऑफिसर कैन यूज दिस only in two situations, subsection A and subsection B. Subsection A says when the person who made the statement is dead, निकल चुका है, or cannot be found, or is incapable of giving evidence, maybe because of physical incapacity, is kept out of the way by adverse party. अपना हिंदी मूवी में आता है ना, विलन अलाउ नहीं करता, विटनेस कोर्ट पहुंच ही नहीं सकते, और whose presence cannot be obtained without any amount of delay, and expense which under the circumstances of the case court considers unreasonable. अगर ये छह चीज हुई तभी स्टेटमेंट रिलेवेंट, नहीं तो नहीं. And that's where, sir, right of cross examination comes in. In case of dead, what you will cross examine? आप क्या क्रॉस एग्जामिन करोगे? जब आदमी मिल नहीं रहा क्रॉस एग्जामिन क्या करोगे? सो दैट पावर इज देयर. लिखा नहीं गया ये अलग बात है. पावर ऑफ क्रॉस एग्जामिनेशन तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के कितने भी जजमेंट्स में आया कि यू हैव टू रीड दिस राइट. अगर मेरे अगेंस्ट आपको कुछ एविडेंस यूज करना है, आई हैव एवरी राइट टू क्रॉस एग्जामिन सच पर्सन. हम कितने लोग मांगते हैं हवाला केस में? आपको नोटिस आती है, साथ में 100 कुछ आ जाता है. Mr. X has given statement that he has given invoice. Fine. Whether that is relevant, this section will decide. This section will decide whether that is relevant or not. As per subsection A, only in this situation it is relevant. If it is otherwise, it is not relevant. Subsection B says, when the person who made the statement is examined as a witness in the case before the court, and the court is of the opinion that having regard to circumstances of the case, statement should be admitted in the evidence in the interest of justice. If you read this subsection B, it is more onerous. It is more onerous. Whether in my case, X is admitted, X is, examined as witness, X और Y का ट्रांजेक्शन था. X is saying मैंने Y से बिल लिया है, गुड्स नहीं लिया है. Whether X is examined as witness in this case? What is your view? Is he a witness? Answer yes, he can be, though he is an interested party, he can be witness. If he is accepted, there should be opinion on the part of proper officer that such document should be admitted as evidence. ओपिनियन टर्म डिफिकल्ट है. We can ask for reasoning behind his opinion. ये सब चीज बहुत जरूरी है. अगर लिटिगेशन को लंबा खींचना है तो ये सब चीज आपके काम में आएगा. This is getting recorded? Sure, na? Getting recorded, sorry. But as a litigation specialist, you should know कब क्या देना है और कब क्या नहीं देना है. So all these things will come to your help. And this provision is again copied from Central Excise Act, Section 9D of Central Excise Act. आप इस पे बहुत सारे jurisprudence है. आप इसको बहुत अच्छे से यूज कर सकते हो. 9D जो है उसमें बहुत jurisprudence है. ये एविडेंस में एडमिट होगा नहीं होगा, इससे बहुत आपको टू एंड फ्रो जजमेंट मिलेंगे. आप इसको यूज कर सकते हो. पटना हाई कोर्ट सेज in case of Ghanshyam Gupta that taxpayer statement is allowed as evidence. आप इसको evidence गिन सकते हो. In fact, Supreme Court has also said the same thing way back in 1995. But ये statement voluntary है कैसे मालूम पड़ेगा? Do you think any person of sound mind will ever give statement before tax officer कि मैंने इनवॉइस लिए हुए हैं? Is it possible? Possible है ये? Can he retract such statement? Can he withdraw? Answer is yes. But it should be done as early as possible. आज आपके पास एंटीविजन के पास आप गए, बैठा दिया आपको, लिखवा दिया, आपने लिख दिया. Is it binding on you? Do you have any rights? Answer is yes. If you feel that you signed this statement under pressure, you can very well retract such statement, but such statement retraction should be done within a reasonable time limit. If possible, very next day, but at least within a fortnight. Quite possible, I might not be well. डीजीजीआई कई बार आपको बुलाता है और फिर आप 5-7-10 दिन के लिए तो बीमार हो जाते हो. So once you recover, you should retract. And this has been confirmed by Delhi High Court in the case of Vinod Kumar Sadev versus Union of India. It was held that once alleged statement made by assessee was retracted, on the next day itself, with the allegation of force and duress, onus to prove that said statement was voluntary shifted from assessee to department, and in the absence of any such proof from department, confession statement could not be used as evidence. In fact, Indian Evidence Act 1981 is also relevant. मेरे पास एक एग्रीमेंट है. ये एग्रीमेंट है. ये एग्रीमेंट मैं अथॉरिटी को सबमिट कर रहा हूं. उन्होंने मैं कहा हमने दे दिया. Am I supposed to give oral evidence for such agreement? इसमें भी डिस्प्यूट है. ये आपके पास जब सर्च इन्वेस्टिगेशन होता है, आपके एम्प्लॉइज कुछ भी बोल देते हैं बिकॉज दे आर अंडर प्रेशर, एंड दैट स्टेटमेंट इज यूज्ड अगेंस्ट यू कि आपके एम्प्लॉय ने ये बोला था. सोको से सबसे पहला पॉइंट वही रहेगा. बट इफ यू सी इंडियन एविडेंस एक्ट, इफ सम डॉक्यूमेंट इज ऑलरेडी रिटन, अगर साइन डॉक्यूमेंट है, रजिस्टर्ड डॉक्यूमेंट है, एंड अनलेस एंड अनटिल इट इज सब्जेक्ट टू सम डिफरेंट मीनिंग, I need not give any evidence. Whatever I give is not relevant because I'm not allowed to say something which is already written. Section 81 and 82 of Indian Evidence Act. आपको अथॉरिटी बोलेंगे आपके एम्प्लॉय ने एग्री किया हुआ है, लेकिन मेरा एग्रीमेंट तो देखो क्या लिखा हुआ है. बिल्डर के केस में मेरे एम्प्लॉय ने बोला रहेगा कि हमने ऑन मनी एक्सेप्ट किया हुआ है, बट रजिस्टर्ड एग्रीमेंट में क्या लिखा है? He might have said, he might have accepted, I don't know. And in any case, when this statement was taken, I was not a party. मुझे examination का power कहाँ दिया गया था? Correct? So even Indian Evidence Act is very much relevant when you want to challenge all this thing. सर समन्स के फॉर्म देखे आपने? समन्स का देखा है, स्टेटमेंट देखा है, समन आपने देखा है, 1 पेज का आता है. कौन से रूल में लिखा है समन का फॉर्म? जनरली फॉर्म्स कहां से आते हैं? रूल्स के अंदर रहते हैं. You'll be shocked to know this format of summons is not prescribed in any rules. In fact, it is attachment to circular number 128 dated 23rd December 2019. ये जैसे ईवी बिल के जो फॉर्म्स है MOB 1 से लेके MOB 11, ये कोई रूल में नहीं है, इसके लिए सर्कुलर आया था. सेम इसका भी कोई फॉर्म नहीं है इन रूल बुक, ये सर्कुलर से आया हुआ है और इसके एरर्स भी अपन देखेंगे. बट लेट अस रीड दिस समन अंडर सेक्शन 70 ऑफ CGST एक्ट. दैट्स व्हाई ये लोग रूल रिफर नहीं कर रहे हैं, नहीं तो रूल रिफर करते थे. टू सो एंड सो, उसका नाम एंड एड्रेस, वेरएस आई so and so, maybe superintendent, maybe SIO, maybe audit officer, am making an inquiry in connection with so and so under the CGST Act 2017, and whereas I consider your attendance necessary to A or B to give evidence or B to produce documents. ये टिक किया तो पर्सनल अटेंडेंस, डू यू एग्री? और बी टिक किया तो इट इज मियर सबमिशन, और कुछ टिक नहीं किया तो यू कैन टेक योर व्यू. अगर उन्होंने मांगा नहीं तो मैं क्यों जाऊं? आई कैन सबमिट डॉक्यूमेंट्स. जनरली टिक नहीं करते. नाउ देयरफॉर इन एक्सरसाइज ऑफ पावर vested to me under section 70 of CGST Act, I do hereby summon you to appear before me in person on so and so date at so and so time at so and so place. अब इसके बाद जरा इंपॉर्टेंट है, inquiry as aforesaid is deemed to be a judicial proceedings under the meaning of section 193 and 228 of IPC, and non-compliance of this summon is an offense punishable under section 174 and 175 of IPC. ये आपको बोल रहा है आपको क्या करना है, कब करना है, और नहीं किया तो क्या समन होगा. Again, we will have to go back to IPC because यहाँ लिखा IPC में जाना है. Now this has been copied from Central Excise Act, और इसी के लिए यहाँ CGST एक्ट का पेनल्टी प्रोविजन से रिफर नहीं किया. सेक्शन 122 में पेनल्टी है इफ यू डोंट अपीयर इन समन, दैट इज आल्सो पेनल ऑफेंस, बट फॉर्मेट में नहीं है बिकॉज सेंट्रल एक्साइज एक्ट से कॉपी किया गया. वी विल सी 122 आल्सो. पहले 174 देख लेते हैं. Non-attendance in obedience of an order from public servant. Whoever being legally bound to attend in person or by an agent at certain place and time in obedience to summons, notice, order or proclamation, proceedings from any public servant legally competent as such public servant to issue the same, intentionally omit. Whoever intentionally omit to attend or depart from the place. मैं चला गया और बिना बताए आ गया, is it allowed? Still it is offense. I have to appear and I cannot depart. जब तक अथॉरिटी बोलेगा नहीं, I cannot come out. This is the provision. And IPC, you know, it's a penal provision. नहीं होगा तो क्या होगा? पेनल्टी प्लस इम्प्रिजनमेंट. 175. Omission to produce document to public servant by person legally bound to produce it. 174 talks about non-attendance. 175 talks about omission to produce. Whoever being legally bound to produce or deliver up any document to any public servant as such intentionally omits. Once again, mens rea. so to produce or deliver of the same shall be punished with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 1 month or with a fine which may extend to 500 rupees or with both. So fine तो कुछ है नहीं, 500,000 रुपया है इधर, but imprisonment है. Now let's come to CGST Act. Section 122, subsection 3. Any person, clause D, fails to appear before officer of central tax or applicable state tax when issued with a summon for appearance to give evidence or produce a document in an inquiry shall be liable to a penalty which may extend to 25,000 rupees. A penalty है एक्ट में, समन के फॉर्म में नहीं लिखा है. आप लड़ सकते हो सर, 25 + 25 50,000 का है मैटर. When 25 means 25 under SCGST, 25 under SGST Act. Of course, पेनल्टी लगाने के पहले सोको से देना ही पड़ेगा, डायरेक्टली तो पेनल्टी लगा नहीं सकता. So all in all, why we are discussing all these things? Because we should know, हम नहीं गए तो क्या होगा, अगर हम नहीं जा रहे तो क्या हो सकता है. Can there be adverse consequences? वो भी हम देखेंगे. बट सम्मान एक ऐसी चीज है जिसको हमें इग्नोर नहीं कर सकते. You may not like it, you may hate it, but आपको अपियर तो होना पड़ेगा. Many times we have seen taxpayer को ऐसा इच्छा होता है हम जाए ही नहीं for XYZ reason. But better है अपियर होए. तो कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस हम देखते हैं. ठीक है ना सर, इट्स गुड फॉर यू. सी आईपीसी को इन्वॉल्व इसके लिए नहीं करता बिकॉज उसके आईपीसी के लिए उसको कहाँ जाना पड़ेगा, पुलिस स्टेशन में जाना पड़ेगा, उसको मजिस्ट्रेट के पास जाना पड़ेगा. इट इज नॉट दैट इजी. आपको आईपीसी इन्वोक करने के लिए इतना आसान नहीं है. तो अच्छा है, इट्स गुड फॉर यू. So sir, so this section is there in CGST as well as SGST Act, both Act. assessee का जो आप देखेंगे, this provision is there in SGST Act also. So how can you ignore that provision? Yes sir, I think somebody was
third party and send me a summon that you produce me before the sales invoice or purchase invoice or so and so documents, and also you come before me. Okay. So these are the routine inquiries keep on happening with the big corporates. So can we just send them the required information and politely write that we have submitted all the requirements or required documents, kindly dispense us for the appearance. Because going for each and every summon will cost the huge amount to the company.
Okay. I think, sir, you were having some query. I will answer your query, sir. And a very, very relevant query.
Whether a penalty under 122 can be levied for non-attendance without issuing a show cause notice?
No, it has to be. Show cause should follow.
So for 122, 73 or 74 has to be there.
Has to be there.
Okay.
Penalty, they cannot invoke penalty without SCM.
Okay. Thank you.
Sir, regarding your query, again, I am parking your query. I have covered this. So we had a query whether Gujarat authority can issue, Gujarat state authority can issue summon to someone who is a resident of Mumbai. Answer is no. But there is a way out. And this way out is mentioned in section 28 of Civil Procedure Code. This section says service of summons where defendant resides in another state. A summon may be sent to service in another state to such court, now court ke badle aayega, authorities, and in such manner as may be prescribed by rule in force in that state. यानी उस state का rule, Maharashtra का rule follow करना पड़ेगा. The court to which such summons is sent shall upon receipt thereof proceed as if it had been issued by such court and shall then return someone to the court of issue together with record of its proceeding with regards thereto. It means मेरा जो मुंबई का एंटी authority है, they will issue me summon. They will record my statement, and then this statement will be returned to Gujarat authority. This is what Civil Procedure Code says. ये एक्ट में लिखा नहीं है, ये सिविल प्रोसीजर कोड में लिखा है. बट डीजीजीआई कर सकता है, उनके पास ऑल इंडिया जुरिडिक्शन. सुनते नहीं है सर. व्हाट हैपेंस जनरली, आपका हेडक्वार्टर डीजीजीआई का है दिल्ली में. बहुत सारे मैटर जो है, जैसे रिवर्स चार्ज का, बहुत सारे लोगों ने रिवर्स चार्ज नहीं भरा था इनके गूगल, तो उन सबका समन्स आया है, वहां से आया, दिल्ली से आया. स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्डिंग हमने यहाँ रिक्वेस्ट भी किया कि सर वी कैन नॉट ट्रैवल, नहीं माने. वी नेवर अपीयर्ड. वी हैव जस्ट सबमिटेड मेडिकल सर्टिफिकेट दैट पर्सन कैन नॉट ट्रैवल. दे हैव नॉट ट्रांसफर फाइल, दैट इज दैट प्रॉब्लम. But yes, actually, when they have office in in Mumbai, like this, they can do this, but करते नहीं है. Sir, again, it depends on facts. Like in my case, that lady was 85 years lady. She has invested in security lending, SLBM mechanism. So SLBM is another big issue which is going on in Delhi DGGI. Now SLBM के लिए from 1st October 2019 it is under reverse charge. So authorities are taking a view that up to 30th September it is under forward charge. And they will ask our client to appear. Now that lady of 85 years, she cannot travel. You submitted evidence. Let them take a call on this. And in any case, we have submitted evidence. See, whatever I had, I already submitted. And if that person cannot travel, it cannot travel. Nothing. Okay. This is a case of Mumbai High Court. Again, a fact-based case. And sir, it is relevant to your query. मैं ऑनेस्टली डिपार्टमेंट जाके हर डॉक्यूमेंट सबमिट कर रहा हूँ. पार्ट 10 समझ हम पेपर दे रहे हैं ना, नहीं बोल क्या अथॉरिटी इनको समझ नहीं कर सकते बार बार पॉसिबल है. रिसेंट केस है ये, बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट FSM एजुकेशन. इस केस में डॉक्यूमेंट्स वर गेटिंग सबमिटेड. अब स्कूल के प्रिंसिपल को बुला रहे थे, स्कूल का प्रिंसिपल गया नहीं, बाकी लोग जाके डॉक्यूमेंट सबमिट कर रहे हैं. अथॉरिटी को प्रिंसिपल ही चाहिए. ये ऐसा होता है. दे विल आस्क MD CEO टू अपीयर. अब MD CEO को कुछ मालूम ही नहीं है. पॉसिबल है ना. यू आर MD, दैट डजंट मीन यू नो एवरीथिंग अबाउट टैक्सेशन. इन दिस मैटर court has taken a view and they've set aside summons. Court said when assessee was cooperating in furnishing document as requisition, summon should not be used. Summon is a last resort and it should not be used in a casual manner. In this case, court has allowed consultant to appear before authority and submit evidence. कई बार अपने जो क्लाइंट है, they apprehend that they might be arrested or they might be at least harassed. लोग नहीं अपीयर होते. क्या अपीयर होना जरूरी है? My answer is no. Unless and until something is very crucial, you can submit your evidence. Let authority take their own view. ये अलग बात है. Authorities प्रेशर बहुत करेंगे. They will do that. समन पे मैं जा रहा हूं और जाके खाली वहां मौनी बाबा बन जाता हूं. मौनी बाबा, यू अंडरस्टैंड, कुछ बोलते ही नहीं. अलाउड है. और हर एक सवाल का मैं जवाब देता हूं, मला माहित नहीं. पॉसिबल है. पॉसिबल है, अलाउड है. सो प्रैक्टिकली जितना मालूम होता तो बताना चाहिए, बिकॉज दैट विल एटलीस्ट उतना इश्यू सेटल हो जाएगा. बट यस, यू हैव राइट टू रिमेन साइलेंट. बट कैन वी से दिस राइट ऑफ रिमेन साइलेंस? बाय डूइंग दिस you are creating nuisance or you are interfering in the working of department. Can you say this? If you accept this, then there is a penalty. Huh? If you accept, then there is a penalty. Penalty है इसके लिए. There are judgment which says you can remain silent. लॉ बोलता है I cannot submit any wrong evidence. I cannot falsify evidence. I cannot say lie. लॉ ने मुझे नहीं बोला हर एक सवाल का जवाब दो. सीए फाइनल का एग्जाम नहीं है, फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन कंपलसरी. In fact, if you see Constitution, Article 20, sub Article 3, this Constitution says no person accused of any offense shall be compelled to be witness against himself. This is right given in Constitution. There are judgments from Andhra Pradesh High Court which says right to silence is not an offense and it cannot be said as obstruction of departmental proceedings. But सब सवाल का जवाब आप मला माहित नहीं बोलोगे तो शायद सही नहीं होगा, because then authorities may take adverse view. But of course, if you are not sure, you can very well say I will come back. In fact, it is good advice, a good ploy. हर एक सवाल का जवाब नहीं देना चाहिए. मैटर को आगे बढ़ाते जाओ. अगर कोई पुलिस ऑफिसर के सामने मैंने स्टेटमेंट दिया कि मैंने मर्डर कर दिया, इज इट एविडेंस? इट इज नॉट एविडेंस, बिकॉज लॉ नोस के पुलिस ऑफिसर तो कोई भी स्टेटमेंट ले सकता है. करेक्ट? सो इंडियन एविडेंस एक्ट वेरी क्लियरली सेज दैट एनी स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्डेड बिफोर पुलिस ऑफिसर इज नॉट अ वैलिड स्टेटमेंट. उसका कोई बाइंडिंग नहीं है. Whether that can be used in CGST Act? Answer is no. Because your proper officer is not a police officer. He has no power of police officer. ये अलग बात है, आपको बैठा के रखते हैं वो लोग, बैठा के रखते हैं, बट उनके पास पुलिस के पावर्स नहीं है. This is what Andhra Pradesh High Court has said in case of PV Ramanna Reddy versus Union of India, that subject to section 136, जो हमने चेक किया 136 relevancy, evidentiary value of contents of statement recorded can be established, means it can be used. अब सर के क्लाइंट के पास समन आ गया, क्लाइंट डर रहा है, सर को बोला साथ में चलो, सर जा सकते हैं, सर जा सकते हैं, बाजू में बैठ सकते हैं, बोल सकते हैं. इसमें बहुत सारे जजमेंट है. रिसेंट जजमेंट टेक्समैन में भी जो रिपोर्ट हुआ है, बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट का है, कमलेश कुमार मिश्रा वर्सेस स्टेट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र. कोर्ट हैज अलाउड एडवोकेट बट एट डिस्टेंस, एंड दैट इज विजिबल बट नॉट ऑडिबल डिस्टेंस. तो शायद मैं यहां बैठा हूं, सर वहां बैठे हैं, मेरा वॉइस ज्यादा लंबा है, तो मुझे शायद वहां तो बैठना पड़ेगा. एंड व्हाई दिस प्रोविजन? बिकॉज आई एम नॉट अलाउड टू ऑब्स्ट्रक्ट डिपार्टमेंट प्रोसीडिंग्स. बट एट द सेम टाइम आई कैन गो, आई कैन सिट एट विजिबल डिस्टेंस, दैट इज अलाउड. अब समन्स को मिसयूज बहुत होता है. इनफैक्ट सबसे ज्यादा मिसयूज समन्स का ही होता है. एक पेज का डॉक्यूमेंट है, भरना तो कुछ है ही नहीं, सोकोस बनाने में तो दिनों लग जाते हैं. एक इंटरेस्टिंग केस आया हुआ था, ये भी रिसेंट है, आंध्र प्रदेश हाई कोर्ट. सो यू नो देयर इज समथिंग कॉल्ड DRC 13, थर्ड पार्टी रिकवरी. मैंने सर को गुड्स बेचे हुए हैं, आई एम सपोज टू कलेक्ट मनी फ्रॉम सर. मेरी रिकवरी बाकी है डिपार्टमेंट से. डिपार्टमेंट कैन इश्यू DRC 30 टू सर सेइंग पैसा हूं, मुझे मत देना, डायरेक्टली डिपार्टमेंट को दे देना. गार्निशी प्रोसीडिंग्स. Whether summon can be issued? to sir saying आप पैसा डिपार्टमेंट को देना? Answer is no. For that there is a separate mechanism. Summon can be used only for two purposes: evidence or document. इसके सिवा समन आप यूज नहीं कर सकते हैं. बट आप देखिए मैक्सिमम यूज इसका होता है. सम स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड हो गया. स्टेटमेंट में क्या पूछा जाता है? पहले 4-5 क्वेश्चन तो केवाईसी होते हैं आपके. कौन हो, कहाँ का है, क्या आधार, क्या कंट्रोल. लास्ट क्वेश्चन क्या रहता है? You want to say anything else? In between जो इश्यू है पूछा जाए. स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्डिंग हो गया. डिपार्टमेंट इज सपोज्ड टू गिव मी कॉपी ऑफ दैट स्टेटमेंट. whether department is giving a copy. Can I write down? Can I write down whatever I am replying? Can I write down on my hand? सर ये सब इश्यूज आते हैं. दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट का जजमेंट है, केटी अडवाणी बहुत फेमस है, लैंडमार्क जजमेंट है. A person who has given statement to custom officer cannot insist that copy of the same should be given him immediately. The right to get a copy of statement occurs only at a stage of department adjudication or criminal prosecution in a court of law against the person. During the stage of investigation, copies of statement are not given. Right now, कुछ नहीं देंगे. But if person wishes to keep a note of submission made by him, he is at liberty to do so. He can write down कि मैंने ये बोला हुआ. He can separately make a written note of questions and submissions. Department authorities cannot object to this. K.T. Advani. Similar ruling even in Supreme Court. Yes. अगर कोई स्टेटमेंट मेरे अगेंस्ट यूज करना है तो दैट इज आरयूडी. आरयूडी की कॉपी मुझे देनी पड़ेगी. अदरवाइज कॉपी मैं नहीं मांग सकता. अब इंस्ट्रक्शंस बोर्ड के बहुत है समन्स के ऊपर, कभी फॉलो नहीं करते, बट इंस्ट्रक्शंस है. ये जो इंस्ट्रक्शंस आपके सामने है 2015 में आया था इन द केस ऑफ एक्साइज एंड सर्विस टैक्स. क्वेश्चन वेदर अथॉरिटी कैन इश्यू समन्स एट द ड्रॉप ऑफ हैट, यानी कैसे भी इश्यू कर सकते हैं. बोर्ड हैज सेड दे कैन नॉट डू इट. बोर्ड हैज वेरी क्लियरली सेड that summon can be issued, should be issued only as a right, as a last resort, and when it is absolutely required. जब एकदम लग रहा है कि पेपर आ ही नहीं रहे तभी समन इश्यू करना चाहिए. That's what board says, and this has been told n number of times. We have recent instruction. Recent instruction dated 17th August 2022. ये GST का है. Even here, court very clearly says that you cannot issue summons in a casual manner. Board further says you can't issue summons to collect records which are available on portal. आपका 3B, R1, annual return, ITC 04, ये सब आपके पास पड़ा हुआ है. You cannot ask for all these documents through summons. Before issuance of summons, officer should take permission from AC, DC or person higher in rank. सब समन सुपरिटेंडेंट इश्यू करता है, बट परमिशन किसका लेना पड़ेगा? AC या DC का. There is something called spot summons. Spot summons सुना है आपने? Immediate. Is it valid? मैंने विरल भाई को अभी समन्स दे दिया एज ऑफिसर. इज इट वैलिड? आई हैव नॉट कन्वेड दिस टू माय सीनियर्स. इन्वेस्टिगेशन में तो ऐसा ही होता है, जो एम्प्लॉय दिख गया उसका स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड किया जाता है. इज इट वैलिड? बोर्ड सेज वेयर फॉर ऑपरेशनल रीजन इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल टू ऑब्टेन सच प्रायर रिटन परमिशन. Oral telephonic permission from such officer must be obtained, and same should be reduced in writing and intimated to officer according to such permission of at the earliest opportunity. It means spot summons are allowed. Yes, sir. बाद में आप प्रोसीडिंग सीट मांग सकते हो, बट ये बन जाता है सर. You know how it works. Can someone be challenged? मेरे सामने समन आ गया. Can I rush to High Court saying ये समन है, मुझे नहीं appear होना है? Can this be challenged? क्या लगेगा? कोर्ट एक्सेप्ट करेगा? Generally, court will not help you. Generally, court will not help you unless and until you make out a case that there is a case of harassment. Multiple summons मुझे issue किए जा रहे हैं regular basis पे. Court will not interfere. Because समन है क्या? एक प्रोसीडिंग है, डॉक्यूमेंट्स कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं. समन से कोई लायबिलिटी थोड़ी आती है. समन माइट बी अ पॉइंटर टू लायबिलिटी, बट समन से लायबिलिटी नहीं आ सकती है. दैट्स व्हाई कोर्ट जनरली इंटरफेयर नहीं करते. कैन आई से सब डायरेक्टर को आ जाओ, सब आ जाओ? अगेन बोर्ड सेज senior management officials such as CEO, CFO, general manager of a large company or PSU should not be generally issued summons at the first instance. They should be summoned only when there are indications in the investigation of their involvement. If you remember, 3-4 साल पहले चंदा कोचर को summons issue किया गया था for ICICI Bank matter. Some fraud has happened in Assam. Chanda Kochar is sitting in Mumbai. She might not be even knowing. Someone issue कर दिया गया. Board says that is not allowed. आपका query, sir. This is what board says. Someone should disclose whether person summoned is summoned as an accused, co-accused or as a witness. मुझे as accused बनाया. I am in a line of danger. If I am co-accused, still I am in a line of danger. If I am witness, मेरी liability नहीं है. Liability third party की है. They are just collecting details from me. Accused, co-accused सेंट्रल एक्साइज में बहुत हुआ है. जॉब वर्कर के केस में बहुत होता है. तो जनरली जॉब वर्कर एंड प्रिंसिपल दे एक्ट हैंड इन ग्लोव इन कंडेंसेशन रिमूवल. तो ये प्रोविजन यहां भी है. अगर नहीं गया तो क्या? सर आपका क्वेरी था ना? They will have to file complaint with judicial magistrate. If 3 summons are issued, 3, and if you don't appear, officer can file complaint with judicial magistrate. There's a term called absconder. Absconder. अगर आप 3 बार नहीं गए, तो you can be declared absconder. Section 220 again 193 and 228. तो ये प्रोविजंस आगे ऑफिसर चाहे तो कर सकता है. इनके पास पावर है, करते नहीं अलग बात है. यू माइट बी नोइंग दिस जजमेंट. अगर आप डीजीजीआई में आप जाओगे तो आपको आज कैमरा दिखेंगे. एंटी यूजन में अभी तक नहीं आए, शायद मजगांव में भी कैमरा मुझे दिखे नहीं है, बट दे विल इंस्टॉल सम टाइम इन फ्यूचर. सुप्रीम कोर्ट हैज वेरी क्लियरली सेड दैट ऑल दीज एजेंसीज, CBI, NIA, ED, NCB, DRI, SFIO, any other agency which carries out interrogation and power to arrest shall install CCTV. कोर्ट ने बोला है, कितना इंप्लीमेंट होता है तो आप भी जानते हो. Friends, I am done with summons. I will take another topic, but before that, yes, sir. बोलिए सर. सो रोविंग इंक्वायरी मीन्स ऐसा ही हवा में, करेक्ट? रोविंग का अगर हिंदी मतलब समझे तो हवा में, ऐसा सच नहीं, लेकिन होता है. एंटी विजन इसको भी बहुत यूज करता है. बिल्डर के केस में सभी कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को समन इश्यू कर दिया जाता है. आप इसको चैलेंज कर सकते हो. रोविंग इंक्वायरीज आर नॉट अलाउड, बट ये होता है. यस सर. So sir is asking a question that summons are issued and subsequently proceeding is closed. Whether sir will get closure report? You are asking for closure report, correct? All investigation authorities, they close their proceedings in file note. Proceeding sheet में file close करते हैं, आपको कुछ देते नहीं है. आप RTA में उसको यूज कर सकते हैं, आप RTA मांग सकते हो उसे. इनफैक्ट अगर आपके किसी वेंडर का सर्च हुआ है गुजरात में, यू कैन राइट योर जुडिक्शनल ऑफिसर कि आप सर वहां से फाइल नोट मंगाइए. इन वन ऑफ द केस our refund was rejected on the ground that supplier is a non-existent dealer, bogus dealer है. Subsequently dealer को वहां रेड हुआ, विजिट हुआ, उसने पैसा टैक्स बिक्स से भर दिया. The moment he has paid the tax, my ITC cannot be questioned. Whatever wrong he has done. My refund was rejected. Ultimately, we wrote to proper officer saying, sir, this is the fact. These are the summons issued to that vendor. He verified, they were verified and then gave me refund. Yes, sir. But मेहनत करना पड़ेगा sir.
Sir, the department has issued summon to my client. My client is a banking company, stating that you provide all the KYC documents, bank statement of so and so person. It was not a roving inquiry, but specific person. Now my query is that as per Banking Regulations Act, I am not supposed to providing all these confidential document to anyone. So here is the clash between the GST law and the banking regulation. So how to handle this, sir?
ये बहुत कॉमन है सर. ये जो आप क्वेरी पूछ रहे हो ना, one regulator says don't give, another regulator says please give. Banks generally midway follow करती है, documents दे देती है, ना नहीं बोलती. बिकॉज रीजन ये है, बार बार कौन एंटीविजन के पास जाके खड़ा रहेगा. एंड एज लॉन्ग एज यू आर विटनेस, आपके अगेंस्ट कुछ है नहीं तो प्रोसीडिंग्स आपको अपीयर होता, बार बार समन आएगा, आपको जाना पड़ेगा. दिस इंटरप्ले ऑफ डिफरेंट एनेक्टमेंट इज अ बिग इशू. Customs Act said something else, SEZ Act says something else, your GST Act says something else. हमने एडवाइस किया, आप देखिए जान छोड़ो. एनी क्वेरी ऑन समन्स. इनफैक्ट समन्स से तो बहुत क्वेरी होनी चाहिए. सबसे ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट प्रोविजन समन्स का है. हाँ, सबसे ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम समन्स का है. सोकोस तो ठीक है.
मिडवे निकाल के फिर जो मांगता है दे देता है, भले ही वो देना है नहीं देना है.
सर क्या होता है, जब हम कवरिंग लेटर सबमिट करते हैं ना, तो वी राइट ऑल दिस थिंग्स एंड देन वी सबमिट. वी शिफ्ट ओनर्स फ्रॉम अस टू डिपार्टमेंट saying that you are supposed to maintain privity of this document. रास्ता वही हो सकता है सर, अथॉरिटी मानते नहीं है. हाँ, झगड़ा नहीं करते, बट एट द सेम टाइम आई एम नॉट इडियट कि मैं आपको सब वायलेशन अपने नाम पे लो. आई विल शिफ्ट प्रिविटी टू हिम. Without prejudice, I am submitting document. You will have to maintain privity or privacy of documents. Yeah. Sir, one more topic was given to me. Networking in litigation. Gujarati, I will speak in Gujarati and then I will convert in English also. ગુજરાતીમાં એવું કહેવામાં આવ્યું છે કે સૌથી મોટામાં મોટી ખાણ એ ઓળખાણ. The biggest mine is not gold mine or land mine, whatever. Your influence, your circle is the biggest mine. जितनी आपकी पहचान रहेगी उतना आप आगे जाओगे. और पहचान बढ़ाने का एक ही तरीका है, नेटवर्किंग. थोड़ा मैं, I have 10 minutes. जो मैं बोलूंगा, प्लीज डोंट गेट ऑफेंडेड बाय व्हाट आई एम सेइंग. आई एम जस्ट नरेटिंग व्हाट इज हैपनिंग एट ग्राउंड लेवल. आई डोंट इंटेंड टू इनवाइट एनी ऑफेंस. यू मे डिसएग्री बट वी विल मूव ऑन. सो ये जो लिटिगेशन की प्रैक्टिस है, इसमें 4 जन बड़े हैं, 4 स्टेक होल्डर है. सबसे बड़ा स्टेक होल्डर डिपार्टमेंट, फिर टैक्स पेयर, द थर्ड वन नॉर्मल सीए जो उनके कंसल्टेंट है, एडवोकेट्स, मेनी एडवोकेट्स डोंट अपीयर बिफोर डिपार्टमेंट, प्रैक्टिशनर्स, एसटीपी, आईटीपी, ऑडिटर्स, बहुत सारे ऑडिटर्स दे डू जीएसटी कंप्लायंस बट दे डोंट डू ऑल दिस इन डेप्थ अपीयरेंस, इवन योर डिलीजेंस, ड्यू डिलीजेंस टीम, ये भी बार बार हमसे चेक करवाती है. दिस आर दी वन ऑफ द मेजर स्टेकहोल्डर. उसके ऊपर सोशल मीडिया, ये 4 जन है, ये आपका लिटिगेशन का बिजनेस है. अब सीए फर्म की रियलिटी चेक कर लेते हैं. अगेन नो ऑफेंस, 2017 एवरीबडी जम्प्ड जीएसटी बैंडवैगन, लोगों ने चालू कर दिया. 2019 तक तो खाली कंप्लायंस देख रहे थे. 2020 कोविड आ गया, 2 साल चला गया. 2022 समन्स आने चालू हो गए, सोकोस आना चालू हो गए. नाउ एवरीबडी इज फीलिंग द हिट. नॉर्मल सीए फर्मों में क्या होता है, सीए इज वियरिंग मल्टीपल कैप्स ऑन हिज हेड, मल्टीपल रोल फॉलो करता है. ऑब्वियसली रिसोर्स की कमी तो अपने फील्ड में है ही है. वी आर मोस्टली इनटू फायर फाइटिंग, कभी इनकम टैक्स, कभी टीडीएस, कभी जीएसटी, चलते रहता है. एंड दैट्स व्हाई सिंस वी आर इनटू मेनी थिंग our exposure is limited generally. I'm not saying about any firm in specific, but ऐसा होता है. 2017 में बहुत सारे जो आपके एम्प्लॉइज थे, they are no longer with you. Many partners have left the firm. Many clients जो पहले थे आज खत्म हो चुके हैं. साइज आपका कंप्लायंस का प्रैक्टिस का साइज कम होते जा रहा है. डिपार्टमेंट में अगर आप चेक करेंगे तो अभी भी माइंडसेट लीगेसी वाला है. They read GST, but from the lens of excise or service tax or whatever. उनका lens चेंज नहीं है. They have never understood what business really means. उनको business समझ में आया नहीं कभी. Focus revenue पे है, orientation ही revenue minded है, and they have collection target, जो बहुत स्टीप है आज के दिन में. टैक्स पेयर की हालत देख लेते हैं. ट्रिब्यूनल है नहीं, कब आएगी मालूम नहीं. अगर ट्रिब्यूनल आ भी गई तो भी प्री डिपॉजिट अमाउंट हैज गॉन अप. इन सर्विस टैक्स इट वाज 10%, ना 7.5 प्लस 2.5. अगर आप फर्स्ट गए तो 7.5, बट नाउ इट हैज गॉन अप. नो, एवरीबडी कैनॉट फाइल रिट. रिट इज अ कॉस्टली अफेयर एंड ऑल मैटर्स कैनॉट बी एडजुडिकेटेड इन रिट जुरिडिक्शन. मेजर इश्यू आईटीसी का है, बट देयर इज नो मैकेनिज्म अवेलेबल टू चेक दिस मिनट. मुझे मालूम नहीं है मेरा वेंडर हवाला है कि नहीं. एंड जो बिजनेस में कंपटीशन है उनके मार्जिन्स भी कम होते जा रहे हैं. तो हम कहाँ हैं आज के दिन में? अगर हमें 3 स्लाइड्स को कवर करें तो राइट नाउ व्हाट वी आर हैंडलिंग इज अ मुंडेन जीएसटी लिटिगेशन. आईटीसी 2A 3B मिसमैच, 16(4). आज के लिटिगेशन क्या है? मेजर यही है. आउट ऑफ 100 95 तो इसी में आ रहे हैं. अभी तक सोकोस का सीजन चालू ही नहीं हुआ. 73 का सोकोस का डेडलाइन 30 सितंबर है. आई हैव रीजन टू बिलीव ये एक्सटेंड होगा. 74 का तो बहुत टाइम है अभी भी. डे बाय डे डिपार्टमेंट इज लर्निंग मेनी थिंग्स. जो पहले नहीं आता था आज उनको आने लगा है. और उसका रीजन क्या है? एडवांस रूलिंग. जो उनको नहीं मालूम था वो एडवांस रूलिंग ने सिखा दिया उनको. एंड एज ऑलवेज क्लाइंट एक्सपेक्टेशन फ्रॉम फ्रेटर्निटी इज अनरीजनेबल. सब कुछ हमें करना है. सो व्हाट इज द ऑप्शन? ई-वे बिल. आपके क्लाइंट का ई-वे बिल वायलेशन के लिए आपका ट्रक अहमदाबाद ने रोक लिया, डिटेन हो गया. यू विल हैव टू गो देयर टू फाइल एन अपील. आप ऑनलाइन अपील फाइल कर सकते हो, लेकिन हियरिंग तो जाना पड़ेगा. कैन यू अफोर्ड टू गो टू अहमदाबाद अगेन एंड अगेन? अहमदाबाद इज स्टिल नियर. व्हाट हैपेंस इफ इट इज हैदराबाद? यू डोंट नो दैट लैंग्वेज. ट्रिब्यूनल्स सेट होने के बाद ही प्रॉब्लम ज्यादा है, बिकॉज ट्रिब्यूनल से भी कैसा होगा? वेयर देयर इज अ पीओएस इश्यू. यूएस इश्यू का जो ट्रिब्यूनल है वो मल्टीपल लोकेशंस पे नहीं आएगी, सो विल हैव टू ट्रैवल टू दैट लोकेशन। मल्टी जीएसटीएन क्लाइंट्स है तो उनके ऑडिट्स रिस्पेक्टिव लोकेशन पे हो रहा है, देयर इज नथिंग लाइक एलटीयू। इफ देयर वाज एलटीयू शायद मुंबई में ऑडिट करा लेते थे, अब एलटीयू है नहीं, आपको जाना पड़ रहा है हैदराबाद, तमिलनाडु, वेस्ट बंगाल, जस्ट आई एम नेमिंग ऑल द स्टेट्स। और हर एक इंडस्ट्री का एक्सपर्टीज देना पॉसिबल नहीं है, इवन इफ यू आर ओनली इनटू जीएसटी प्रैक्टिस, नॉट पॉसिबल, बिकॉज हर एक बिजनेस अलग है। Unless we collaborate, we cannot survive. अगर मैं ही इनकम टैक्स भी करूंगा, मैं ही जीएसटी करूंगा, मैं ही फेमा करूंगा, तो मुझ में कुछ भी नहीं कर सकता, पॉसिबल ही नहीं। बिकॉज आई विल स्पेंड लॉट ऑफ टाइम इन स्टडिंग, जो रिक्वायर्ड नहीं है। दिल बी प्लेथोरा ऑफ ड्यू डेट, आज यहां से निकला कल और किधर है। इन अ मंथ कितने ड्यू डेट है? शायद 10 दिन ड्यू डेट होते रहेंगे इन अ मंथ, इफ यू आर डूइंग एवरीथिंग, मे बी 5 to 7। Are we superhuman? We are chartered accountant, great, but are we superhuman? और क्या इतना कष्ट लेने का रेम्यूनरेशन मिल रहा है? डॉक्टर्स की फील्ड में देखिए, ऑर्थोपेडिक, उसमें आपको 10 मिनिमम 10 स्पेशलिटीज मिल जाएगी। डेंटिस्ट, इफ यू सी डेंटिस्ट, बट डेंटिस्ट के अंदर 10 स्पेशलिटीज है। कार्डियक सर्जन, आप देखिए, एंड दे विल नॉट क्रॉस द बैरियर, वो अपने में ही खुश है। हम क्या कर रहे हैं? मैंने बद्दू आवड़े छे, करेक्ट ना? आई नो एवरीथिंग इन दिस वर्ल्ड। लिटिगेशन के चैलेंजेस क्या है आज के दिन में? लॉ इवॉल्व हो रहा है, आज लॉ है, कल चेंज होने वाला है। अब नेक्स्ट काउंसिल मीटिंग आने ही वाली है, क्या होगा? मोर देन 100 टाइम्स आपके रूल्स चेंज हो चुके हैं। एडवांस रूलिंग के बारे में बोल के मतलब ही नहीं है। डू वी हैव दैट मच टाइम टू अपडेट? इज दिस पॉसिबल? अगर आपको लिटिगेशन प्रैक्टिस डेवलप करनी है, आपका मेन क्लाइंट रहेगा आपका फेलो कलीग, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट, एडवोकेट। दे कैन गिव यू बिग बिजनेस, provided you give him confidence that I will not poke your client. That confidence should be given. अगर आप कंप्लायंस में भी हो, लिटिगेशन में भी हो, तो आपको बहुत सारे लोग रेफरेंस नहीं देंगे क्लाइंट का, बिकॉज दे विल फियर, मेरा क्लाइंट लेके गया तो। एंड दिस फियर इज नॉट अनफाउंडेड। You need to give lot of hand holding. Many times हमें मालूम रहता है सीए का मिस्टेक है, लेकिन हम वो नहीं बोल सकते बिकॉज ऑफ ट्रस्ट डेवलप करना। Many times because of so many reason, so many this thing, सीए रिप्लाई सबमिट नहीं कर पाते। ASMT 10, DRC 1A, DRC 1, तीनों 3 स्टेज पे सबमिशन नहीं हुआ है, ऑर्डर हो चुका है। क्लाइंट का मिस्टेक भी होगा, क्लाइंट ने सारी डिटेल्स आपको दी नहीं है, या आपको नोटिस ही बताई नहीं है। ऐसा हुआ है, हो रहे हैं, अभी भी हो रहे हैं। सो यू नीड टू गिव लॉट ऑफ हैंड होल्डिंग टू योर कलीग। अगर आप ये नहीं करेंगे तो ट्रस्ट डेवलप कैसे होगा? You people are very good in acquiring knowledge. Are we good in articulation? क्या हमारे नॉलेज को एग्जाम्पलीफाई करके दिखा रहे हैं? हमें इतना आता है, शायद हमारी फ्रेटर्निटी सीख ही नहीं पाई है। जो हमारे पास नॉलेज है बहुत है, लेकिन हम खाली लिंक्डइन पे बैठे हैं। लिंक्डइन पे कौन देख रहा है हमें? दूसरा सीए ही देख रहा है। बट हमें काम मार्केट से भी तो लाना है। सो इफ You want to develop a litigation practice. आपको आपके पॉकेट्स ऑफ क्लाइंट्स बनाने पड़ेंगे. आप फर्मों को आपको आइडेंटिफाई करना पड़ेगा, उसको हेल्प करना पड़ेगा. बिकॉज सब फर्म की हालत ऐसी है. बहुत सारे फर्म बोलते हैं हमारे पास एक जीएसटी का पार्टनर है, बट वेदर इज अ जीएसटी कंप्लायंस पार्टनर और वेदर इज जीएसटी लिटिगेशन पार्टनर, दैट्स द क्वेश्चन. नेटवर्किंग के लिए of course one-to-one relationship is always better, but you can also make use of social media. I know there is ICI guidelines on this, so you will have to work within that guidelines. But आपके पास knowledge है, और knowledge को आपको बताना तो पड़ेगा. अपने पास रखोगे तो कोई आएगा नहीं. LinkedIn पे मैं सर्कुलर CBIC का डालूंगा, you may become popular, but will you get client? That you will have to ask to yourself. आपका इंटेंशन क्या है, पॉपुलर बनना है कि क्लाइंट लाना है? और आपको उस तरह से काम करना पड़ेगा. मैं अपने लिंक्डइन पे रोज एक पोल करूंगा, ABCD टाइप आंसर डालूंगा, MCQ कर लूंगा. ऑफ कोर्स मेरा लिंक्डइन का ग्राफ ऊपर जाएगा. आई विल हैव मे बी गुड नंबर ऑफ कनेक्ट्स, बट विल आई गेट क्लाइंट? यू विल हैव टू आस्क टू योरसेल्फ. एंड एट द एंड इंटेंशन मार्केटिंग रहा तो शायद हम रिजल्ट नहीं ला पाएंगे. इंटेंशन शुड बी मोर ऑफ अ स्प्रेडिंग नॉलेज, एंड उसके अंदर मार्केटिंग हुआ तो दैट इज नॉट ऑब्जेक्शनेबल. बट अगर हम खाली मार्केटिंग करने लगे तो भी नहीं चलना है. सो वील हैव टू बैलेंस ऑल दिस थिंग्स. बट माय अंडरस्टैंडिंग सेज नेक्स्ट 10 years दोज हु आर इनटू लिटिगेशन दे नीड नॉट वरी. 10 साल तो है आपके पास. नेक्स्ट 10 years लॉ सेटल होने वाला नहीं है. So those youngsters who want to come into this practice, of course it's a challenge. ये प्रोफेशन ही चैलेंज वाला है, बट है लिटिगेशन. अभी तो शुरुआत ही नहीं हुई. क्रॉस चार्ज पे जो लिटिगेशन आने वाला है उसका क्वांटम अगर आप समझोगे. थैंक यू वेरी मच फ्रेंड्स. इफ यू हैव एनी क्वेरी आई एम अवेलेबल. अदरवाइज थैंक यू फॉर दिस पेशेंस हियरिंग. थैंक यू.
You are always welcome for that. Friends, just now we said that we have the knowledge, but we don't articulate. In that, I would add that कि जब KBC चालू रहता था, कौन बनेगा करोड़पति, we used to watch in the TVs, और अपन बोल देते जैसा वो क्वेश्चन आएगा उसका MCQ आने से पहले अपन आंसर्स दे देते थे. बट व्हाट इज इम्पोर्टेंट इज दैट के घर पे बैठ के आंसर देना इज नॉट इम्पोर्टेंट. Important is that you go to that hot seat and reply. Then you win, I guess. So I think Jignesh bhai, he has covered summons very nicely. We had summoned him yesterday night only, and so today he's appeared over here for in a short notice. He has appeared here for the presentation, and a very good presentation on summons. First of all, would like to thank that in a short notice you have accepted our invitation and have given such a wonderful session on this. And I would also request you all to join me to present him a hearty vote of thanks with a huge round of applause. Thank you, Jignesh bhai. Even the next speaker is also my friend, Nitin bhai. We will be assembling back in next 15 minutes. We have a tea break outside. Tea is served outside. Welcome back to our today's last session. We have with us CA Nitin Bhuta, who is going to address us on most emerging areas in litigation and preparation thereof. Uh, Before starting the session, I would just like, it is honorable pleasure for me to introduce our today's speaker, Shri Nitin Bhuta. As far as his qualification is concerned, he is BCom graduate ICWA FCA. Nitin Bhai is a graduate from Mulund College of Commerce, Mulund. He became chartered accountant in the year 1992, and he is running his sole proprietorship as Nitin Bhuta and Company Chartered Accountants. And his firm is going to complete 31 years of practice in August 2023. Nitin Bhuta Bhai secured 13th rank all India level at the intermediate level of ICAI examinations. He is a regular writer of articles which are published in the public digital domains like GST APM magazine, Tax Guru, CA Club India. Nitin Bhai has represented as one of the members to represent on behalf of ICAI in connection with the new income tax website version 2. He has been selected as one of the expert from Western region on Direct Tax Committee of ICAI, New Delhi for the financial year 23-24. He has successfully completed course on independent director studies conducted by BCAS and SPGen Institute of Management Studies. He is regularly speaking at WIRC, NASN, GST certification courses, as well as at various study circles in Mumbai as well as outside Mumbai. As far as his present activities is concerned, he is actively involved with limited scale of doing audits, direct and indirect taxation, management advisory, as well as handling of litigation matters of corporate as well as non-corporate person up to tribunal matters. He is actively involved vetting out of drafted legal documents pertaining to businesses arrangements from the tax compliance perspective. With this brief introduction, I would request you all to welcome him in today's session with a round of applause. Sir, we welcome you. I would request CA Jignesh Kansara to present him a memento as a token of our love and affection towards him. Thank you, Jignesh Bhai. And Nitin Bhai, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think each one of us enjoyed the session of Jignesh Bhai, which was with a lot of practical insights. But let me start my session with my first experience when I got into a litigation. I was defending my client in connection with the particular matter called Section 80 RR of the Income Tax Act. And I happened to meet late Dinesh Vyas in connection with that particular matter. And when we were discussing the points, issues involved in that particular matter, and we were supposed to file the paper book at the tribunal level for the first time. And I had just become a CA just 2 years after I became a CA. I never got an opportunity to prepare a paper book technically. So he asked me the question, do you know, have you prepared the paper book? And my first reaction was, sir, I don't know how to prepare paper book practically. Though I knew the subject proper, I was very clear about the issues involved and why the case has a merit to succeed at the tribunal level. So he was extremely kind enough to tell me how to craft a paper book. And that is how I stepped into the arena of litigation. I really thank him. And whatever he taught me in that particular short phase of 6 months, it has really helped me a lot in terms of the improvising myself. But when we look at the today's series of the discussion that is happening, I think this is the last session, and we have heard all the technical points so far as I understand. Let me assure each and everyone who is present here, I will try to avoid discussing the sections or rules. But what I am going to try and explain, how do we approach the litigation as a strategy? Is there is a foolproof modality to succeed? I think all of you have gathered something or other from each of the speakers who have deliberated very nicely, because all are senior speakers. In fact, I always pick up something or other from every person whom I interact with. Let me tell you one thing, with the grace of God, the field of litigation has got infinite opportunities. If you really would like to be in this particular field, there are many options available for you to capture. So, I have represented the example of a litigation with a lock. Basically, when the litigation starts, we always feel, are there any options to overcome and get the verdict in our favor? And for that, we need a key. So this is how the logic of this particular picture is. But let me tell you, I'm putting the disclaimer in the beginning. Whatever I will explain, they are my personal views. I may be correct, I may be incorrect. They are not binding on ICI. I would urge each one of you to read the law provisions and then take a decision whether what has been discussed today in this particular session is relevant from that particular perspective. And whatever we are going to discuss, you can amplify it as much as you want, depending on your each individual matters that you are coming across. You can build up as many litigation possibilities as possible. And if I give you any examples, they are purely examples only. I have no intention to disclose anybody's affairs in a public domain. Can anybody recognize who is this person? Can anybody? Pardon? Yes. He created a bulb after 10,000 experiments. And every time he did an experiment, he did not succeed. So first thing that we need to always remember whenever we are in litigation, every time we may not succeed, but it definitely leaves some footprints for us in terms of to encash in future. We should always document whatever we have learned in terms of whenever we learn anything in anything and everything that we do. And let me tell you, friends, very clearly, none of us are perfect, including me. But if we are imperfect, then only we can achieve the perfectness in future. That is my personal view. We are very familiar with the term SAC in our GST. But I say, what a SAC means, it is a science, which is an organized way of looking at the things. C is the commerce, which ultimately, whenever any kind of a litigation is arised, involves the calculations. And A stands for arts, what we communicate either with the officers or with our colleagues or with whoever is involved in that particular matter. But we need to create a craft of the document which takes into consideration everything done in an organized manner. It should concentrate on the core of the issues involved in the particular notices. And we should try to use the technology to the maximum possible extent, because in our age-old days, we never had a technology support. But today, fortunately, we have all the technology. But can we use the technology blankly? My answer is absolutely no. We can use it to help in everything that we are facing off. So when we look at the litigation strategy, is it a serious business? It is definitely a serious business because it involves stakes. It can be small stakes, medium stakes, or higher stakes, depending upon the matter involved. But when we are handling any kind of a litigations, we learn the art of negotiations between the two people. So when we are negotiating by way of our communications or the documents that we file in the litigation proceedings, that helps us to get a favorable order, provided we justify what we are defending on. And whenever it is not necessary, each one of us are the experts in every field of law, every litigation matter. In fact, what litigation, as Jignesh Bhai correctly said, presently we are just seeing the limited scale of litigations, but in future, when the litigation aggravates, we will learn so many different things which we have not even envisaged as of today. So, as a litigation person, the opportunity that is available to each one of us, we can be person who is only doing the research. It is depend upon our choice what we want to do. We may be only interested in consultation. We may be interested in execution of the litigations, whereby we personally go and appear before the tax authorities and argue the matter and advance the defense. We may build up our career as an arbitrator, or we may act as a coordinator or a facilitator to manage the litigation. So scope is very, very wide. You can decide what role I would like to play, and based on that, you can take a call what you want to do. Let me tell you, this picture everybody knows. On one side, we had Pandavas, and one side we have a Kauravas. So when we are looking at the litigation, there are two options. One is the dharma and other one is adharma. In my opinion, whenever I handle any kind of a litigation, if I feel I am on the right side and my client is on the right side of the law, and what I am defending is my dharma, I will fight at all cost. Monetary is a secondary part, but prima facie we should be convinced that whatever the litigation that we are doing is absolutely correct and we are going to hit the bullseye. So basically, litigation is similar to a weighing scale. There are two parties involved. One is suffering and one is who's going to pass the adjudication order. We may call as a proper officer or a judge or whatever the person who is hearing the matter. But whatever we file or whatever the defense that we file in terms of the submissions, articulations, or our calculations, that would help us to sail through in the litigation. Proper officer, let us examine what are the expectations of a proper officer. He will expect a taxpayer to do the proper compliances. He will expect every taxpayer to do the timely filing of the compliances, timely discharge of the duties, adherence to the best judgment, self-assessment mechanism is properly followed, and whatever is correctly payable, that is paid. Timely and effective responses. The moment he issues any kind of a communication to us, which can be notice, summons, or anything, we reply promptly within the timeline without delaying the matter. Transparent disclosure. Documentation. Or we can call it as a burden of proof as envisaged under section 155 of the CGST Act. We are able to discharge that burden of proof ki whatever the allegations that are put in the communication by him by of a notice or the order in original, we are able to support our contention. If that is the case, once we discharge the burden of proof, we always have a very good chances of winning the matter. But if a proper officer is having the expectations, even a taxpayer would have the expectations of a no interference from the department, no litigations, timely processing of returns or refunds, no physical visits, believing in the merit of the self-assessment, least harassment, clearly defined litigation procedures. As conveyed by the earlier speaker, many times the procedures are not followed by the department. Speaking order and transparency relationship based on the trust. But how this can be built up? If we are clear in terms of the communication, then that can be achieved very systematically. It is said that every law that is formulated by in every country, I'm not talking only about the India, once the law is made, it is often forgotten by all the stakeholders. Let me pause here for a moment to ask, how many of us who are present here really upgrade yourself by updating yourself in terms of the changes? Be very honest and be interactive. How many of you really update yourself? Do we know each change that is happening in the law? Or we just study when we do our examination? That time we study and thereafter we never touch the law at all. Is it a reality? That is a fact actually. It is applicable to everybody. It is applicable to me also. It's very common. Nothing to worry about, or we attend the seminars to upgrade ourselves. But my sincere urge to everybody, ki whenever we get any kind of a notice or a communications or litigation matter, I would appreciate each of you to read thoroughly the contents of each and every notice that has been communicated to us, because the solution lies in that particular notice itself. Let me tell you very clearly. Sometimes you will find the solution in the notices itself. I'll give you one example. A notice is given demanding tax to be paid by the taxpayer at the rate of 28%. Whatever the value is immaterial. But when we read the content of the notice, have we asked the question? He has asked us to pay 28%, but which HSN code or which service accounting code is applicable to that particular allegation that he has made in the notice? Have we asked that question? I came across one particular instance of something. The 2 crore demand was raised, 28% was payable. I said, fine, we will pay, sir. I don't have a problem. Plus, please quote the relevant HSN and the relevant provisions. Till today, no reply. No reply, absolutely no reply. Do we read that way? So, point that I would like to make here, we would like to think in a 10 different ways, or do we need to think in a more than 10 different ways? Or there is anything beyond 10 different ways? And that exercise will go on for 12 months, 52 weeks, 7 days, 24/7. Especially if you are in hardcore practice. Let me tell you, all of us are here. I believe all are chartered accountants. Any advocates here? Fair enough. We are masters of accounting, auditing, and the calculations. If we do a combination of chartered accountancy with the legal background, we may not be a lawyer, absolutely no issue at all, but read the law that is applicable for each of and every instance. Because you have gathered so much of experience in your training as well as the post-training and when you started your own practice or you're working in the industry. You know in and out of everything, but we never study the ancillary laws that are applicable. And that is why we need the support of some external person to help us out. I would say why you may not be master, but at least if you are master of the relevant subject when you are discussing with the senior counsels, you can make a difference when you prepare a brief. His time will be saved, your time will be saved, and he will be able to concentrate on in the focus manner on that particular issue that you are asking him a resolution for. So we have a different laws which are GST, its rules, same way income tax rules, Companies Act, and other laws. And every law has forms, circulars, notifications, advance rulings. Advance ruling we should not rely at all. Let me tell you very clearly. It may have a persuasive value for the department, not for us. Whenever you are defending your litigation, never quote advance ruling at all. Never, ever quote advance ruling. Because advance ruling is applicable only to the applicant. It's not applicable to anybody else. And if you come across any kind of a litigation notices and if they have quoted advance rulings, then you can always file a defense saying it is not applicable to us at all. It's a very good defense. Very, very good defense when you are communicating. Adjudications orders, Tribunal, Court, Supreme Court, and they read. Similarly, all laws, once you read any particular law, structure of the law and the composition of the law remains the same. Any law you pick up, you will find section 2 to be the definitions only. So please study every law. What I was thinking about, we have to think in 10 different manners. We have to think as a sailor. We need to think as a buyer. We need to think as a support team, as an advisor, auditors, owners, revenue, bankers, financiers, industry regulators, public and society. But nowadays, there is one more thing that is monitoring all our transactions that are happening is the technology eye, especially the use of artificial intelligence and a social media. Government is also using very, very significantly. And I call this as a surveillance by the technology on the transactions that are happening. Every communication of allegation comes with a deadline. You got to honor that particular deadline. And if you would like to seek the adjournment or an extension, please file the communication in writing or electronically. Every smallest thing you should document in the litigation throughout. It will really help you. And this is what I have learned from my advocate friends. Every smallest communication they do, they will file it physically. Even if you see their communications, they will communicate in such a way that they are never get into the trouble. The trouble is always passed on to the recipient. Do we communicate? Do we document our affairs in that particular way? Think it over. Especially when we look at the litigation profile of any notice, it would originate now from the digital data. And nowadays, any transactions involving the cross-border is a common. It's a new common. 10 years back, we may not be doing any international transactions, but now everybody is doing international transaction, and which has got some ramifications on the litigations. And end result of the business enterprise is the financial statements, which has to comply with indirect tax, direct tax, accounting, auditing, and the reporting, and the ancillary laws. But today, to succeed anything by our defense, the documentation is a key. If you are king in your documentation, you are a real king in any matter that you are handling. And today, whatever we are going to discuss is applicable to across, not only to GST, it is applicable to every law that is applicable to any one of you are handling the litigation of. Basically, when we read the litigation notices, support will always come, since this is a GST seminar, support will come from the GST law, which can be CGST, SGST, IGST, or UTGST, as the case may be, or rules thereunder, or supportings. But where the support is not available under the GST law, we should definitely look at the ancillary laws that are applicable to defend the matter. How many of us really take a stand of ancillary law provisions when defending the matter? Let me give you one example here. I have supplied goods worth rupees 10 crore to party B. Tax invoice is prepared, e-way bill is prepared, it has reached the destination also. But due to some reasons, such goods are rejected. And my timelines of GST compliance is over. Say GSTR 1 filing, which can be either 11th or 13th. And now it is time for me to pay GSTR 3B. Let us assume the rate of tax is 18%. Will I pay 18% of 10 crore or will I not pay? What is the view of the house? Will you pay? Will you not pay? The answer is very, very simple. I will not pay 18% at all. The reason is, as per the Indian Contract Act and the Sale of Goods Act, the transaction is not complete. I cannot recognize as a revenue at all. I may reduce my GSTR 3B values accordingly, explain the difference to the proper officer, and that can take care. Now the DRC 01B has been introduced. For if there is any deviation, we can always explain. It has been recently introduced. So look at the provision of the law and whether that permits you with that, whether the transaction is really complete. Just issue of notice or a tax invoice or a issue of e-way bill, the underlying transaction is not complete at all. Please keep that in mind when you are handling that kind of litigation. Or I will give you another example. I'm a production house. I'm sending my camera, which is worth 1 crore rupees for a shoot on a higher basis of 50,000 rupees or a 5 lakh rupees a day. Can I be issued a notice saying value of camera is 1 crore, but your consideration is only 5 lakh rupees, 1 day higher, that's it. And it is a service. Do you need a e-way bill? Answer is no. It may be a delivery challan. There is no transfer of ownership between two parties. There can be n number of examples which you can come across. Take a support from whichever the law that you can draw upon if needed. E-way bill, you will use it as a delivery challan, but it's not the tax invoice. They will issue the demand, but is it legal? Today, if we are looking at the notices that we are receiving on account of the e-way bills, we have come across the summons are issued under section 70, which Jignesh was handling. The party has sold 1 ton of material. Documentation is perfect, banking transactions are perfect, e-way bill is also perfect. When I examine the vehicle number and its capacity, it cannot carry half-ton material also. That is what is happening with the artificial intelligence. And that's why you may get so many summons because of such investigation. At least we have come across many such instances. Cement industry is very notorious for this. Transactions happen which don't get recorded and subsequently they issue the notices. Everybody is aware. So be factual. Nothing, we have to just understand what is applicable to underlying transaction and then take a call in a litigation. Let us take one very small example. There is a pharmaceutical company who has got a sales promotion scheme, which is notified well in advance, saying that if a dealer achieves a particular target, we will give a Apple phone of 1 lakh each. In that case, invoice is received by the taxpayer. It is accounted in his books, but he's giving a gift of mobile phone to the dealer. Is he really transferring the legal ownership of that particular phone? There is no consideration. If there is no consideration, it's not a valid contract also. Am I correct? So, in that case, if you give the advice to your client, saying that you have given this as a free gift, you reverse the ITC under section 17(5)(h). And your client also reverses that particular ITC. At the same time, for example, this transaction was happening in 22-23. What is the last date as per section 16(4) is 30th November 2023. Can a proper officer issue the notice saying ki it is a disposal of a fixed asset. So it will come under Schedule 1. You are supposed to pay the GST on the output tax liability. Can he create a litigation of that sort? Possible, no? If it is given to the dealer, if it is given to the employee, you may treat it as a perquisite and the tax treatment can be different. Same transaction, different way. Can a proper officer issue? Litigation can be created, right? That is how. So accounting treatment, ancillary laws, we got to take into consideration. But if it is a transaction carried out between a related party, then section 15 may come into the picture or underlying rules. Again, pharmaceutical company has got 2 locations for the discussion sake, Mumbai, Delhi. And he has given send the mobile from one location to another through courier. All e-way compliances are proper, but he has not charged the cross charge at all. Possible? Issue can be created. Bombay should have raised the tax invoice. Most of the people don't record such a transaction at all. Take care. So let's start with some fundamentals of strategies. How do we approach the litigation? Calibration, articulation, addressal plan, addressal team, cost, benefits, toolkits, outcomes, and the results. Whenever we receive any kind of a communication whereby the allegations are made, they will put in, say, 25 allegations. List down each of the allegations put in your sheet, working sheet, and prepare a resolution. Many times we have come across 25 issues are raised, only replies have been given on 5 issues. Please reply on all 25 issues. Invariably, don't keep a single answer to be not given in your reply. Once you decide what are the issues involved, try to do the first analysis. What are the chances of success? And when you are doing the analysis, try to derive a support of examination of the legal support available from the different sources. Get it validated through several team members. If you are individually handling, then you probably may go through the same list of the issues which you have shortlisted multiple times to reach a conclusion whether I have touched upon all the aspects. Read word by word. That is my suggestion. And when we do a research and the dichotomy of the issues flagged in the notices, try to do the research first and foremost, legal judgments, if that is possible. That will give you a lot of, because at least to my knowledge, maximum situations may have been already addressed by way of judgments. That will really help you. If not, then the research becomes a little more extensive. We should be aware about the merits and the demerits of each communication that you are doing, pro and cons. But one more thing which all of us need to do in the litigation, by way of shadow thinking. What I am filing, what I am communicating, how the receiver will react. Will he have a defense against my submissions? Will it be open and shut case? Even that needs to be thought at the grassroots level itself before you file the submissions. That is my purview. That is the policy which we follow. Teamwork. We may have a group of advisors, CS, advocates, CMA, CS, management and technicians. When I say technicians on the field, as well as the technicians in terms of the communications who can do the proofreading of the communication that you have drafted. Many times we observe communication that has been done is not up to mark. None of us are groomed for it. We need to develop that habit. Timesheets to be prepared because that is essential, because ultimately the revenue will come only from the timesheets. Which team will be allocated to a matter? Principal's time, cost and benefits. We got to be very clear about briefing the clients, what would be the cost involved, what benefits will happen, what is the pre-deposit monies that you need to give, what would be our fees, what would be our terms of payment. Always collect the money in advance. Don't start any work without money in your bank account in litigation. Let us be very clear. Not a single, you should not even use your pen without the money seeing in your account. Don't give any free. The work will go, that's fine. But take the money in your bank account first. That is the policy we follow. We will not even look at the document. After that, we will brief. But without money, nothing will happen. Communication. Paper book and pagination has to be accurate. Indexing and referencing in the main communication, what we do as a covering letter, has to be absolutely perfect. And after filing the communications, what we can anticipate that notes should be prepared well in advance. And post, when we get the order or adjudication order at whatever the level is, be it the first level, second level, third level, or fourth level, whatever the things are. Compare with what anticipated verdict of yours. Post wording, whatever strategies you got to do, please do it. And if the verdict is not favorable, what are the alternative options available? Even that should be briefed to the client. Closing summaries. That is the process which one should follow. Very important. Whenever you are communicating any notice or any document, always rely upon the Supreme Court judgments more. If you have got a Supreme Court judgment, then it is binding across each and every jurisdiction. He cannot challenge. But if Supreme Court judgments are not available, next line of support is your High Court. Tribunal. I prefer with very, very cautious approach to quote the tribunal judgments. Very, very cautious approach. I always prefer first two. Tribunal judgments also can be quoted, provided you have read each and every judgment word by word. Don't just read the head notes. It will not help you. It can be misguiding also. And whatever is matters was involved in that particular judgment, is it really applicable to you? If it is applicable, fine, you quote, no problem. But sometimes we are dealing with the matter which is not covered by the judgment. Then what do I do? In that case, if you come across some support that could be available in the Supreme Court, High Court, or a tribunal judgments. Use that references, but don't quote the citations. There are enough theories available of advancing the arguments. Use as much as possible. Ratio of the judgment you can use. If it is an open case, then it will go. But if it is a closed case, then the matter can be expected to be closed. Statute interpretations, opinions. If you approach anybody for the opinion, let me tell you, my experience says opinions are opinions. They don't hold any fort in the defense. It can be anybody. Advanced ruling, avoid. Sometimes you may use the overseas jurisprudence, commentaries, finance minister speeches to defend. Very important. Every communication that you are filing, always use client's letterhead. Don't use your letterhead at all. As a policy, it should be signed by the client. You may hold the letter of authority, but don't use your signature under any circumstances. Unless until it's absolutely necessary. Scanning, if you are doing a scanning of the documents, do it in high resolution scanners and try to use original documents for scan. Don't use the Xeroxes. Very, very important. Don't ever use copy, cut, paste. It can be dangerous. Some clients matter which you have handled earlier, and that uses a copy paste and which is not applicable to your case, then it can create a trouble. But if you are sure ki copy, cut, paste what you are doing is accurate, then use, but we don't prefer that. Of late, Chat GPT. I'm not against the Chat GPT at all, but our own brain that we use to analyze is the best option. Chat GPT can be a supportive, but don't accept anything blankly. Always emphasize on law. Please try to understand the business model in case of the litigation. Implementation mechanism, what steps you will follow to litigate the matter should be documented. And whatever the interpretations that you are reaching for filing the submissions, that should be documented. Careful use of each and every wordings, phrase, sentences, contextual references, and preciseness in the communication is a must. You may use either English communication or Hindi communication, but if you use the Hindi communication, you need to attach the transcript. But again, the question comes, do I use the simple English? Do I use the moderate English? Do I use the effective English, or do I use the respective? You can write as per your choice. But we always prefer a simple communication. Very, very simple, so that anybody can understand. Don't use the complex communication at all. That is my suggestion. And when we are addressing the issues, let the communication that we are doing has to be convincing. It should give the interpretive answers based on the relevant law, sections, rules. Please try to avoid using the argumentative language at any point of time in your communication. Don't argue. Try to be as convincing as possible. When you are drafting your reply, or if you may use the graphics, narratives, highlighting principles and key points. And suppose if you are attending the hearing, be well dressed. And if you are doing the faceless hearing also, ensure the place is good enough, your dressing is proper, so that it helps you. Every notice and adjudication orders needs to be gone through the lenses. Even if it is favorable, always read thoroughly. Because if the orders are not in favorable, then the alternative remedies, read petition SLP. Before I go to the classification, let me tell you very, very clearly. Keval must have taken show cause notices is the foundation to help you. The stronger the foundation, it will help you at the higher levels. Try to substantiate everything by way of writing and file it on record. 99% they will not read anything. They will not read anything, they will pass the order blankly. But it will help you at the higher level. You have already given the submissions which are not considered by the lower authorities. It really helps. And when we look at the goods classification, study Custom Tariff Act or WTO classification, it will really help you. But for services, we need to see the UN classification and read that commentary. Because UN classification for the services is the central point. Who are the parties involved in the litigation? Very important, jurisdiction. Whether the notice is issued by the officer who has a jurisdiction over the matter, that is very important. And if he doesn't have, then he should file a reply, sir, you don't have a jurisdiction, you cannot issue the notice. Subsequently, what you do is that is a different story. The battery is low. Whether the notice that has been issued to us, is it within time limits or not? Always try to file all your submissions well in advance. Usually what we do as our policy, we try to file the replies at least 2 days before on a safer side, with exhibits and annexures supporting everything that we are communicating. All records should be maintained physically as well as electronically. Hearing can be offline, online. Verdicts and outcomes. Recording and notes. If it is possible to record, you may record the hearing if it is happening faceless. Fees, emoluments, rewards and perks. Digitization of the records is the need of the day. Each issue that we write should precede by the synopsis and followed by the summary of the conclusions. And once the matter is concluded, rigorous follow-up, the administrative follow-up is a must. Typically, when we look at the notice document, this I think must have been touched, but notice can be issued under any law for any matter, but we are essentially concentrating on GST. But when we are defending the matter, you may take a support of central excise and the service tax cassettes to defend. Typically, every notice or order has the component of tax, interest and the penalty as the final outcome. But jurisdiction, authority of powers, time limits, and whether the notice has been served properly or not, that is a must. Now everything is happening electronically. So suppose your taxpayer, you have created a login ID in the password and he is not aware about anything. Can he take a stand? I have never received a notice. I'm not even aware how to operate a computer. can he take such a plea as a defense? Quite possible. Quite possible. But that doesn't happen. But one thing which I would like to tell everyone, please register only client's email ID in the mobile number. Your can be supplementary, not the primary contact numbers. Please avoid that much as possible. And when I look at the tax, interest and the penalty, it is the Dandhaniti, which is coming from the Arthashastra. First event, which we have already seen, which we have already touched upon, I think everybody has done. I'm not discussing much further. Notice this we have seen, but always look for a speaking order. If not, you can always record that as a fact in the communication. Try to be as much as possible on the lawful side. Do a neutral thinking. Sometimes if there are 10 matters, 2 matters we just accept to conclude the matter based on the feasibility. But always try to be on the judicial side. Don't try to reach at the recovery stage at all. Try to conclude at the beginning wherever it is possible. This we have already seen. I think that has been touched upon, so I'm not touching. But one fundamental question: can a proper officer ask taxpayer to reverse ITC by visiting his place of business or additional place of business without due process? Answer is no. He needs to issue the show cause notice, and then only the recovery can happen, but not the spot recovery at all. And if he does, whether it will be valid proceedings or invalid proceedings, according to me, it is an invalid proceedings. Spot recoveries are done under the force. That's the different story. Even if we agree to a spot recovery, we can always take a stand. The principles of natural justice are fundamentally violated, and it can be objected at a higher level of litigations. Can a department issue the garnishee proceedings under Section 79? Typically, if I look at the provision of the law very minutely, they are supposed to attach the bank account first, not bank account, property first, followed by the bank account, and thereafter they can approach the clients. They cannot directly approach the clients directly. That is what the reading is. Every summon that we have since Jignesh Bhai have taken, but my fundamental, every summon has to be responded properly. Some points of, is this covered? Art of negotiation and drafting? Is it covered by any of the speakers? No? Okay. Art, reading, communication, documentation and domain knowledge of the business activity is a must when you are handling any litigation. Without you understanding the business model, how will you be able to correlate and coordinate the facts of your submissions and justify? All issues that are raised in show cause notices or orders should be addressed in the reply by the notices. Even if it is not applicable, we should say it is not applicable. Provisions of so-and-so section are not applicable as in view of the preceding submissions filed. Very, very important thing that you need to examine in the orders or a notice, whether department has taken the support of any assumptions or a presumptions. There is no place for assumptions and the presumption, especially tons of notices are issued for best judgment assessment. Even if they can pass the best judgment assessment or an ex parte order, they are supposed to justify the grounds on what basis they are making the additions. When you are drafting the communication, my sincere suggestion to all, don't use the legal jargons as much as possible, or a maxims, or a judicial pronouncement. If it is unavoidable, then only claim, then only put it in writing, otherwise avoid. When the litigation happens, is it a clash of titans? Taxpayer and advisors vis-a-vis the departmental officers? Does it really a fair play? I feel fair play should be given by both the parties to each other, following the principles of natural justice as well as the speaking orders. Let me tell you one thing. Department today has lot more information than we can think of. So when we are defending anything, be very discreet. Ramnath Ayers defines the adjudication, the act of adjudicating, the process of trying, determining a case judicially, the application of the law to the facts, and the authoritative declaration of the result. The word adjudication means judicial determination. But sometimes we always find when the orders are passed, judicial determination of the demand is not happened. So that can be one of the good grounds of appeal when we are defending the matter. Or it can be good grounds of statement of facts. And then we can correlate statement of facts vis-a-vis grounds of appeal and seek a prayer for the deletion of such additions. Reply to the notice. Reply and hearing are not substitutes of each other. My sincere suggestion, whenever you file a reply, please always ask for a personal hearing by default. Party can raise inconsistent and the contrary pleas. Even that don't support, that's fine. They will reject it. But you can always take what you would like to take. Because as many support that you have taken in your defense, if it is rejected, fine. But it helps at some stage. Because at the higher stage, you can't take a stand, I have not taken that particular option at the lower level. Always remember, don't follow the doctrine of bias when you are handling any kind of a litigation. Always hear the other side very, very judicially as well as meticulously. Always look for reason and the speaking order. Whenever you see the demand notes, conditions, procedures, and the contraventions are stated, and if they are not applicable to you, it is a defense for you. Many times you watch mismatch of data or non-reporting of details or non-disclosure. Ask for the data. They may not be able to provide you. Be aware about every law compliance is applicable. If it's a case of fraud or a willful suppression of facts or a willful misstatement of facts or a collusion or a concealment, and if not detected, if unnoticed, undetected, loss of revenue and so on, that is a ground for the fraud, suppression, misstatement. Always try to prove that everything was disclosed. So when you are advising to your client, try to, when you are preparing your financial statements, recommend them to do the maximum disclosure that is possible beyond the law, if it is practically possible. Please always pay the taxes as applicable so that meter of interest is minimized. Demands quantified with the specified rate of levy. If it is not there, you can take a call. And if the intention is to evade the tax, then the revenue is on the right side. And if you are on the right side, then not a single penny of tax, interest, and the penalty should be payable. This I have already touched upon, studying of the SCN. Please digest each and every word, comma, full stop. Don't miss out anything. Please prepare every supporting documents to defend the matter with tables, reconciliation, and the proofs. For example, you are ending the litigation of mismatch of the revenue, support with ITR, tax audit, audited financial statements, ROC statements, soft text filing, whatever is applicable, please put it on record as a reconciliation. Try to use the summary throughout for each issue as well as at the end when you are concluding your submissions. Try to reproduce the contents of the show cause notice or order in your covering letter as much as possible, pair-wise, and file the defenses accordingly. Always remember, when you are signing the order sheet, emphasize on touching upon all the important matters in the order sheet for a record purpose. In future, you can demand the copies of the order sheet for your defense. But if you have not recorded, it will create, sometimes it creates the issue. When we are filing a reply at the first level, try to prepare as a paper book as if you are preparing yourself for the higher level of litigation. And if by any chance you have filed the documents physically and they are lost by the department, be ready and cooperative to provide the copies of the documents to them. Don't do any arguments. If you are defended properly, then demands are bound to get reversed. Tax payable, please pay. Don't hesitate. If demands not payable, fight it out. Don't be sorry for it. Communication should be simple, precise, factual, descriptive, as well as the constructive. No arguments, no allegations. Avoid completely. Replies should never be standardized as a policy. And each situation can be different. Please don't use the social WhatsApp media university for drafting the replies. Please craft your own reply. Always keep 3 copies of the replies that you're filing. Very, very important. When you're filing a reply, please mention how the notice was served on you, on what date it was served on you, what time it was served on you, if you have maintained that record, with the tabulations, synopsis, and references. Always start your reply without prejudice. Always, by default. Always demand a personal hearing if the submissions filed are not acceptable to the adjudicating authorities. Avoid seeking adjournments unless the same is absolutely necessary. And very, very important, if you are seeking the adjournment, reasons is genuine, be ready to document it. Don't just file the adjournment request without any base. If you don't have a time, say we need the time to compile the details. Or don't say I'm in a marriage. Please don't use that thing at all. Be very factual. And I think the new generation of the officers who are sitting on the table, they are cooperative, especially the new ones. I'm not talking about the old ones, but the new ones will definitely help you. This I have touched upon. Paper book always recommended at each stage. We follow at every stage paper book only. Dressing, we have touched upon. This is the typical format which we follow. Communication should be properly addressed with proper use of salutations. Notices referenced and reproduced. Letter of authority should be always put as an index. Index of submissions. Summary of issues involved. First, define all the summaries of the issues involved in the notice. Then do the discussion about each of the issues. Use of bold, italics, underline, or cross-referencing. You can use as much as possible. But always build up the arguments with the logical flow of, so that it supports your contention. Use of judicial precedents with abundant precaution. Summary of all issues should be placed at the end. Each issues has to be replied. And always say a concluding prayer. Para saying we seek following prayer for relief. To drop the demand of X amount, to drop this, to drop this. Please mention. Personal hearing, always seek. Communication of contact details always should be provided in the communication that you are writing. Soft compilations, soft copies of the compilation always carry. They may ask you to give you the pen drive for the purpose of for recording, updating on their records, because they would like to reproduce that whatever we have filed. Some of the samples of DRC 07. Excess ITC claim in GSTR 3B vis-a-vis GSTR 9, which is not confirmed in GSTR 2A or 8A of GSTR 9. Second, ITC claim after the last date of availment of ITC as per section 16(4). Interest on delayed payments with GSTR 3B. Common reply. Even after filing the reply, they will say standard reply. As no satisfactory reply has been filed by the taxpayer, demand has been adjudicated. But if you have a supporting, you can take up the say we have filed all the supporting documents, but he has not considered. You can challenge that at a higher level. DRC 01. Brief facts. ITC claimed after the 16(4) limits, following which the show cause notice will be issued under 73(1) or 74(1). No information is provided. Sometimes in the notice itself, you can ask, how do we file a reply without what you are asking for? No submissions filed, another. So take a call in that particular way. Intimation of tax ascertained as being payable under section 74(5). During the course of investigation, following liabilities were worked out in relation with reference to ITC claimed in purchase register and ITC auto-populated in GSTR 2A. You have claimed excess ITC which does not appear in GSTR 2A. Hence, you are not eligible to claim excess ITC as per the provisions of section 16. Mismatches in invoices and GSTR numbers. You are advised to pay so and so amount. This is the live case running into crores of rupees. Writ petitions have been already given for filing the appeal at the tribunal level. For the minorest of the mistakes, they are not considering. Even of workings, they are not able to substantiate. And they are not ready to listen what is filed before them. practically. Because they are already biased to build their show ki there is a collection which we have done. HSN and service accounting codes, which we have already discussed. Sometimes sections in the rules are not quoted in the notices. Notices are issued without authorization. Incorrect value determination or arbitrary value put into the e-way bills. ROD not provided at all. So that is another way. Order in original. You have filed the returns, but they are not matching with the audited financial statements or a 26 AS. Are they supposed to match? They will never match in a lifetime. There will be always a reconciliation. But they are not ready to accept the fact. Either they are not educated or we are not educated. Either of them. Out-of-pocket expenses. Best judgment assessment with ad hoc addition. This is a live case. It is in a call book. I have only handled this particular matter. It's a blatant violation of principles of natural justice. Contract document itself shows out-of expenses are to be paid independently by the client. But we are fighting this matter. Ad hoc running into the crores of rupees. Opportunity of personal hearing granted on the 3 different dates. Order passed on 8th of January, stating no one attended, no submissions filed. But actually, no show cause notice was never served, or we received after 6 months. And the beauty is, same officer has written to us saying why your turnover has been reduced 4 months back. And in his reply, is ex parte order. I am making an addition. How that is possible? Same person signing the document. They don't apply the brains at all. Very interesting question I would like to ask everyone. Circular trading. Is it a fraud? Is it a concealment? Or is it a misreporting? Misreporting. How? How misreporting, sir? See, if it is transaction without underlying supply, then it is a fraud or a misreporting. Correct. Why? For a banking requirements. So it is only it's an accounting transaction. It's not a fraud at all. Please be very clear. Supply without delivery is also possible. So if circular trading is not a fraud at all. So the stand taken by the department is absolutely incorrect. Please but facts can differ. Show cause summary without SCN without summary in GST DRC 01. Objection should be filed. Details not provided. SCN with the summary post notification in form DRC 01. Notice is valid only if the same is issued within the time limits. So first show cause was issued without details. You filed a reply. Second show cause was issued with the details, but if it is not within the time limits, then that notice is invalid. If it is within time limits, it is valid. Notice issued, order passed simultaneously without granting opportunity of being heard are not sustainable at all. Patna High Court, Sangam Wires. You can read this judgment. It's a very good judgment. Deputy Commissioner acted within his competency if carried out search and seizure on the basis of authorization of Joint Commissioner. He passed the order under section 130 whether such order is good in law. What is the view of the House? Search is done, I believe. Search session has happened, no? Is it good in law or bad in law? Let us assume 130 is not applicable, but he passed the order under section 73, 74. Whether such order is good in law. Good in law or bad in law? Any answers? Deputy Commissioner acted within his competency if carried out during search and seizure on the basis of the authorization given by the Joint Commissioner. He passed the order under section 130. Whether such order is good in law, or alternatively, he passed the order under section 73, 74. Whether such order is good in law. Good in law, bad in law, valid, invalid. What is the answer? Valid? Why valid? Proper authorization. He has acted on the proper authorization. Okay. Does he have a power? I'm just arguing as a proper officer. Huh? I can argue both the ways. Huh? Whichever is beneficial to me. Orissa High Court, in case of J&T James, have held if the order is passed under section 130, it is valid, but he cannot pass the order under section 73, 74. It's only additional commentary given by the judge, though 73, 74 was never involved. These are the couple of words and phrases which you should be particular to read when you are reading the notices or orders very commonly. Some words I have highlighted in bold, but if I read word jointly, inactionable or incomplete, incorrect, inexhaustive, indisciplined, ineligible, when you are reading the notice, if such words are used by the proper officer or in the order by the Commissioner of Appeals or at the tribunal level, while filing the defense, you can contradict such a word, usage of the words in your submissions to support. If whatever we have done is actionable, it is complete, correct, exhaustive, disciplined, and eligible. Similarly, I have tried to put together all the similar words for the purpose of only discussion here. This we see very, very common in communication, and we use very extensively while drafting the replies. But when we collate all our submissions, always ensure whatever the submissions we are making at any stage, at every level, it has to be synchronized and not be asynchronized. Synchronization of the data compilation is the key in any litigation. That is my personal view and my experience. I come back to my original slide. I have a father of bulb. From imperfection to the journey of perfection, I believe end is the beginning. And again, I come back to fight of Mahabharata. Dharma is my niti. Adharma is I don't follow, or I believe it is aniti. You may decide according to your own conscience, Sam, Dam, Danda, Bhet, as your choice. I appreciated all of you for giving me the patient hearing. I always say, surround yourself with the people who talk about vision and ideas, not people. If any questions, I'm more than happy to answer to the best of my ability. But let me tell you very, very clearly, I'm a novice. I'm not the expert. Okay? Thank you. Any questions? Huh. They are expected to follow. You have to sit across them, discuss, explain, and close the matter. Correct. Always. Same way you go, you are once the matter is set aside, you are back to the square one. But you have won the appeal. That is the reality. Especially my experience of faceless appeals has been very, very good. Or faceless assessment for that matter. I have been very successful in defending the matter because of the documentation part. So I always say documentation is the key for everything. It's my personal view. I may be correct, I may be incorrect. But most of the times, now the clients need to improve themselves. That is my personal view. We will improve definitely, but they should improve first. Correct. Yes, correct. It was that is the argument you can take up now. Show cause is valid, you will say it is not valid, but still they will educate at a matter, but at a higher level you will get a success. But then it is a cost, time, efforts, all are involved. And client will say, it is a package scheme of incentives you are given me. So be clear from the day one what you are going to charge. Take the money in advance. Because if it is unfavorable, they will never pay you. Very clear. Any other questions? When question is not asked, I always feel everybody has understood everything except me. It has to be a reasoned order. It cannot be, they cannot just take a offbeat answer. That you can argue at a higher level. The proper application of mind was not done. Possible. Let me tell you one more thing as a concluding remark. Best place to learn the litigation is within the house. Just start, if you win your house, you can win anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक, बहुत सारा लिटिगेशन स्ट्रेटेजी हमने समझा। सर मालूम ही नहीं था हमको इतने सारे वर्ड फ्रेज, काफी सारी नई चीजें हैं। देर आर लॉट ऑफ न्यू थिंग एंड शेडो थिंकिंग। यू टेल अस द शेडो थिंकिंग, how we reply and whatever other person is thinking about this. That is very important in the litigation. Communication. There are a lot of phrases, whether we have to answer each and every, we generally defense our way, but don't go to the so-called notice way. Sir, very important thing you tell us, and very important PPT to all of us. And when we have to go for litigation, that is a, just like Sir Taylor, that is a end is beginning. So this is our beginning, not a end. Every stopwatch come, every order come. So sir, I think that is a beginning, not a end. We have to start beginning, we are learning. Then we go for a new and complete strategy. So sir, this is very wonderful deliberation. We all are thankful for you for this wonderful deliberation. And on behalf of WRC, we are thankful to you. And such more session, deliberating session and learning from you, that will keep us all happy. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.